Simon & Schuster Audio presents Maybe Now by Colleen Hoover. Read by Angela Goethals, Jonathan Todd Ross, Rebecca Ross, and Zachary Weber.
Prologue. Maggie. I set the pen down on the paper. My hand is shaking too much to finish filling it out, so I inhale a few quick breaths in an attempt to calm my nerves. You can do this, Maggie. I pick up the pen again, but I think my hand is shaking worse than before I put it down.
Let me help you with that.
I look up to see the tandem instructor smiling at me. He grabs the pen and picks up the clipboard, then takes a seat in the chair to my right.
We get a lot of nervous first-timers. It's easier if you just let me fill out the paperwork because your handwriting probably won't be legible,
he says.
You act like you're about to jump out of an airplane or something.
I'm immediately put at ease by his lazy smile, but become nervous all over again when I realize I'm a horrible liar. Lying on the medical section would have been a lot easier if I were filling it out myself. I'm not sure I can lie out loud to this guy. Thanks, but I can do it. I try to take back the clipboard, but he pulls it out of my reach.
Not so fast.
He quickly glances down at my form.
Maggie Carson.
He holds out his hand, still holding the clipboard out of my reach with his other hand.
I'm Jake, and if you're planning on jumping out of a plane at 10,000 feet while at my mercy, the least I can do is finish your paperwork.
I shake his hand, impressed with the strength behind his grip. Knowing these are the hands I'm about to entrust my life to eases my mind a tiny fraction. How many tandem jumps have you completed? I ask him. He grins, then returns his attention to my paperwork. He begins flipping through the pages.
You'll be my 500th.
Really? 500 sounds like a big deal. Shouldn't you be celebrating? He brings his eyes back to mine and loses his smile.
You asked how many tandem jumps I've completed. I don't want to celebrate prematurely.
I gulp. He laughs and nudges my shoulder.
I'm kidding, Maggie. Relax. You're in good hands.
I smile at the same time I inhale another deep breath. He begins to scroll through the form.
Any medical conditions?
He asks, already pressing his pen to the box marked no. I don't answer him. My silence prompts him to look up at me and repeat his question.
Medical conditions? Recent illnesses? Any crazy ex-boyfriends I should be aware of?
I smile at his last comment and shake my head. No crazy exes, just one really great one. He nods slowly.
What about the other part of the question? Medical conditions?
He waits for my answer, but I fail to give him anything other than a nervous pause. His eyes narrow, and he leans forward a little bit more, eyeing me carefully. He's looking at me like he's trying to figure out answers to more than just what's on the questionnaire he's holding.
Is it terminal?
I try to hold my resolve. Not really. Not yet. He leans in even closer, looking at me with an expression full of sincerity.
What is it then, Maggie Carson?
I don't even know him, but there's something calming about him that makes me want to tell him. But I don't. I look at my hands folded together in my lap. You might not let me jump if I tell you. He leans into me until his ear is close to my mouth.
If you say it quietly enough, there's a good chance I might not even hear it,
he says in a hushed voice. A wave of his breath caresses my collarbone, and I'm immediately covered in chills. He pulls back slightly and eyes me as he waits for my response. CF, I say. I'm not sure he'll even know what CF means, but if I keep it simple, he might not ask me to elaborate.
How are your O2 levels?
Maybe he does know what it means. So far, so good.
Do you have a doctor's release?
I shake my head. Last-minute decision. I tend to be a little impulsive at times. He grins, then looks back to the form and checks no on medical conditions. He glances at me.
Well, you're lucky because I happen to be a doctor. But if you die today, I'm telling everyone you lied on this questionnaire.
I laugh and nod in agreement, appreciative he's willing to shrug it off. I know what a big deal that is. Thank you. He looks at the questionnaire and says,
Why are you thanking me? I didn't do anything.
His denial makes me smile. He continues to scroll down the list of questions, and I answer them honestly until we finally make it to the last page.
Okay, last question,
he says.
Why do you want to skydive?
I lean over him to glance at the form. Is that really a question? He points to the question.
Yep, right here.
I read the question, then give him a blunt answer. I guess because I'm dying. I have a long bucket list of things I've always wanted to do. His eyes harden a little, almost as if my answer upset him. He returns his attention to the forms, so I tilt my head and lean over his shoulder again, and watch as he writes down an answer that isn't at all the one I gave him. I want to skydive because I want to experience life to the fullest. He hands me the form and a pen.
Sign here,
he says, pointing to the bottom of the page. After I sign the form and give it back to him, he stands up and reaches out for my hand.
Let's go pack our chutes, 500.
Are you really a doctor? I yell over the roar of the engines. We're seated directly across from one another in the small airplane. His smile is huge and full of teeth so straight and white, I would bet money he's actually a dentist.
Cardiologist,
he yells. He waves a hand around the interior of the airplane.
I do this for fun.
A cardiologist who skydives in his spare time? Impressive. Your wife doesn't get upset that you're so busy all the time? I yell. Oh, God, that was such an obvious, cheesy question. I cringe that I even asked that out loud. I've never been good at flirting. He leans forward and yells, What? He's really going to make me repeat myself? I asked if your wife gets upset that you're so busy all the time. He shakes his head and unbuckles his safety harness, then moves to the seat next to me.
It's too loud in here,
he yells, waving his hand around the interior of the airplane.
Say it one more time.
I roll my eyes and begin to ask him again. Does your wife... He laughs and presses a finger to my lips, but only briefly. He pulls his hand away and leans toward me. My heart reacts more to this quick movement of his than it does from the fact that I'm about to jump out of this airplane.
I'm kidding,
he says.
You looked so embarrassed after the first time you said it, I wanted to make you say it again.
I slap him on the arm. Asshole! He laughs and stands up, then reaches for my safety harness and presses the release latch. He pulls me up.
You ready for this?
I nod, but it's a lie. I am absolutely terrified. And if it weren't for the fact that this guy is a doctor and he does things like this for fun, and he's really hot, I'd probably be backing out right about now. He turns me until my back is to his chest and connects our safety harnesses together until I'm securely fastened to him. My eyes are closed when I feel him pull my goggles on. After several minutes of waiting for him to finish prepping us, he walks me forward toward the opening of the airplane and presses his hands against either side of the opening. I am literally staring down at clouds. I squeeze my eyes shut again just as he brings his mouth close to my ear.
I don't have a wife, Maggie. The only thing I'm in love with is my life.
I'm somehow smiling during one of the scariest moments of my life. His comment makes the question worth the 3 times he had me repeat it. I tighten my grip around my safety harness. He reaches around me and takes both of my hands, then lowers them to my side.
60 more seconds,
he says.
Can you do me a favor?
I nod, too scared to disagree with him right now since I've practically placed my fate in his hands.
If we make it to the ground alive, will you let me take you to dinner? To celebrate being my 500th time?
I laugh at the sexual undertone in his question and look over my shoulder. Are tandem instructors allowed to date their students?
I don't know,
he says with a laugh.
Most of my students are men, and I've never had the desire to ask one of them out.
I stare straight ahead. I'll let you know my answer when we land safely.
Fair enough.
He pushes me forward, then intertwines his fingers with mine, spreading our arms out.
This is it, 500. You ready?
I nod as my pulse somehow begins to beat even more rapidly than before, and my chest tightens with the fear consuming me, knowing what I'm about to willingly do. I feel his breath and the wind against my neck as he inches us to the very edge of the plane's opening.
I know you said you want to skydive because you're dying,
he says, squeezing my hands.
But this isn't dying, Maggie. This is living.
With that, He shoves us both forward, and we jump.
Chapter 1. Sydney. As soon as I open my eyes, I immediately roll over to find the other side of my bed empty. I grab the pillow Ridge slept on and pull it to me. It still smells like him. It wasn't a dream, thank God. I still can't wrap my head around last night. The concert he orchestrated with Brennan and Warren, the songs he wrote for me, that we were finally able to tell each other how we really felt without guilt being attached to those feelings. Maybe that's where this new sense of peace comes from, the absence of all the guilt I've always felt in his presence. It was hard falling in love with someone who was committed to someone else. It was even harder trying to prevent it from happening. I roll out of bed and scan the room. Ridge's shirt is next to mine on the floor, so that means he's still here. I'm a little nervous to walk out of my bedroom and see him. I don't know why. Maybe because he's my boyfriend now and I've barely had 12 hours to adjust to it all. It's so official. I have no idea what it will be like, what our lives together will be like, but it's an excited nervous. I reach down and grab his t-shirt, then pull it over my head. I make a detour to the bathroom to brush my teeth and wash my face. I debate fixing my hair before I walk into the living room, but Ridge has seen me in worse conditions than the present one. We used to be roommates. He's seen me in way worse conditions. When I open the door to the living room, he's there, seated at the table with a notebook and my laptop. I lean against the doorframe and watch him for a while. I'm not sure how he feels about it, but I love that I can watch him unabashedly without him hearing me enter the room. He pulls a frustrated hand through his hair at one point, and I can tell by the stiffness of his shoulders that he's stressed. Work stuff, I assume. He eventually catches sight of me, and that seeing me in the doorway seems to ease his stress completely erases all my nervous energy. He stares for a moment, and then drops his pen on the notepad. He smiles and scoots his chair back to stand, then makes his way across the living room. When he reaches me, he grabs me and pulls me against him, pressing his lips against the side of my head. "Good morning," he says, pulling back. I will never grow tired of hearing him speak. I smile at him and sign, "Good morning." He looks at my hands and then back at me. "That is so damn sexy." I grin. You speaking is so damn sexy. He kisses me, then pulls away and heads to the table. He grabs his phone and texts me. "Ridge, I have a ton of work to catch up on today, and I really need my own laptop. I'm gonna head back to my apartment so you can get ready for work. Want me to come over tonight?" "Sydney, I drive by your place on my way home from work. I'll just stop by on my way home." Ridge nods and picks up the notebook he was writing in. He closes my laptop and walks back to me. He wraps his arm around my waist and pulls me against him, pressing his mouth to mine. I kiss him back, and we don't stop, even when I hear him toss the notebook on the bar. He lifts me up with both arms, and a few seconds later we're across the living room and he's lowering me onto the couch, and then he's on top of me, and I'm pretty sure I'm going to get fired this week. There's no way I can tell him I'm already late for work when I'd rather be fired than have to stop kissing him. I'm being dramatic. I don't want to get fired, but I've waited so long for this and don't want him to leave. I start counting to 10, promising myself that I'll stop kissing him and get ready for work when I reach 10. But I make it all the way to 25 before I finally press against his chest. He pulls back, smiling down at me. "I know," he says. "Work." I nod and do my best to sign what I'm saying. I know I'm not getting it all right, but I spell out the words I don't know yet. You should have chosen this coming weekend to sweep me off my feet rather than a work night. Ridge smiles. I couldn't wait that long. He kisses my neck and then starts to roll off me so I can get up. But he pauses and stares at me appreciatively for a moment. "Sid," he says, "do you feel—" He pauses, then pulls out his cell phone. We still have a huge communication barrier, in that he doesn't feel completely comfortable speaking full conversations out loud yet, and I don't know enough sign language to hold a full conversation at a decent pace. I'm sure until we both get better, texting will remain our primary form of communication. I watch him text me for a moment, and then my phone pings. "Ridge, how do you feel now that we're finally together?" "Sydney, incredible. How do you feel?" "Ridge, incredible. And free? Is that the word I'm looking for?" I'm still reading and rereading his text when he immediately begins typing out another one. He's shaking his head like he doesn't want me to take his previous text the wrong way. "Ridge, I don't mean free in the sense that we weren't free before we reunited last night, or that I felt tied down when I was with Maggie. It's just, He pauses for a moment, but I respond to him before he replies because I'm pretty sure I know what he's trying to say. Sydney, you've been living a life for others since you were a kid, and choosing to be with me was kind of a selfish choice. You never do things for yourself. Sometimes putting yourself first can feel freeing. He reads my text, and as soon as his eyes flick to mine, I can see we're on the same page. Ridge. Exactly. Being with you is the first decision I've made simply because I wanted it for myself. I don't know, I guess I feel like I shouldn't feel this good about it. But I do. This feels good. Even though he's saying all of this like he's relieved he finally made a selfish choice, there's still a wrinkle between his furrowed brows like his feelings are also accompanied by guilt. I reach my hand up and smooth it out, then cup his face. Don't feel guilty. Everyone wants you to be happy, Ridge. Especially Maggie. He nods a little, then kisses the inside of my palm. I love you. He said those words numerous times last night, but hearing them again this morning still feels like he's saying them for the first time. I smile and pull my hand from his so I can sign, I love you too. This all feels so surreal. Him actually being here with me after so many months of wishing it could be this way. And he's right, it felt so stifling being apart from him, yet feels liberating now that he's here. And I know he isn't saying all of what he just said because he felt like his life with Maggie was in any way something he didn't want. He loved her, loves her. What he's feeling is the result of spending an entire life making decisions that were in the best interest of others and not himself. And I don't think he regrets any of it, it's just who he is. And even though I was a selfish decision he finally made for himself, I know he's still the same selfless person he's always been, so there's going to be some residual guilt there. But people need to put themselves first sometimes. If you aren't living your best life for yourself, you can't be your best self for those in your life. What are you thinking? He asks, brushing my hair back. I shake my head. Nothing, just, I don't know how to sign what I want to say, so I grab my phone again. Sydney, this all feels surreal. I'm still trying to soak it all in. Last night was completely unexpected. I was starting to convince myself that you were getting to a point where you didn't think we could be together. Ridge's eyes shoot to mine and he laughs a little, like my text was completely absurd. Then he leans forward and gives me the softest, sweetest kiss before replying. Ridge, I haven't been able to sleep for 3 months. Warren forced me to eat because I was anxious all the time. I've thought about you every minute of every day. But I kept my distance because you said we needed time apart, and even though it killed me, I knew you were right. Since I couldn't be with you, I forced myself to write songs about you. Sydney, are there any songs I haven't heard yet? Ridge, I played all my new songs for you last night, but I've been working on one. I've been stuck because the lyrics didn't feel quite right, but last night after you fell asleep, the lyrics started flowing like water. I wrote them down and sent them to Brennan as soon as I got them down on paper. He wrote an entire song after I fell asleep last night. I narrow my eyes at him and then reply, Sydney, have you even slept yet? He shrugs. I'll nap later, he says, brushing his thumb over my bottom lip. Keep an eye on your email today, he says as he leans in for another kiss. I love it when Brennan makes rough cuts of the songs Ridge writes. I don't think I'll ever get tired of dating a musician. Ridge rolls off the couch and then pulls me up with him. I'll leave so you can get ready for work. I nod and kiss him goodbye, but when I try to walk to my bedroom, he doesn't release his grip on my hand. I turn around and he's looking at me expectantly. What? He points to the shirt I have on. His shirt. I need that. I look at his t-shirt and laugh. Then I pull the shirt off slowly and hand it to him. He's eyeing me up and down as he takes his shirt and pulls it over his head. What time did you say you're coming over tonight? He's still staring at my chest when he asks this question, completely unable to look me in the eyes. I laugh and push him toward the door. He opens it and slips out of my apartment, but not before stealing another quick kiss. I close the door behind him and realize for the first time since the day I moved out of my old apartment, I finally feel like I'm no longer resentful for the turmoil Hunter and Tori caused. I am absolutely, without a doubt, so grateful for Hunter and Tori. I would live through the Tori-Hunter heartache 1,000,000 times over if Ridge was always my final result. A few hours later, I get an email from Brennan. I duck into a bathroom stall at work with my headphones and click on the email with the subject line, "Set me free." I lean against the wall, press play on my phone, and close my eyes. Set me free. I've been running round. I've been laying down. I've been underground with the devil. You've been saving me like a ship at sea, saying follow me to the light now. So here we go. A little more. Something I've been waiting for. Here we go. A little more. You set me free. Shook the dust right off me. Locked up tight, you found the key, and now I see ain't no place I'd rather be. I got you and you got me. You set me free. Hard to know the cost of it, but when you've lost something, then you know there's a price tag. Think you might have been born to be my come through when I can't keep it all together. So here we go. A little more. Something I've been waiting for. Here we go. A little more. You set me free. Shook the dust right off me. Locked up tight, you found the key, and now I see ain't no place I'd rather be. I got you, and you got me. You set me free. I was sitting low. I didn't know where I could go. Thought the bottom was the ceiling. No remedy to heal it. A Hail Mary to a sin. A new start to an end. You set me free. Shook the dust right off me. Locked up tight, you found the key, and now I see ain't no place I'd rather be. I got you, and you got me. You set me free. I stand completely silent after the song ends. There are tears running down my cheeks, and it isn't even a sad song. But the meaning behind the lyrics Ridge wrote after falling asleep next to me last night mean more to me than any other lyrics he's ever written. And even though I understood what he was saying this morning when he said he feels free for the first time, I didn't realize just how much I identified with what he was feeling. You set me free too, Ridge. I pull the headphones out of my ears, even though I want to put the song on repeat and listen to it for the rest of the day. On my way out of the bathroom, I catch myself singing the song out loud in the empty hallway, with a ridiculous smile on my face. Ain't no place I'd rather be. I got you, and you got me.
Chapter 2. Maggie. I think about death every minute of every hour of every day of my life. I'm almost positive I think about death more than the average person. It's hard not to when you know you've been given a fraction of the time almost everyone else on Earth has been given. I was 12 when I started to research my diagnosis. No one had ever really sat me down and explained to me that cystic fibrosis came with an expiration date. Not an expiration date on the illness, but an expiration date on my life. Since that day, at only 12 years old, I look at life completely differently than I looked at it before. For example, when I'm in the cosmetics section of a store, I look at the age cream and know that I'll never need it. I'll be lucky if my skin even starts to wrinkle before I die. I can be in the grocery store and I'll look at the expiration dates on food and wonder which one of us will last longer, me or the mustard. Sometimes I receive invitations in the mail for a wedding that's still a year out, and I'll circle the date on the calendar and wonder if my life will last longer than the couple's engagement. I even look at newborn babies and think of death. Knowing that I'll never live to see a child of my own grow into adulthood has erased any desire to ever have a child. I'm not a depressed person. I'm not even sad about my fate. I accepted it a long time ago. Most people live their lives as if they'll live until they're 100 years old. They plan their careers and their families and their vacations and their futures as if they'll be around for all of it. But my thoughts work differently than most people's, knowing that I don't have the option to pretend I'll live until I'm 100 years old, because I won't. Based on the current state of my health, I'll be lucky to live another 10 years, and that's precisely why I think about death every minute of every hour of every day of my life. Until today. Until the moment I jumped out of the plane and I looked down on an Earth that seemed so insignificant that I couldn't help but laugh. And I couldn't stop laughing. The entire time we were falling, I laughed hysterically until I started crying because the experience was beautiful and exhilarating and far exceeded my expectations. The entire time I was plummeting toward the Earth at over 100 miles per hour, I didn't once think about death. I could only think of how lucky I was to be able to feel that alive. Jake's words kept repeating in my head as I was pushing against the wind. This is living. He's right. This is the most I've ever lived, and I want to do it again. We've only been on the ground for all of a minute. Jake's landing was impeccable, but I'm still harnessed to him, and we're sitting on the ground, my feet out in front of me as I try to catch my breath. I appreciate that he's given me a quiet moment to soak it all in. He begins to unlatch us and stands up. I'm still sitting when he walks around in front of me and blocks the sun with his height. I look up at him and am slightly embarrassed that I'm still crying, but not enough to try to hide it.
Well,
He says, holding out his hand.
how was it?
I take his hand and he pulls me up as I use my other hand to wipe the tears away from my cheeks. I sniff and then laugh. I want to do it again. He laughs.
Right now?
I nod vigorously. Yeah, that was incredible. Can we do it again? He shakes his head.
The plane is booked for the rest of the afternoon, but I can put you on the schedule for my next day off.
I smile. I would love that. Jake helps me remove my harness and I hand him my helmet and goggles. We go inside and I change out of my gear. When I make it back to the front counter, Jake has printed out pictures and downloaded a video of the skydive for me.
I sent it to the email address you have on file,
He says, handing me a folder with the pictures inside it.
Is the address on your form your correct home address?
I nod. Yeah. Should I be expecting something in the mail? He glances up from the computer and smiles at me.
No, but you can expect me at your front door tonight at 7.
Oh, he was serious about celebrating tonight. Okay, then. I just got super nervous all of a sudden. I don't react, though. I smile at him and say, will this be a casual or formal celebration? He laughs.
I could make a reservation somewhere, but honestly, I'm more of a pizza and beer kind of guy. Or burgers or tacos or anything that doesn't require me to wear a tie.
I smile, relieved. Perfect, I say, backing away from the counter. See you at 7. Try not to be late. I turn and walk toward the door, but before I exit, he says,
I won't be late. In fact, I want to show up early.
Ridge and I dated for so long that I don't even remember the last time I've stressed over what to wear on a date. Aside from his infatuation with front-clasping bras, I don't even think Ridge paid attention to what underwear I wore. But here I am, digging through my dresser, trying to search for anything that matches or doesn't have holes or isn't tailored to fit a grandmother. I can't believe I don't have any cute panties. I open my bottom drawer full of stuff that, for whatever reason, I'd convinced myself I'd never wear. I sift through unmatched socks and gag gift crotchless panties until I come across something that makes me forget about my search altogether. It's a folded sheet of paper. I don't have to open it to know what it is, but I walk to my bed and open it anyway. I sit and stare at the list I started writing over 10 years ago, back when I was only 14. It's a bucket list of sorts, although back then I didn't know what the term bucket list meant, which is why I titled it, Things I Want to Do Before I Turn 18. The Before I Turn 18 part of the title is marked out because I spent my 18th birthday in the hospital. When I got home, I was bitter at the whole world, and that I hadn't marked anything off my list, so I scribbled out the end of the title and changed it to Things I Want to Do, maybe one of these days. There are only 9 things on the list. Number 1, drive a race car. Number 2, skydive. Number 3, see the northern lights. Number 4, eat spaghetti in Italy. Number 5, lose $5,000 in Vegas. Number 6, visit the caves in Carlsbad Cavern. Number 7, bungee jump. Number 8, have a one-night stand. Number 9, visit the Eiffel Tower in Paris. I look over the list and realize that out of the 9 things I hoped for as a teenager, I have only done 1. I went skydiving. And I didn't even do that until today, yet it ended up being the best moment of my life. I reach to my nightstand and grab a pen. I mark out the second item on my list. 8 more things remain on my bucket list, and honestly, they're all doable. Maybe. If I can somehow prevent myself from catching an illness while I travel, every single thing on this list is doable. Number 8 might even be doable tonight. I don't know how Jake would feel about being checked off as an item on my bucket list, but I don't think he'd complain too much about being the other half of my one-night stand. It's not like I'm going to let anything come out of the steak tonight anyway. The last thing I want is another situation where I'll feel like I'm a burden to someone. the thought of being someone's irresistible one-night stand has me way more excited than the prospect of being someone's terminally ill girlfriend. I fold the list and put it in the drawer of my nightstand. I walk over to my dresser and grab a random pair of panties. I don't even care what they look like. If all goes as planned, I won't even be wearing them long enough for Jake to care what they look like. I'm pulling on my jeans when I receive a text. Ridge, mission successful. I smile when I read the text. It's been several months since we ended things, but Ridge and I still text occasionally. As hard as it was to see our relationship come to such an unexpected end, it would be even harder to lose his friendship. He and Warren are the only two friends I've had for the past 6 years of my life. I'm grateful that even though our relationship didn't work out, that it doesn't mean our friendship can't. And yes, it's weird discussing Sydney with him, but Warren has been keeping me up to date on all things Ridge, even in the areas I don't care to be up to date on. In all honesty, I want Ridge to be happy. And as angry as I was when I found out he kissed Sydney, I still like the girl. It's not like she showed up with evil intentions and tried to steal him from me. She and I actually got along, and I know they both tried to do the right thing. I'm not sure we'll ever get to a point where we'll all hang out as friends. That would be too weird. But I can be happy that Ridge is happy, and since Warren filled me in on their plan to trick Sydney into going to a bar last night so Ridge could convince her to be with him, I've been curious how it would all turn out. I told Ridge to text me if their plan was successful last night, but I don't think I want the details. I can accept that she's a part of his life now, and I really am happy for him. I just don't think I'll ever be in the position to want the details. Me. That's great, Ridge. Ridge. Yeah, that's all we'll say about that because it's still too weird discussing it with you. Any word on the thesis yet? I'm glad we're on the same page, and I can't believe I forgot to tell him the good news. Me. Yes. Found out yesterday. Got a 5. Before he responds, there's a knock at my front door. I look at the time on my phone, and it's only 6:30. I toss the phone on my bed, walk to the living room, and look through the peephole. Jake wasn't kidding when he said he might show up early. I haven't even finished getting ready. I back up to the mirror in my hallway and yell, "Just a sec," while I check my reflection. Then I rush back and look through the peephole again. Jake is standing with his hands in the pockets of his jeans, looking out over my front yard as he waits for me to open the door. It's honestly a bit surreal knowing I'm about to go on a date with this guy. He's a freaking heart surgeon. Why is he even single? He's really cute and so tall and successful and... Is that a... I swing open the door and step outside. Holy shit, Jake. Is that a Tesla? I don't mean to be rude, but I brush right past him and walk straight to his car. I can hear him laugh behind me as he follows me to the driveway. I'm not a car fanatic by any means, but one of my neighbors dates a guy who drives a Tesla, and I'd be lying if I said I wasn't a tad bit obsessed with these cars. But I don't know my neighbor well enough to go ask her if I can go for a ride in her boyfriend's car. I run my hand over the sleek black hood. Is it true they don't have engines? I spin around, and Jake is watching me with amusement as I ogle his car instead of him. He nods.
Want to see under the hood?
Yes. He pops the hood with his key fob and then steps next to me to open it. There's nothing but an empty trunk inside, lined with carpet. No engine, no transmission. There's just nothing. So there's no engine at all in these cars? You never have to fill up with gas? He shakes his head.
Nope. There's not even oil that needs changing. Only upkeep is the brakes and tires, really.
How do you keep it charged?
I have a charger in my garage.
You just plug it up at night like you're charging a phone?
Basically.
I turn back toward the car, admiring it. I can't believe I get to ride in a Tesla tonight. I've been wanting to ride in one for 2 years. If I had updated my bucket list at all in the past few years, this would definitely be something I'd be crossing off at tonight.
They're really good for the environment,
he says, leaning against the hood.
No emissions.
I roll my eyes. Yeah, that's nice. But how fast does it go? He laughs and crosses his feet at the ankles. His voice is intentionally low and sexy when he raises a brow and says,
0 to 60 in 2.5 seconds.
Oh my God. He nods at the car.
You want to drive it?
I glance at the car and then back at him. Really? His smile is sweet.
Actually, let me make a phone call,
He says, pulling out his phone.
I might can get us in over at Harris Hill.
What's Harris Hill? He raises the phone to his ear.
A public racetrack in San Marcos.
I cover my mouth with my hand, trying to hide my excitement. What are the chances that I'll mark a third of my bucket list off in one day? Skydiving, race car driving, and a possible one-night stand?
Chapter 3. Ridge. I open my eyes and stare at the ceiling. My first thought is of Sydney. My second thought is that I can't believe I fell asleep on the couch in the middle of the afternoon. I barely slept last night, though. Actually, I've barely slept for the entire past week. I was so anxious leading up to the show I had planned for Sydney last night, not knowing how she would react to it. And then, after she reacted better than I ever imagined, and we ended up at her place, I still couldn't sleep because I couldn't stop texting Brennan lyrics. He's probably got enough material from last night alone to make 3 songs out of. When I left Sydney's apartment this morning, my plan was to come home and catch up on work, but I couldn't concentrate on anything because I was so exhausted. I finally lay down on the couch and turned on Game of Thrones. I'm probably the last person to start the series, but Warren has been trying to get me to catch up to him for months. He's on Season 3, and I made it through the first 3 episodes of Season 1 today before I passed out. I wonder if Sydney has watched it. If not, I'd much rather start it over and watch it with her. I pick up my phone and have 2 unread texts from Warren, 1 from Maggie, 1 from Brennan, and 1 from Sydney. I go straight to Sydney's text first. Sydney. I listened to the song. It made me cry. It's really good, Ridge. Ridge. I think you're just partial because you're in love with me. She texts back immediately. Sydney. Nope, I'd love the song even if I didn't know you. Ridge. You're not good for my ego. What time will you be here? Sydney. On my way now. Will Warren and Bridgette be there? Ridge. Pretty sure they both work tonight. Sydney. Perfect. See you soon. I close out my text to Sydney and open Warren's text. Warren. Brennan sent me the new song. I like it. Ridge. Thanks. Started Game of Thrones today. I like it. Warren. It's about damn time. Have you made it to the episode where they decapitate Stark in front of his daughters yet? I press my phone to my chest and close my eyes. I hate him sometimes, like really hate him. Ridge. You are a fucking asshole. Warren. Dude, it's the best episode. I toss my phone on the coffee table and stand up. I walk to the kitchen and open the refrigerator to search for a way to get revenge on him. I hope Warren is kidding. Ned Stark? Really, George? There's a block of one of Bridgette's fancy cheeses in the drawer. I pull it out and open the packaging. It's some sort of white cheese with fancy pieces of spinach or something in it. Smells like shit, but it looks just like a bar of soap once the wrapping is removed. I take it to Warren's bathroom, remove his bar of soap from the shower, and replace it with the cheese. Ned gets decapitated? I swear to God, if that actually happens, I'm throwing away my television. When I walk back to the living room, my phone is lighting up on the coffee table. It's a text from Sydney telling me she just parked. I walk to the door and open it, then make my way down the stairs. She's making her way up, and as soon as I see the smile on her face, it makes me forget all about the decapitation I'm praying is just a terrible prank Warren is pulling on me. We meet in the middle of the staircase. She laughs at my eagerness when I push her against the railing and kiss her. God, I love her. I swear I don't know what I'd have done if she hadn't signed When last night. I'm sure I'd still be sitting on that stage playing every sad song I could think of while I drank every last drop of alcohol in the bar. But not only did the worst-case scenario not happen, the best-case scenario happened. She loved it, and she loves me, and here we are, together, about to spend a perfect, boring night at my apartment doing nothing but eating takeout and watching television. I pull away from her, and she reaches up to wipe lip gloss off my mouth. Have you ever watched Game of Thrones? I ask her. She shakes her head. Do you want to? She nods. I grab her hand and walk up the stairs with her. When we get inside, she goes to use the bathroom and I pick up my phone. I open the unread text from Maggie. Maggie. Yes, found out yesterday. Got a 5. Ridge. Why am I not surprised? Congratulations. Hope you're doing something to celebrate. Maggie. I did. Went skydiving today. Skydiving? I hope she's kidding. Skydiving is the last thing she should be doing. That can't be good for her lungs. I start to respond to her, but I pause in the middle of my text. This is the one thing she disliked the most about me, my constant worrying. I have to stop stressing about her doing things that might make her situation worse. It's her life, and she deserves to live it however she wants. I delete my response to her. When I look up from my phone, Sydney is standing at the refrigerator watching me. You okay? She asks. I stand up straight and slide my phone into my pocket. I don't want to talk about Maggie right now, so I smile and save it for another day. Come here, I say to her. She smiles and walks over to me, sliding her arms around my waist. I pull her to me. How was your day? She grins. Excellent. My boyfriend wrote me a song. I press my lips to her forehead, then hook my thumb beneath her chin, tilting her face up to mine. As soon as I start to kiss her, she grabs my shirt and starts walking backward toward my bedroom. We don't break the kiss until she's falling onto my bed and I'm climbing on top of her. We kiss for several minutes with our clothes on, which I would rectify, but it's nice. We didn't really fall in love in a typical way, so we went from a kiss that filled us with weeks of guilt to a 3-month stretch of not communicating at all to a night of making up and making love. We were nothing at all and then suddenly all in. It's nice taking it slow right now. I want to spend the rest of the night kissing her because I've thought about kissing her like this for 3 months straight. She rolls me onto my back and then slides on top of me, breaking our kiss. Her hair is falling around her face, so she moves it out of the way by sliding it over her shoulder. She kisses me softly on the mouth and then sits up, straddling me so she can sign. Last night feels like... She pauses, struggling to sign the rest, so she speaks it. It feels like forever ago. I nod in agreement and then lift my hands to teach her how to sign the word forever. I say it out loud as she signs it. When she gets it right, I nod and sign, Good job. She falls to my side and lifts up onto her elbow. What's the sign for the word deaf? I make the motion for the word, sliding my hand across my jaw and toward my mouth. She drags her thumb from her ear to her chin. Like that? I shake my head to let her know she got it wrong. I lift up onto my elbow, then take her hand to tuck in her thumb and straighten out her index finger. I press it to her ear and slide it over her jaw toward her mouth. Like that, I tell her. She repeats the sign for deaf with perfection. It makes me smile. Perfect. She falls back onto her pillow and smiles up at me. I love that she studied sign language for the 3 months we were apart. As mad as I am at Warren for ruining Game of Thrones for me, I'll never be able to repay him for everything he's done to help Sydney and me learn to communicate without so many barriers. He really is a good friend, when he isn't being a complete asshole. She's picked up ASL so fast. Every time she signs something, I'm impressed all over again. It makes me want her to sign everything from now on, and it makes me want to voice all the words I ever say to her. My turn, I say. How do you make the sound a cat makes? There are so many words I still don't understand, and animal sounds are a huge portion of that. Maybe I struggle with knowing how they should sound because it's impossible to read lips when the sound is coming from a cat or a dog. You mean meow? She asks. I nod and press my fingers against her throat so I can feel her voice when she says it. She repeats the word, and then I give it my best attempt. Me-oh? She shakes her head. First part sounds like... She signs the word me. Me? She nods. Second part... She lifts her hand to sign the letters Y, O, and W while saying them out loud again. I keep my palm pressed against her throat. Again, I say. She enunciates slowly. Me-yow. I love the way her lips form a circle at the end of the sound. I bend down and kiss her before trying to speak the sound again. Me-yow. She grins. Better. I say it faster. Meow. Perfect. I start to ask her why meow is used in certain instances, but I forget how new she is at signing, and her eyes grow big with her confusion as she tries to follow along with my hands. I lean over her and grab my phone and type out my question. Ridge, why is the word meow sometimes used to depict when something is sexy? Does the word make a sexy sound when it's spoken? She laughs and her cheeks blush a little when she says, "Very." I find that interesting. "Ridge, is it also sexy when a person barks like a dog?" She shakes her head. "No, not at all. The verbal form of the English language is so confusing, but I love learning more about it from her. It's the first thing that drew me to her beyond the physical attraction. Her patience with my inability to hear and her eagerness in wanting to know all about it. There aren't a lot of people like her in this world, and every single time she signs for me, it reminds me how lucky I am." I pull her closer and lean toward her ear. Meow. When I pull back, she's no longer smiling. She's looking at me like that was the sexiest thing she's ever heard. She confirms my thoughts by sliding her fingers through my hair and pulling my mouth to hers. I roll on top of her and part her lips with my tongue. Just as I start to give her a deeper kiss, I feel the vibration of her moan, and then I'm a goner. And so are our clothes. So much for taking it slow tonight.
Chapter 4. Sydney. I follow the path of Ridge's finger with my eyes as he runs it back and forth over my stomach. We've been lying like this for 5 minutes now, him running his fingers in soft circles over my skin while he watches me. Every now and then he kisses me, but we're both too exhausted for round 2. I don't even know how he's still awake. He barely slept last night at my house because he stayed up writing that song for me. And then as soon as I got here an hour and a half ago, we came straight to the bedroom and have stayed fairly busy. It's almost 8, and if I don't eat dinner soon, I'm going to fall asleep right here in his bed. My stomach growls and Ridge laughs, pressing his palm flat against my stomach. "You hungry?" "You felt that?" He nods. "Let me shower, and then I'll figure out dinner." He kisses me and rolls off the bed, heading for his bathroom. I find his t-shirt and pull it on before heading to the kitchen for something to drink. When I open the refrigerator, someone behind me says, "Hi." I yelp, and then I swing the refrigerator door wide open and try to hide my undressed bottom half behind it. Brennan is sitting on the couch grinning. So are the 2 guys from his band, whom I've still yet to be formally introduced to. Brennan tilts his head. "The first night I met you, you weren't wearing a shirt, and now a shirt is all you're wearing." I can't recall ever being this mortified in my life. I didn't even put my panties on, and even though Ridge's shirt covers my ass, I don't know how to make it from here all the way back to his bedroom without losing my last shred of dignity. "Hi," I say, sticking my arm up over the door with a pathetic wave. "Do you guys mind looking away so I can find some jeans?" All 3 of them laugh, but they look at the wall to spare me a few seconds to run back to Ridge's room. As soon as I start to swing the refrigerator door shut, the front door flies open and Warren stomps into the apartment. I pull the refrigerator door open again to continue shielding myself. Bridgette storms into the apartment behind Warren, and then Warren slams the door. "Go," he says, waving her away as she storms across the living room toward their bedroom. "Go hide in your room and give me the silent treatment like you always do." Bridgette slams their bedroom door. I look back at Warren, who is staring at Brennan and the other 2 guys on the couch. "Hey," he says, still not noticing me. "What's up?" None of them are looking at Warren because I asked them to turn toward the wall, so Brennan is still staring at the wall when he says, "Hey, Warren, why are you staring at the wall?" Brennan points toward the refrigerator but continues to stare at the wall. "Waiting for her to run back to her room so she can put some clothes on?" Warren swings his attention to me and his eyes immediately light up. "Well, what a sight for sore eyes," he says, tossing his keys on the bar. "I know I see you all the time, but it's good to finally see you back in this apartment." I swallow, doing my best to remain stoic. "It's good to be back, Warren." He points at the refrigerator door. "You really shouldn't stand there with the door open like that. Ridge makes me split the bills with him now, and you're wasting a lot of electricity." I nod. "Yeah, sorry, but I sort of don't have any pants on, and if you'd walk over there and stare at the wall with those guys, I'll shut the door and go back to Ridge's room." Warren tilts his head and then takes 2 steps toward me and leans to the right like he's trying to look around the refrigerator door. "See?" Bridgette yells from across the room, standing in Warren's now open doorway. "This is exactly what I'm talking about, Warren. You flirt with everyone." Their door slams again. Warren rolls his head and sighs, then walks toward their bedroom. I use the opportunity to make a mad dash back to Ridge's bedroom. I shut the door and lean against it, covering my face with my hands. I'm never going back out there. I make my way toward Ridge's bathroom just as he opens the door. There's a towel wrapped around his waist, and he's drying his hair with another towel. I rush toward him and wrap my arms around him, burying my face against his chest as I squeeze my eyes shut. I just start shaking my head until he pulls me away from his chest so he can look at me. I can't even imagine what he's seeing because I'm groaning and frowning and laughing at my embarrassment. What happened? I point to the living room and then sign, "Your brother, Warren, the band. Here." Then I motion toward my half-naked body and the fact that my butt cheeks are practically hanging out of his t-shirt. He eyes me up and down and then glances toward the living room, then looks at me again, squinting like he's remembering something. "The first time you met Brennan, you were wearing a bra. Now you're wearing—" "I know." I groan, falling onto his bed. Ridge starts laughing while he pulls on his jeans. Then he leans forward and I think he's going to kiss me, but instead he just slips his shirt over my head and pulls it off me. He's fully dressed and I'm even more naked than I was when I walked into the room. He hands me my clothes and I know he wants to officially introduce me to the band, but I want to curl up into a ball and hide until everyone leaves. I force myself to suck it up and get dressed because Ridge is smiling at me like this entire thing amuses him, and his smile makes me forget how embarrassed I am. The kiss he gives me when he pulls me toward the door makes me forget it even more. When we walk back into the living room, Brennan is now sitting on the bar with his legs dangling, swinging back and forth. He grins at me, and it's unnerving how much he and Ridge look alike, carry themselves so differently. Ridge walks me to the couch where the other two members of Sounds of Cedar are standing up to shake my hand. "Spencer," the tall brunette one says. He's the drummer. I know this because I've seen them play. I've just never actually been introduced to them. "Price," the other one says, shaking my hand. He plays lead guitar and sings backup vocals, and while the star of the band is definitely Brennan, I think Price gives him a run for his money. He's got the rock star swagger down, even though their music isn't typically rock. It's got a more pop/alternative vibe, but he could probably pull off any sound because he's so charismatic on stage. Brennan sometimes takes a step back and lets him shine. "I'm Sydney," I say with a lot of forced confidence. "It's so good to finally meet you guys. I'm a huge fan of the band." I wave my arm across them and over to Brennan. "It's so impressive how fast you guys get stuff recorded." Price laughs and says, "Sydney, we're all huge fans of yours. Ridge went through a pretty long dry spell until you came along." My eyes widen and I look over at Ridge, who is looking at Brennan, who is signing everything everyone is saying. Ridge immediately looks back at me and then at Price. "Dry spell," Ridge says out loud. "Lyrical dry spell," Price says, clarifying what he meant. "I meant lyrical." Now Price looks embarrassed. God, this is so awkward. "I'm hungry," Brennan says, slapping his hands on the bar on either side of him. "Has anyone eaten?" "Chinese sounds good," I suggest. Brennan picks up his phone and looks at it. "A girl who knows what she wants. I like it." He pulls the phone to his ear. "Chinese it is. I'll just order a shit ton of everything." I try not to stare at him too hard. I just can't get over how much he looks like Ridge physically, but with a completely different personality. Ridge is responsible and mature, and Brennan seems like he doesn't give a shit about anything. It's like he doesn't have a single care, yet his older brother takes on the burden of caring about every single thing. "So, Bridgette and I are fighting, if you didn't notice," Warren says, taking a seat on the couch and scrolling through his texts. He looks up at me. "She says I flirt with other people too much." I laugh. "You do." Warren rolls his eyes and mutters, "Traitor, you're supposed to be on my side." "There are no sides when it's a discussion of facts," I say. "You flirt with me, you flirt with Bridgette, you flirt with the old lady who lives in my apartment building. Hell, you even flirt with her dog. You're a flirt, Warren." "He flirts with me," Spencer says. Warren is still scrolling through his texts when he reads something that makes him pause. He laughs a little and then looks over at Ridge and Brennan. "Maggie went skydiving today." My breath catches at the mention of her name. Naturally, I look over at Ridge, who is leaning against the bar next to Brennan. Brennan covers his phone with his hand and says, "Good for her." Ridge just nods, expressionless, and says, "I know. She told me earlier." He glances at me for a brief second and then looks down at his phone. My mouth feels dry. I press my lips together. There was a moment earlier when I came out of the bathroom and saw Ridge holding his phone with a torn expression. I had no idea what had caused him to react like he was. I assumed it was work. But it wasn't work. It was Maggie. He was worried about Maggie. I don't like how I'm feeling right now. I pull my phone out of my pocket and try to busy myself, but I'm standing awkwardly in the middle of the living room. Brennan ends his call to the Chinese place, and Warren and Ridge are both looking at their phones. I suddenly feel out of place, like I don't belong in this living room with these people in this apartment. Brennan signs something to Ridge without speaking, and then they start a silent conversation with Warren that's too fast for me to keep up with, which makes me think they don't want me to know what they're saying. I try to ignore them, but I can't help but look when Warren says, "You worry too much, man." "Typical Ridge," Brennan says. As soon as he says that, Brennan looks at me and then at Ridge and then stiffens a little. "Sorry, is that weird? We shouldn't talk about Maggie, that's weird." He looks over at Warren, who brought up the entire conversation. "Shut the fuck up, Warren." Warren brushes off Brennan's comment with a flippant wave in my direction. "Sydney's cool. She's not a psychotic, jealous girlfriend like some people," he yells toward his bedroom. 2 seconds later, Bridgette swings open the door and says, "I'm not your girlfriend, I broke up with you." Warren looks offended and confused. He holds up his hands. "When?" "Right now," Bridgette says. "I'm breaking up with you right now, asshole." She slams the door, and sadly no one really pays it much attention. Some things haven't changed a bit around here. Warren doesn't even get up from the couch to chase after her. I feel my phone vibrate, so I look at the text. "Ridge. Hi." I glance over at him, and he's sitting on the bar now next to Brennan. They're both swinging their legs, seated the same way, and Ridge looks completely adorable as he smiles at me. The looks he gives me are intoxicating. He motions for me to come stand with him, so I walk over to him. He spreads his legs wider, turning me until my back is against his chest. He kisses me on the side of my head and wraps his arms around my shoulders. "Hey, Sydney," Brennan says. "Did Ridge play you the song Price wrote?" I glance at Price and then back at Brennan. "No, which one is it?" Brennan signs for Ridge to play me the song, so Ridge holds his phone in front of me and searches his files. "Even if your back was turned," Price says from the couch. "We just recorded it last week," Brennan says. "I like it. I think it'll do well. Price wrote it for his mommy." Price throws a pillow in Brennan's direction. "Fuck you," he says. He looks at me and shrugs. "I am a mama's boy." I laugh because he doesn't look like your typical mama's boy. Ridge finds the song and presses play. He sets the phone on his thigh and then wraps his arms around me again as I listen. Almost as soon as it starts to play, the text notification goes off on Ridge's phone. I look down at it. "Maggie, guess what? I'm finally riding in a Tesla." Ridge must see the text as soon as I hear it and read it, because his legs stop swinging and he stiffens. We're both looking at the phone, and I know he's waiting on my reaction, but I don't know how I should react. I don't even know what I'm supposed to be feeling right now. It's just all too weird. I reach over and swipe up on her text so it'll disappear. Then I pause the song and say to Price, "I'll listen to it later, it's too loud in here." Ridge wraps his arm tighter around my waist as he picks up his phone and begins texting with one hand. I don't know if he's responding to her or not, but I guess it's not my business. Is it? I don't even know if I should be mad. I don't think I'm mad. Confused is a better word for it, or maybe uncomfortable is the best way to describe what I'm feeling. Ridge pulls on my hand, so I'll turn and look at him. I'm still standing between his legs, but this time I'm facing him, looking at him, trying not to let him read my thoughts. He puts his phone in my hand, and when I look at it to read whatever he's written in his note app, he lowers his forehead to mine. "She's my friend, Sydney. We text sometimes." As I'm reading the note on his phone, his hands are sliding softly down my arms in a comforting gesture. It's amazing how much more he can communicate non-verbally as a result of being so stifled by his verbal communication. By pressing his forehead to mine as I read what he's typed, it's as if he's silently saying, "We're a team, Sydney, you and me." And the way he's sliding his hands down my arms is equivalent to 1,000 verbal reassurances. I expected that he still talks to Maggie. What I didn't expect was for it to bother me like it is. But it's not because I think Ridge and Maggie are in the wrong. It's because I feel like I'll always be the girl who came between them, no matter how friendly they remain. I can be friendly with every single friend Ridge ever has, but I'm not sure I could ever be friends with Maggie. So the fact that he is friends with her makes me feel like a third wheel to that friendship. It's a strange feeling, and one I don't like, so I can't help but have a noticeable reaction. Especially to Ridge, he notices every nonverbal reaction I have, because that's the focus of his communication. I hand Ridge's phone back to him and force a smile, but I know my feelings are probably written all over my face. He pulls me in for a reassuring hug, and then kisses the side of my head. I press my face against his neck and sigh. "God, you two are so cute together," Brennan says.
It makes me want a girlfriend. For like a whole week, maybe. His comment makes me laugh. I pull away from Ridge and turn around, leaning my back into him again. You're about to have one for more than a week, Spencer says. Sadie's opening for us for the next 2 months. Brennan groans. Don't remind me. I welcome the distraction. Who is Sadie? Brennan looks at me pointedly and says, Sadie is Satan. Her name is Sadie Brennan, Warren says, standing up, not to be confused with Brennan Lawson. Coincidence that they share part of a name, and also a coincidence that Brennan thought she was a groupie the first time he met her. Brennan grabs a roll of paper towels off the bar and throws them at Warren. It was an honest mistake. I think this is a story I need to hear, I say. No, Brennan says firmly. At the same time Brennan says no, Warren pipes up and says, I'll tell it. He flips one of the table chairs around backward and sits down facing us. Brennan has a routine, Warren says, and signs. Sounds of Cedar isn't a widely known band, but locally, they have a decent following. Quite a few fangirls who come to the meet and greets after the shows. Warren is signing everything for Ridge, so it makes me laugh when Brennan's head falls back and he groans, then signs, Shut up, at the same time he says it. It'll never get old that they sign everything for Ridge. It's like it's second nature and they don't even realize they're doing it. That's my goal. I want to learn to communicate that way. To the point where Ridge and I have absolutely no barriers. Sometimes, after the shows, if Brennan thinks a girl is cute, he'll slip her a note with his hotel information, asking if she wants to chat in private. 5 times out of 10, they show up an hour later at his hotel room door. 10 times out of 10, Brennan corrects. God, he and Ridge are so different. Warren rolls his eyes and continues. Sadie happened to be one of the girls he slipped a note to, but what he didn't know was that she wasn't at his meet and greet as a fan. She was there looking to talk with him about a gig, and what she didn't know is that Brennan slips someone his number after every show with the intention of hooking up. She thought he slipped her a note because he wanted to chat with her about opening for the band on our upcoming tour. So, when she showed up at his hotel room that night, let's just say there was a lot of confusion. I look at Brennan, and he's running his hand down his face like he's embarrassed. Dude, I hate this story. He might hate it, but I'm enjoying the hell out of it. What happened? Brennan groans. Can't we just end the story here? No, Warren says. This is where it gets good. Brennan looks so embarrassed, but he continues the story himself. Let's just say it took her a few seconds to realize what I assumed she was there for, and it took me more than a few seconds to realize she wasn't there because she wanted me to take off her shirt. Oh no, that poor girl! Brennan makes a face. Poor girl my ass. I told you she's Satan. She makes Bridgette look like an angel. I heard that, Bridgette yells from her room. Brennan shrugs. It's true. She's not that bad, Price says to Brennan. She just hates you. But she's opening for you guys on the next tour. She must not hate you too much, I say. Brennan shakes his head. No, she definitely hates me. But she also has mad talent. That's the only reason why she got the gig. Do you have any of her songs? I ask. I want to hear one. Brennan scoots closer to us and hands me his phone after pulling up a YouTube video. Ridge scoots me over and hops off the bar to set out plates for the Chinese food. I can't help but stare at the video on Brennan's phone in complete awe. The girl is really pretty. And she's super talented. I watched the first video and then another and then a third before I realize Brennan hasn't moved a muscle. He can pretend he isn't into her all he wants, but he holds his breath through every video, never taking his eyes off the screen. We're watching the 4th video when the food arrives. We all make our plates and sit around the table. It's the first meal Ridge and I have eaten together as a couple. He's sitting right next to me with his hand on my thigh. We've eaten a lot of meals at this table together while forcing ourselves to sit as far apart from each other as we possibly could. It feels good to finally be able to touch him, sit close to him, and not fight everything inside me that was growing. I like this. The door to the bathroom between Warren and Bridgette's old bedroom swings open. Bridgette is standing in a towel, sopping wet from the shower. Her eyes scan the table until she finds Warren, and then she tosses something at him, hitting him in the chest. Whatever it is falls onto his plate. Then the door slams. Everyone looks at Warren. He picks up the block of whatever she just threw at him and stares at it for a second. Then he sniffs it. His head slowly turns toward Ridge. Cheese? You put cheese in my shower? I look at Ridge and he's attempting to force back a smile. Warren sniffs the cheese again and then takes a small bite of it. I cover my mouth with my hand, trying not to gag. Does he not realize that Bridgette had to rub that block of cheese on some part of her body before realizing it wasn't soap? Warren sets the cheese on his plate like he just received a free course with his meal. As disgusting as some of them are, I've missed their pranks so much. I squeeze Ridge's leg to let him know that was a clever one. When we finish eating, I text Ridge and tell him I should go. I have an early day tomorrow and it'll be after 10 by the time I get home. I tell all the guys goodbye and Ridge walks me down. When we reach my car, he opens my door but doesn't kiss me goodbye. He waits for me to sit, and then he walks around to the passenger side and takes a seat. He grabs my phone that I just placed in the console and hands it to me. Ridge, you okay? I nod, but he doesn't look convinced. I don't know how to say stop having friends without feeling a little like Bridgette. Ridge, does it bother you? He doesn't even have to specify what he's talking about. We both know, and I don't know how to answer him. I don't want to be that jealous girlfriend who takes issue with every single thing. But how can I not be jealous when there's still a part of me that's envious of Maggie? Ridge, please be honest, Sid. I want to know what you're thinking. I sigh, thankful he cares enough to talk about it, but also wishing we could brush it under the rug at the same time. Sydney, it's uncomfortable. It bothered me that you seemed so worried about her, but it would also bother me if you didn't care, so it's just weird. It's gonna take time to get used to, I guess. Ridge, I do worry about her, and I care about her, but I am not in love with her, Sydney. I'm in love with you. When I finish reading his text, he leans across the seat and takes my face in his hands. I love you. The sincerity in his expression makes me smile. I know you do. I love you too. He stares at me for a moment, searching for any remaining doubt in my expression. Then he kisses me goodnight. When he gets out of the car, he takes the stairs 2 at a time. He reaches the top and texts me again. Ridge, let me know when you make it home safe. And thank you, Ridge, for being you. When I look up, he smiles and then disappears inside his apartment. I watch his door for a moment and then drop my phone in my purse, just as someone knocks on my window. I jump and press my hand to my chest. When I look out my window, I roll my eyes. You've got to be kidding me. Hunter is standing at my driver's side window looking at me expectantly. I forgot he even frequented this apartment complex. I guess that means he's still with Tori. I stare at him for a moment and feel absolutely nothing, not even anger. I put my car in reverse and back up, pulling away from the complex without looking back. The only way to look now is forward. Ridge, you asleep? I look at the timestamp on his text. He just sent the message 2 minutes ago. I pull the towel off my head and run my fingers through my hair before I text him back. Sydney. Nope. Just got out of the shower. Ridge. Oh yeah? So you're naked? Sydney. I have a towel on and no, you aren't getting a pic. Ridge. I don't want a pic. I want you to open your front door and let me in. I glance toward the living room, then look back down at my phone. He's here? I only left his apartment an hour ago. I rush to the living room with worry in the pit of my stomach. I hope nothing is wrong. Surely Hunter didn't do anything stupid after I pulled away. I look through the peephole and there he is, staring at the door. I leave the living room light off since I'm opening the door with only a towel on. Ridge slips inside my apartment. I close the door. It's dark. I'm suddenly no longer wearing a towel. Ridge's mouth is on mine and my back is against the living room wall. Ridge isn't really the type to just show up without telling me first, but I don't mind it. I don't mind it at all. What I do mind is that he's dressed and I'm not. I pull off his shirt and unbutton his jeans. His mouth is everywhere, but his hands have me caged against the living room wall. He kicks off his pants and then picks me up, wrapping my legs around his waist. He starts toward the bedroom but realizes we're way closer to the couch, so he turns and lowers me to the sofa. We're still kissing when he lowers himself on top of me, and then he's inside me, and it's incredible. I am so in love with this man. He stops kissing me for a moment, so I let my head fall back onto the cushion and I relax as he kisses my neck. When he reaches my mouth again, he pulls back and stares down at me. He brushes my hair back, and there's just enough light from the window shining down on us so that I can see every emotion in his eyes. He's looking at me with so much feeling when he says, I love you, Sydney.
He pauses above me so that I'm focused on his words and nothing else. I love you more than I have ever loved anyone. I close my eyes because the impact of his words hits me everywhere. I had no idea how much I wanted those words, needed those words. And he knows I would never ask him to admit that or compare us to his last relationship. But here he is, wanting to diminish any shred of doubt I might have had while at his apartment tonight. I repeat his words silently, never wanting to forget this moment, this feeling. I love you more than I have ever loved anyone. His warm mouth presses gently against mine, and his tongue slides past my lips, delicately searching for mine. When I kiss him back, I wrap my hand in his hair and pull him as close as I can. For the next several minutes, Ridge proves to me just how much I mean to him, without speaking or signing another word. Even when it's over, several minutes go by with our lips still connected. Every time he tries to stop kissing me, he can't. It's just one kiss after another, after another. He eventually buries his face against my neck and sighs against my skin. Can I spend the night with you? His question makes me laugh. I don't know why. It just feels like it's a given at this point. As soon as I nod, he grabs my arms and pulls me up with him, then lifts me and carries me to the bedroom. He lays me on the bed and then crawls under the covers with me, wrapping his bare legs around me. I love that neither of us are dressed. This is a first. I kiss him on the nose and want to sign to him, but it's dark. He also can't read lips in the dark, so I grab my phone. Sydney. That was completely unexpected. Ridge. Do you prefer your boyfriend to be more predictable? Sydney. I prefer my boyfriend to be you. That's really my only requirement. Just be Ridge Lawson and you can date me. Ridge. I'm pretty good at being Ridge Lawson. You're in luck. We are so cheesy. I hate us and love us. Sydney. Unexpected or predictable, I like all the versions of you. Ridge. I like all the versions of you too. Even if the rest of our lives were predictable, I'd never get tired of you. We could live the same day over and over and I'd just ask for more. Sydney. Like Groundhog Day. I feel the same way. Ridge. You make routine something I actually look forward to. If you told me you wanted us to go wash dishes together right now, I'd get excited. Sydney. What if I asked you to do laundry with me? Would that excite you? The light from our phones makes it possible for me to see him when he looks at me. He nods slowly like the thought of doing laundry with me turns him on. I grin and look back at my phone. Sydney. Would you look forward to eating the same meal every single day? Ridge. I would if I were eating it with you. Sydney. Would you be able to drink the same drink every single day? Ridge. If I were drinking it with you, I would still be thirsty for it on my deathbed. Sydney. Oh, that's a good line. Keep going. Ridge. If I could hear music, I would listen to the same song over and over and never tire of it as long as I was listening to it with you. I laugh. Sydney. I see you still have the same self-deprecating deaf jokes you've always had. Ridge reaches out and touches my mouth. And you have the same beautiful smile you've always had. His thumb runs over my bottom lip, but his eyes grow intense as he stares at my mouth. Same smile. Same laugh. He pulls his hand from my mouth and lifts up. This feels like a song, he says. As soon as he says it, he rolls over and turns on the lamp. Paper. He opens my top drawer. He doesn't find paper, but he finds a pen. He faces me with a look of urgency. I need paper. I roll off the bed and walk to my desk. I grab a legal pad and a book for him to place it on. He grabs them out of my hands before I'm even seated back on the bed. Then he starts writing lyrics. I've missed watching this so much. He writes a few sentences, and I lean over his shoulder and watch him. Same seats on the couch. Same drinks when we go out. Same smile, same laugh. You know I'll never get enough of that. He pauses for a moment, then he looks at me. He smiles and hands me the pen. Your turn. It feels like old times. I take the pen and a legal pad and think for a moment before adding my own lines. Same clothes on the floor, same dog at our door, same room, same bed. I wouldn't wish for anything instead. He's staring at the lyrics when he hops off the bed and starts looking around the floor.
"Jeans," he says. I point to the living room. He nods like he forgot we came to my bedroom naked. He points over his shoulder. "Guitar. My car." He rushes out of my room, and a minute later I hear him walk out my front door. I look at the page and read through the lyrics again. I have 2 more sentences written when he makes it back to my bedroom with his guitar. "When everything is changing, baby, you're written in stone." He sets his guitar on the bed and looks over the lyrics, then motions for the pen. He tears out the lyrics and starts writing out chords and notes on another page. This is my favorite part. This is the magic. Watching him hear a song that doesn't even have sound and doesn't even exist yet. The pen is flying over the paper frantically. He pulls the lyrics back in front of him and starts adding to them. "Feels like we made it. Got something of our own. Maybe it's predictable, but I can't complain. With you and me, all I need is more of the same. More of the same." He hands me the notepad and pen and picks up his guitar. He starts playing, and I'm reading the lyrics, wondering how he does this with such little effort. Just like that, he's created a new song, an entire song from nothing more than a few sentences and a little inspiration. I begin to write another verse while he plays the chords. "Same songs in the car. We never need to go too far, and I won't leave you alone. Just stay the same, baby. I've always known that when everything is changing, baby, you're written in stone. Feels like we made it. Got something of our own. Maybe it's predictable, but I can't complain. With you and me, all I need is more of the same. More of the same." When I finish writing the chorus again, he reads it all. Then he hands me the lyrics and leans back against my headboard. He motions for me to sit between his legs, so I crawl over and turn my back toward him as he pulls me against him and wraps his guitar around us. He doesn't even have to ask me to sing the song. He starts playing, leaning his head against mine, and I start singing the song for him so that he can perfect it. The first time he played for me, we were sitting like this. And just like that first day, I'm completely in awe of him. His concentration is inspiring, and the way he creates such a pleasing sound that he can't even hear makes it hard for me to focus on the lyrics. I want to turn around and watch him play, but I also like that we're wrapped together on my bed and I'm caged against him by his guitar, and every now and then he kisses the side of my head. I could do this every night with him and still want more of the same. We sing and play the song about 3 times, and he pauses to make notes between each run-through. After the 4th and final time, he tosses the pen on the floor and then pushes his guitar to the other side of the bed. Then he turns me around so I'm straddling his lap. We're both smiling. It's one thing for a person to find their passion, but it's another thing entirely to be able to share that passion with the person you're passionate about. It's fun and intense, and I think we're both realizing for the first time that we get to do this together all the time. Write songs, kiss, make love, be inspired to write more songs. Ridge kisses me. This is my new favorite song. Mine too. He slides both hands to my cheeks and bites his lip for a second. Then he clears his throat. With you and me, all I need is more of the same. Oh my God. He's singing. Ridge Lawson is serenading me, and it's terrible because he's so out of tune, but a tear falls from my eye because it's the most beautiful thing I've ever witnessed or heard or felt. He wipes my tear away with his thumb and smiles. That bad, huh? I laugh and shake my head, and then I kiss him harder than I've ever kissed him because there is no way I can verbally express my love for him right now. Instead, I love him silently. He doesn't even break the kiss when he reaches behind him and turns off the lamp. He pulls the covers over us and then tucks my head under his chin as he wraps himself around me. Neither of us says I love you before we fall asleep. Sometimes 2 people share a silent moment that feels so deep and so powerful. A simple phrase such as I love you risks losing all prior meaning if spoken aloud.
Chapter 5. Maggie. I've only taken 3 bites of my burger, but I push the plate away from me and lean back. I can't finish this, I mutter, letting my head fall back against the booth. I'm sorry. Jake laughs. You jumped out of an airplane for the first time ever and then drove a car in circles for an hour straight. I'm surprised you're able to eat anything at all. He says this with an empty plate sitting in front of him while scarfing down a milkshake. I guess when you're used to jumping out of planes and driving fast cars, the adrenaline doesn't jack with your equilibrium to the point that you feel like the world is spinning inside your stomach. It was fun, though, I say with a smile. It's not every day I cross 2 things off my bucket list. He scoots both of our plates to the edge of the table and leans forward.
What else is on your bucket list?
Vegas, the Northern Lights, Paris, the usual. I fail to tell him that he's who I hope will be number 8 on my list. We've had so much fun tonight. I want to do it again. But I also don't, simply because we had so much fun tonight. I've spent the entirety of my adulthood in a relationship. I don't want that again, even if he's too good to be true. Why are you single? I ask him. He rolls his eyes like the question embarrasses him. He pulls his glass of water in front of him, sipping from it in order to avoid answering it for a few seconds longer. When he lets the straw fall away from his lips, he shrugs.
I'm usually not.
I laugh. That's expected, I suppose. A skydiving, Tesla-driving, good-looking cardiologist doesn't sit home every Friday night. Are you a serial dater? He shakes his head.
The opposite, actually. I just got out of a relationship. A really long relationship.
I didn't expect that answer. How long did you date her?
12 years.
I sputter a cough. 12 years? How old are you?
29. Started dating her in high school.
Can I ask what ended it? Or do you want to change the subject? Jake shakes his head.
I don't mind talking about it. I moved out about 6 months ago. We were engaged, actually. I proposed 4 years ago. Never got around to planning the wedding because we were waiting until we finished our residencies.
She's a doctor too?
Oncologist.
Jeez, I suddenly feel so young. I just barely finished my thesis, and here he is with an ex-fiancé who went through medical school with him and saves lives. I pull my drink to my lips and take a sip, attempting to wash down all my insecurities. Was it a mutual breakup? I ask him. He looks down at his hands briefly. A flash of guilt takes over his expression before he responds.
Not really. I realized about 12 years too late that I didn't want to spend the rest of my life with her. I know that sounds bad after being with her for so long, but for some reason, choosing to spend the rest of my life with her was a lot easier than breaking up with her.
Why am I feeling everything he's saying? I find myself wanting to raise my arm and say, Amen, like I'm in church. I can absolutely relate to what a hard decision that must have been. Jake leans forward, folding his arms on the table. He tilts his head in thought for a moment, then says,
I had a moment before I ended it. I remember asking myself what I would regret more, ending something that was good so I didn't end up with regrets, or spending the rest of my life regretting that I didn't have the courage to end something simply because I was afraid of regret. Either choice would have left me with some form of regret, so I chose to end it. And it was hard. But I'd rather regret ending something good than be what prevents her from finding something great.
I stare at him a moment, but I have to break my stare because I'm starting to have that feeling again, that I want him to be more than a one-night stand.
How long were you and your boyfriend together?
He asks. Almost 6 years.
Were you the one who ended it?
I think about his question for a moment. From the outside looking in, I'd say I was, but being in it, I'm not so sure. I don't know, I admit. He fell in love with another girl, and it wasn't like it was some torrid, scandalous affair. He's a good person, and he would have chosen me in the end, but he would have chosen me for the wrong reasons. Jake looks surprised.
He cheated on you?
I hate that word. I find myself shaking my head, even though he did. Ridge cheated on me. It makes him sound malicious, which he is not. Cheating is such an ugly term to describe what happened. I think about it for a moment as I stir my straw around in my glass. Then I look up at Jake and say, he connected with someone else on a deeper level, I think. To call him a cheater feels like an insult he doesn't deserve. He crossed a line with someone he connected with. We'll just leave it at that. Jake watches me for a moment, reading my expression.
You don't have to talk about it if you don't want to. I just find it fascinating that you don't sound like you hate him.
I smile. He's one of my best friends, and he tried to do the right thing. But sometimes the wrong thing is the right thing. Jake fights a smile, like he's impressed with this conversation, but he doesn't want to show it. I like that. I like how interesting he is. And I like that he seems to find me interesting. He's still staring like he wants to hear more, so I continue. Ridge writes lyrics for a band. About 2 years ago, the band released a new song, and I'll never forget the first time I heard it. Ridge always sent me the songs ahead of their release, but for some reason, he never sent me this particular song. After I downloaded it and listened to it, I immediately knew why he never sent it. It's because he wrote it about us.
A love song?
I shake my head. No, it was kind of the opposite. Sort of a falling out of love song, about a couple who needed to move on from each other but didn't know how. It wasn't until I heard that song that I realized he felt the same way I did, but neither of us were in a place to admit that to each other at the time.
Did you ever ask him about it?
No, I didn't have to. I knew it was about me as soon as I heard the first line.
What was the line?
I keep on wondering why I can't say bye to you.
Wow,
Jake says, leaning back.
That's definitely telling.
I nod. I don't know why we waited so long after that to end it. I guess it's like you said. Things between us were good, but I knew he'd found something great in another girl, and he deserved better than just good. Jake's expression is stoic as he watches me silently for a few seconds, but then he smiles with a shake of his head.
How old are you?
24. He makes a face like he's impressed.
You're a little young to have life figured out so well.
His compliment makes me smile. Yeah, well, I have a shorter lifespan than everyone else. I have to cram a lot into a smaller time frame. I almost regret making a joke about having a terminal illness, but it doesn't dismay him at all. In fact, it makes him smile. God, I hate how much I like him already.
Is this your first date since Ridge?
He asks. I nod and he says,
Mine too.
I think about that for a moment. If he hasn't dated since his breakup, that means he hasn't dated another girl since high school. And I probably shouldn't open my mouth, but the sentence is already coming out. If you dated your ex for 12 years, that means you've only been with
her,
he says, matter of fact.
That is correct.
And here we are, somehow discussing sexual partners over dinner on a first date. And somehow, the conversation isn't at all uncomfortable. Conversation with him has been great, actually. There hasn't been a lull all night, not even while I was driving his car 100 miles per hour in circles around a racetrack. There also hasn't been a lull in our chemistry. There were a couple of times tonight when I thought he might kiss me, and I absolutely would have let him, but he'd grin and step away from me like he enjoys the feeling of torture. I guess that would make sense. He's an adrenaline junkie. Adrenaline and attraction feel very closely related. He's staring at me right now, and I'm staring at him, and I don't know exactly what it is that's taken over me at the moment. A little bit of adrenaline, attraction, maybe even infatuation. Whatever it is, I have a bad feeling about it. I don't know Jake well enough, but I think the intense look on his face suggests he feels it too. I break eye contact with him and clear my throat. Jake? I lift my eyes, meeting his stare again. I don't want a relationship. At all. Not even remotely. My words have no visible impact on him. He simply presses his lips together and then, a moment later, asks,
What do you want?
I lift my shoulders in a slow, unsure shrug. I don't know, I say, dropping my shoulders again. I wanted to have fun with you on our date, and I did. I am. But I'm not sure it's a good idea if we go out again. I wish I could explain to him all the reasons why I don't want to go on another date with him, but there are way too many reasons not to go on another date, as opposed to only one reason why I should. Jake squeezes the back of his neck and then leans forward, folding his arms over the table again.
Maggie,
he says,
I've been out of practice when it comes to this whole dating thing, but I feel like you like me. Do you like me? Or am I just blinded to your disinterest because I'm insanely attracted to you?
Ugh. I can't help the smile that forces its way out. I can also feel myself blushing over the fact that he's insanely attracted to me. I do like you, and this is so hard for me to say. Flirting is so foreign to me. I'm insanely attracted to you, too. But I don't want to date you after tonight. It's nothing personal. I want to live in the moment, and right now, another serious relationship is not a part of my moment. I've been there, done that. I have other plans for my life. Jake looks both intrigued and disappointed in my answer, if that's even possible to feel both things at once. He nods and says, "So this is it? I leave a tip on the table, and then I drive you home and drop you off, and we never see each other again?" I bite my bottom lip because knowing it's now or never makes me nervous. I either use this moment to mark off another item on my bucket list, or I wake up tomorrow regretting that I was too scared to ask him to come over. I'm not scared. I can do this. I am Maggie fucking Carson. I am the girl who jumped out of an airplane and raced a sports car in the same day. I swallow the last shred of shyness and look him in the eyes. This date doesn't have to end when we pull into my driveway. I can see the immediate change in his demeanor. I can see his intrigue and his attraction and his hope all settled behind his eyes that are staring at my mouth. He lowers his voice a little and says, "When exactly does it have to end?" Holy shit. This is actually happening. Bucket list item number 8, practically in the bag. How about we just live in the moment, I suggest, and then when that moment is over, you go home and I fall asleep. The corner of his mouth curls into a grin, then he pulls out his wallet and lays a tip on the table. He stands up and offers me his hand. I slip my fingers through his and we leave the restaurant, living in the moment and not a second beyond it. Chapter 6. Maggie. I roll over to see if he's gone as soon as I open my eyes. He is. I run my hand over his pillow, wondering how someone can feel so full of emptiness. Last night was, well, it was bucket list worthy, that's for sure. As soon as we left the restaurant, we headed to my house. He let me drive. We talked about cars, my thesis, that I want to try bungee jumping. He offered to take me, but realized he was essentially asking me out on another date, so he corrected himself and told me a place he thinks I should try. When we got to my house, we were both laughing as we walked inside because the sprinklers came on as soon as we got out of the car, the spray of water hitting us both right in the face. I walked to my kitchen and grabbed a hand towel to dry my face. Jake followed me, and when I handed him the towel to use, he tossed it over his shoulder and reached for me, kissing me like he'd been waiting to do it since the moment he laid eyes on me. It was unexpected, but wanted. And even though I felt every single thing while his mouth was on mine, I was also full of uncertainty. I've only been with 2 people sexually in my life, and I was in love during both of those relationships. This was the first time I was about to have sex with someone I wasn't in love with. I wasn't sure what to expect, but knowing he didn't either made me feel more at ease. I kept reminding myself of that with every new part of my neck he kissed. After about 15 minutes of full-on making out with him, something switched in me. I don't know how he did it, but he was so attentive and into it that all my concerns and insecurities eventually fell away with my clothing. By the time we made it to the bedroom, I was all in, and then he was all in more ways than one. It was everything. Afterward, we rolled onto our backs, and just when I thought he was getting ready to leave, he turned his head and looked at me. "Are there rules to one-night stands I'm not aware of? Are we only allowed to have sex once?" I laughed, and then he was on top of me again, and as much fun as it was the first time, the second time was even better. It was intense and slow and perfection. He didn't roll onto his back after the second time. He rolled onto his side and wrapped his arms around me and whispered, "Good night," before kissing me. I liked that he said good night instead of goodbye because it took the focus off the fact that we both knew he'd be leaving before I woke up. I just assumed I'd wake up in a state of euphoric bliss today, not a state of melancholy. Feeling a little down about it being over isn't necessarily a bad thing, though. It means I couldn't have had a better person to have my one-night stand with. Had it been anyone else, I don't think I would have enjoyed it as much as I did. And if I hadn't enjoyed it, I don't feel like I'd have the right to cross it off my bucket list. So yes, it sucks that I can't find anything wrong with him, but it would suck even more to fall back into something I'll just want out of eventually. I can't put myself in another position where someone will become obligated to take care of me. It's not a good feeling. Knowing someone has convinced themselves they're more in love with you than they are simply because you're dependent on them. I'd rather feel melancholic than pathetic. I grabbed the pillow Jake slept on, the same pillow I was just rubbing in longing, and I throw it off my bed. I'll throw it in the trash later. I don't even want to smell him again. I walk over to my dresser and grab my bucket list. I mark out number 8 and then look over the list again. I suddenly feel accomplished. Knowing number 8 was probably the one thing on my bucket list I was certain I would never have the guts to do. Maggie fucking Carson. You are a badass. I fold the list and set it on top of my dresser. I open the second drawer, then grab a pair of panties and a tank top and pull them on. I need to go visit my grandfather today while I have the opportunity, but first I need waffles and a shower. Waffles before shower. I am way too excited for waffles after not being able to eat much last night. I might even go get a manicure today. I'm staring down at my nails when I walk into my living room, but then I freeze when I smell bacon. I slowly raise my head to find Jake standing at my kitchen stove, cooking. He spins around to reach for a plate and sees me. He grins.
Morning.
I don't smile. I don't speak. I don't even nod a greeting in return. I stand there and stare at him and wonder how a 29-year-old man could honestly not understand the meaning behind one night stand. Night being the key word. There's not supposed to be a morning included in that definition. I look at my tank top and underwear and suddenly feel modest, even though he spent enough time on top of me last night that he probably has every inch of my body memorized. But still, I wrap my arms around myself. "What are you doing?" I ask. Jake is watching me, a little unsure of himself after seeing my reaction to him still being here. He looks at the stove and then at me, and I swear he deflates right in front of me.
"Oh,"
he says, suddenly seeming out of place.
"You thought... Okay."
He starts nodding and immediately reaches to the stove and turns off the burner.
"My bad,"
he says, not looking at me. He grabs a glass that's next to the stove and takes a quick drink. When he faces me again, he can't even look at me.
"This is awkward. I'll go.
He finally makes eye contact with me. I wrap my arms around myself even tighter because I hate that I've created such an awkward moment when he was obviously trying to do something nice. "I'm sorry I made this awkward," I say. "I just wasn't expecting you to still be here." Jake nods, walking toward me to grab the shoes he kicked off next to the couch last night.
"It's fine. I misread things, obviously. I know you made yourself clear last night, but that was before we... twice, and it was..."
I press my lips together. His shoes are now on his feet, and he stands, eyeing me.
"Wishful thinking, I guess."
He points at my front door.
"I'm gonna leave now."
I nod. It's probably for the best. I just ruined every good thing about last night. Actually, he ruined every good thing about last night. I walked into my living room accepting that I'd never see him again, and he ruined it by assuming I wanted him to stay and cook me breakfast. He reaches for the front door, but before he opens it, he pauses. When he turns around, he stares at me for a moment, then walks back over to me. He stops about 2 feet away and tilts his head.
"Are you positive you don't want to see me again? There's no wiggle room for me to convince you to give this one more shot?"
I sigh. "I'll be dead in a few years, Jake." He takes half a step back, but doesn't take his eyes off me.
"Wow."
He brings a hand to his mouth and runs it over his jaw.
"You're really using that one?"
"It's not an excuse. It's a fact."
"A fact I'm very aware of,"
he says. His jaw is hard, and now he's mad. See, if he would have just left before I woke up, this would have ended perfectly. Now when he leaves, we're both going to be frustrated and full of regret. I take a step forward. "I'm dying, Jake." dying. What's going to come of this? I don't ever want to get married. I don't want children. I have no desire for another relationship where I'll eventually become someone's burden. Yes, I like you. Yes, last night was incredible, and that's exactly why you should have left already. Because I have things I want to do, and falling in love and fighting with someone about how I lived the last few years of my life is not something that's ever been on my bucket list. So, thank you for last night, and thank you for attempting to cook me breakfast. But I need you to leave. I blow out a frustrated breath and then immediately look at the floor because I hate the look in his eyes right now. Several seconds pass and he doesn't respond. He stands there and soaks in everything I said. He eventually takes a step back, and then another. I look up, and he looks away, turning toward the front door. He opens it and steps outside, but before he closes it, he looks straight at me.
For the record, Maggie, I was just making you breakfast. I wasn't proposing.
He shuts the door, and my house has never felt emptier than it does in this moment. I hate this. I hate everything I just said to him. I hate how much I wish it wasn't the truth. I hate this stupid fucking illness. And I hate that I said all that and made him leave before he could even finish cooking the damn bacon. I stare at the pan and then walk over to it and throw the entire pan in the trash. I lean against the bar and can't help but pout. Is Jake ending a relationship 12 years too late better or worse than me ending a relationship completely and entirely too early? He's someone I could love, if I had the life to love him in. I bring my hands up to the back of my head and press my elbows together, bending over. I try to stop myself from being so disappointed. But the fact that I'm disappointed over a guy I met 24 hours ago disappoints me even more. I take a few minutes to recover, then force myself upright. I grab the box of waffles I had intended to have for breakfast from the freezer. Only now, I'm not nearly as excited to eat them.
Chapter 7. Ridge. Sydney swings open my bedroom door. I'm sitting at my desk, finishing up a website for a client, when she goes straight to my bed and falls face first onto the mattress. Rough day, I guess. It's probably my fault because I stayed another night at her house last night. Maybe I should give her a night to catch up on her sleep. Outside of her job, we've been together almost non-stop since Tuesday. I know it's only Friday, but we get exhausted being together in the best way. I'll make sure tonight is a little more relaxing than the last few nights. We can take the chill out of Netflix and chill and literally just watch TV shows all night. Then I'll let her sleep in as long as she wants tomorrow. Hell, I'll probably sleep in with her. I walk over to the bed and lie down beside her. I brush her hair out of her face, and she opens her eyes and grins at me, despite looking exhausted. Bad day? I ask her. She shakes her head and rolls over onto her back. She lifts her hands to sign, but whatever she wants to say, she doesn't know how to sign. Midterms, she finally says. I tilt my head. Midterms? She nods. You had midterms this week? She nods again. Now I feel like an asshole. I grab my phone and text her. Ridge, why didn't you tell me? I wouldn't have stayed at your apartment. Sydney, mine were Monday and Tuesday, so no worries. Your timing Tuesday night was impeccable. It's just that I work at the library and it's insane during midterms. The students are insane. The professors are insane. I'm so happy it's Friday. Ridge, me too. Let's do nothing tonight but watch TV. I need to find out if Ned really gets decapitated. Sydney. Who? Shit. Warren is rubbing off on me. I don't want her to know I just spoiled season 1 of Game of Thrones. Ridge. Oh, nothing. Talking about The Walking Dead. Sydney stares at her phone for a second, confused. Sydney. I don't remember that from The Walking Dead. She watches The Walking Dead. Great. Now I want to have sex, and I already told her we'd be lazy tonight. Sydney's attention moves away from me and toward my bedroom door. Someone is knocking, she signs. I climb off her and head to the living room. Through the peephole, I notice it's a girl with a FedEx uniform on. I open the door and she hands me a package. Once I've signed for it, I walk the package to the bar and wait for Sydney as she walks into the kitchen. I read the label and it's addressed to me, but there's no return address. Sydney leans over me and then signs, "You got a present?" I shrug. I'm not expecting anything that I can remember, but I open the package and there's another package inside of it. A poster tube. Knowing Warren, he probably sent me a roll of toilet paper with his face all over it. I start to pull the tape off, but I notice Sydney walk around me, toward the living room. When I glance up at her, she's holding her phone up, aiming her camera in my direction. "Are you recording me?" She nods and gives me a sweet smile. "The present is from me. You bought me something?" Her shy smile is so fucking adorable. Every time I think I'm too exhausted to even think about picking her up and throwing her on my bed, she does something that completely reinvigorates me and makes me feel like I could run a marathon. I look back down at the tube and feel bad that she got me a gift. I suck at gifts. Shit, what if she's the type who gives the best gifts? I'm the guy who once bought his 9-year-old brother a hamster for Christmas but didn't realize it died in the box. Brennan opened it and cried the entire day. And this beautiful girl has me as her boyfriend. Although this gift is hard as shit to open, I set it on the bar and yank at the lid. A sudden cloud of dust bursts out of the container and hits me in the face. It happens so fast I can't even close my mouth in time. I step back from whatever the hell was in that container and I start spitting. What the hell just happened? I walk to the sink and run my hands under the water, then wet my face. When I pull my hands back, they're sparkling like a fucking unicorn. Glitter. Everywhere. On my arms, my shirt, my hands, the counter, in my mouth. I look over at Sydney and she's on the floor with laughter. Tears are in her eyes. She's laughing so hard. She glitter bombed me. Wow. I guess that means the prank war has recommenced. I wash my mouth out and then calmly walk to the bar where the explosion just happened. I scoop a handful of glitter into my palm. Two can play this game. Her laughter hasn't let up at all. I think she's laughing even harder now that she sees me up close. I'm sure I look fantastic in sparkles. I've read the word squeal before and know that it's a form of laughter, but I have no idea what it sounds like at all. But as soon as I tip my hand over and watch the glitter fall all over her, I'm almost positive that's what she's doing. Squealing. She clutches her stomach and falls onto her back. A tear falls down her cheek. My God. I'd give anything to be able to hear her right now. I spend so much time trying to imagine what her voice and her laughter and her sighs sound like, but there isn't enough imagination in one person to come close to what I know it probably sounds like. She sees the look on my face and suddenly stops laughing. Her eyebrows pull together when she signs, "Are you angry?" I smile and give my head a slight shake. "No, I just really wish I could hear you right now." Her expression relaxes a little, saddens even. She pulls in her bottom lip for a second as she stares up at me. Then she reaches her hand up and grabs mine, pulling on it. I lower myself to the floor, sliding my knee between both of her legs. I might not be able to hear her like I wish I could, but I can smell her and taste her and love her. I run my nose over her jaw until my lips reach hers. When I brush my lips against hers, her tongue slips into my mouth, soft and inviting. I return the action, searching her mouth for remnants of laughter. She's an incredible communicator when it comes to her kiss. Her kiss sometimes says more to me than anything she could ever sign or text or speak, which is why I immediately know when she's distracted. I don't even have to hear it. She hears it for me, and then I feel her reaction, and I just know. I pull back and look down at her just as her attention moves to Warren and Bridgette's bathroom door. I look up, and Bridgette is walking out of the bathroom. She pauses and looks at us, lying on the living room floor together, covered in glitter. And then she does the unthinkable. Bridgette smiles. Then she steps over us and walks away. When she leaves the apartment, I look down at Sydney, wondering if she's just as shocked as I am by that exchange. Her eyes are wide as she looks back at me. She starts laughing again. I quickly press my ear to her chest, wanting to feel it, but her laughter fades too quickly. I bring my hand up to her waist and start tickling her. I feel her start laughing again, so I keep tickling her, because it's the closest I can get to hearing that laugh. Her phone is next to me on the floor, so when it lights up, I naturally glance at it. I stop tickling her when I see the name and the message that appears on the screen. Hunter. Thank you, Sid. You're the best. She hasn't noticed her phone. She's still laughing and trying to squirm away from me, so I sit back on my knees and pick up her phone. I hand it to her as I'm standing up to walk away. I try to bite down my anger as I grab a rag and begin wiping the glitter off the counter. I glance at her to see her reaction, but she's sitting cross-legged now, responding to that fucker's text. Why is she talking to him? Why does it seem like they're somehow miraculously on good terms? Thank you, Sid? Why is he calling her Sid like he has any right to be that casual with her after what he did to her? And why is she sitting so casually like this is okay? I grab my phone. Ridge, let me know when you're finished chatting with your ex. I'll be in the shower. I don't look at her as I head to my bedroom and then my bathroom. I pull open the shower curtain and turn on the water and then take my shirt off. I swear I just want to make loud noises. It's not very often I feel the need to be loud, but in situations like this, I know it probably feels good to be able to groan so that I can hear my frustrations leaving my body. Instead, I toss my shirt at the wall and unbutton my jeans with nowhere for my noise to go. When the bathroom door opens, I regret not locking it because I really need a minute, or 2 or 3. I glance at Sydney, and she leans against the door frame and raises an eyebrow. Seriously? I stare at her expectantly. What does she want me to say? Does she expect me to be okay with this? Does she expect me to smile and ask her how Hunter is doing? Sydney hands me her phone and scrolls up on her texts to Hunter so I can read them. I have no desire to read them, but she uses both of her hands to force mine around her phone, and then she motions for me to read them. I look down at the string of messages. Hunter, I know you don't want to speak to me. I don't blame you for driving away the other night, and believe me, I would leave you alone, but I gave you all my financial forms to give to your dad to look over during our company's merger last year. It's almost April, and I need them for taxes. I called his office, and they said they sent them back with you a few months ago. Sydney, they're in Tori's apartment in my old bedroom. Look in the red folder at the top of the closet. Hunter, found them. Hunter, thanks, Sid, you're the best. Sydney, can you delete my number now? Hunter, done. I lean against the sink and rub a hand down my face. She immediately starts texting me when I hand her back her phone, so I check my phone. Sydney, I realize my situation with Hunter is different from your situation with Maggie, but I have been extremely accommodating to the friendship you chose to keep, Ridge. Extremely accommodating. But you are being a hypocritical tool right now. It's very unattractive. I blow out a breath of mixed relief and regret. She is absolutely right. I'm a hypocritical tool. Ridge, you're right. I'm sorry. Sydney, I know I'm right, and that little apology doesn't really make me any less angry at you. I glance at her and swallow because I haven't seen her this angry in a very long time. I've seen her upset and frustrated, but I don't think I've seen her this angry since the morning she woke up in my bed and found out I had a girlfriend. Why did I have to react that way? She's right. She's been nothing but patient with me, and the first chance I have to show her the same trust and patience in return, I stomp out of the room in a tantrum. Ridge, I was jealous and in the wrong. 100% wrong. Actually, I was so wrong, I think I stretched the limit of 100%. I was 101% wrong. I look at her, and I'm thankful I can read her nonverbal cues so well. Even though she tries to hide it, I can see her relax a little with that text, so I send her another one. I'll text her apologies all night if I have to in order to get rid of this tension I caused. Ridge, remember when we used to tell each other our flaws so it would help fight our attraction for each other? She nods. Ridge, one of my flaws is that I never knew I had a jealous streak until I had you to be jealous over. She doesn't smile, but she does lean against the counter next to me. Our shoulders touch, and it's such a subtle thing, but it means so much right now. Sydney, my flaw is that I forgive too easily and I can't stay mad. She may find that as a flaw, but I couldn't be more grateful for that side of her, especially right now. She lifts her eyes and shrugs a little like she's already over it. I give her a quick kiss on her forehead. Ridge, my flaw is that I'm covered in glitter. I somehow even got it. I pull at the flap of my jeans. Down there, I say. She starts laughing, and I smile because fuck Hunter. I have the absolute best girlfriend there ever was to walk this earth. Sydney, My flaw is that I kind of already forgot why we were fighting because you're so cute when you sparkle. Ridge, we're fighting because you are perfect and I don't deserve you. Sydney rolls her eyes and then sets down her phone. I stand up straight and place my phone on top of hers, pushing them to the back of the counter. I move in front of her, and she grips the counter at her sides, looking at me with glitter in her lashes and her hair. Such a beautiful girl, inside and out. I lower my mouth to hers while bringing my hands to the front of her jeans. I unzip and unbutton them, and then continue to kiss her as I undress her. I pull her into the shower with me, and for the next half hour I apologize profusely with my mouth.
Chapter 8. Maggie. I've spent 17 nights in the hospital this past year alone. I've been to visit my doctor more times than that. Since the day I was born, I've been at appointments to check my health more times than I've gone grocery shopping. And I'm sick of it. Sometimes when I arrive at my doctor's office, I sit there and stare at the building, wondering what would happen if I drove away and never went back. What would happen if I stopped having tests administered? What would happen if I stopped receiving treatment for every single cold I'm afflicted with? I'd get pneumonia. That's what would happen. Then I would die. At least I'd never have to go back to a doctor's office. The nurse takes the blood pressure cuff off my arm. It's a tad high. I had a lot of sodium for breakfast. I pull my sleeve back down. My blood pressure is high because I'm here, at the doctor. They call it white coat syndrome. Anytime I have my blood pressure checked inside a doctor's office, it's high because of nerves. But outside of a doctor's office, it's fine. I lick my lips, trying to moisten them. My mouth is dry from the nervous energy of being here. I don't want to be here. But here I am. No turning back now. The nurse hands me a gown and tells me I can change when she leaves the room. I look down at the gown and cringe. Is this necessary? I ask, holding up the gown. She nods. It's a requirement. We'll probably run a few tests today, and your chest needs to be easily accessible. I nod and watch as she slips my chart in the door slot and starts to pull it shut. She smiles reassuringly. Doctor will be in shortly, she says. She has a look of pity about her, like she wants to hug me. I get that a lot, especially from the really sweet nurses. I remind them of when they were in their formative years, young and vibrant and full of life, and they try to imagine themselves in my shoes at this age, and their eyes fill with pity for me. I'm used to it. Sometimes I even pity myself, but I don't think that's related to the illness. I think, as humans, we all have a degree of self-pity. I blow out a breath, more nervous than I've ever been to be in a doctor's office. My hands are shaking when I pull off my shirt. I hurry up and put on the gown and then sit on the exam table. It's cold in here, so I rub my hands over my arms, fighting the chills. I press my knees together and then squeeze them with my hands, trying my best not to think about the reason I'm here. I sweat when I'm nervous. I don't want to be sweaty. I feel my chest tighten, and then my throat becomes itchy, and I start to cough. I cough so hard I have to stand up and walk over to the sink to balance myself. There's a knock on the door in the middle of one of my coughing fits, and I turn around to find the nurse peeking her head in. You okay? I nod, still coughing. She walks over to the sink and takes a cup and then fills it with water, but I don't need more liquid in my throat right now. I take the cup and thank her, but I wait until my coughing subsides before I take a sip. She leaves the room again. I walk back over to the exam table, and as soon as I sit, there's another knock at the door. This is it. The door begins to open, and my heart starts to pound so hard. I'm relieved no one is checking my blood pressure at the moment. He flips my chart open before he looks up. He pauses as soon as he opens it, probably because he's shocked to see my name on the chart. I knew he'd be surprised. Hell, I'm surprised I worked up the courage to come here. Jake immediately lifts his head and looks at me. I realize there are probably much better ways to reach out to him, but I feel like my undeniable attraction should be just as dramatic as my denial of him was. I still feel a little guilty for how we left things a few days ago, but since he walked out my front door, I've done nothing but mope because the time we spent together was so good. Fun, easy. I haven't stopped thinking about him, especially his parting words. I was just making you breakfast. I wasn't proposing. I've flip-flopped all week about this. Sure, he was just making breakfast, but when a good-looking doctor cooks you breakfast, that breakfast turns into lunch, and then dinner, and then breakfast again, and then trips together on the weekends, and then grocery shopping together, and then all that eventually turns into being the emergency contact at the hospital. So yeah, he was just cooking me breakfast, but because of how much I like him, that's not where it would have ended. And the idea of him feeling forced to care for me makes me sad to think about. But on the other hand, I can't stop thinking about him. And when I think about him, I get this empty pit in my stomach that distracts me and makes everything I want out of life seem to pale in comparison to the thought of spending time with him. But the idea of setting ourselves up for emotional investment just makes me sad since I know it won't end well. So what do I do? What choice do I make? Avoid him and be sad, or embrace him and be sad? Either way, I'll be sad. So here I am, faking a need to see a cardiologist just so I can let him know I overreacted, and also to let him know that bungee jumping alone just sounds boring. I can see the surprise on Jake's face, but he holds it in well. He glances at my chart again.
According to this, you're here because you're experiencing excessive heart palpitations.
I can see the grin he stifles before looking back at me. I nod. Something like that. Jake's eyes scan me from head to toe for a moment, and then he sets the chart on the counter and pulls his stethoscope to his ears. He straddles the stool and sits, rolling toward me.
Let's take a listen.
Oh, God. I'm not really having heart palpitations. He knows it was just an excuse to show up here. Now he's about to listen to my heart just to be an ass because he knows I'm nervous right now. And it's going to be beating stupid fast because he's even better looking today with his white coat and stethoscope straddling a rolling chair. If he actually listens to my heartbeat right now, he might call for a defibrillator. He rolls his chair right up to the exam table, right up to me. We're eye to eye now as he lifts the stethoscope and places it over my heart. He closes his eyes and lowers his head as if he's actually concentrating on my heartbeats. I close mine because I have to calm down. Him listening to my heartbeat is making me completely transparent. I keep my eyes closed even when he pulls the stethoscope away from me. There's a quiet pause, and then in a low voice he says,
"What are you doing here, Maggie?"
I glance up at him, and his eyes are searching mine. I suck in a deep breath and then slowly release it before saying, "I'm trying to live in the moment." He sighs, and he's so stoic right now, I can't tell if it's a good sigh. But then I feel his hand on my knee, his thumb brushing over the top of it. He searches my face and then reaches up and tucks a lock of hair behind my ear.
"That's all I want,"
he says.
"A few moments here and there. I'm not asking for your entire timeline."
I stare at him, completely infatuated with his mouth and his blue eyes and the words that he just said. I nod a little, but I don't really have anything to say. I just want him to kiss me. And so he does. He takes my face in both of his huge, warm hands and presses his lips to mine as he stands, kicking the stool away from him. I sigh against his lips. I grip the collar of his white coat and take his tongue as he pushes my knees apart and slides in front of me. I'm so thankful I was forced to put this gown on. I wrap my legs tightly around his waist as he lowers me to the exam table and leans over me, kissing me with extreme urgency. But he breaks that kiss with the same urgency seconds later, breathing heavily, looking down on me with heated eyes. He shakes his head.
"Not here."
I nod. I wasn't expecting this to happen here. I can tell he's about to pull back, but then he pauses, looking at me with so much hunger I can practically see his ethics melt right to the floor. He kisses me again, and the way his hand is sliding up my thigh has me forgetting that he's a doctor and we're in a clinic and I'm technically on record as his patient now. But none of that matters because his hands feel so good and his mouth even better, and I've never had so much fun visiting a doctor before. He's making his way to my neck when he pauses and glances at the door. He immediately pulls me up, giving my gown a quick tug over my thighs. He spins toward the sink and turns on the water. The door opens and I swing my head toward the nurse who is now standing in the doorway. Jake is casually washing his hands, trying to pretend he didn't just have his hand halfway up my thigh and his tongue all the way down my throat. I'm trying to catch my breath, but his hands and his kiss have left my already weak lungs aching for air. I'm practically gasping. The nurse gives me another concerned, pitiful look. You sure you're okay? After my coughing fit earlier, and now this, she probably thinks I'm near my deathbed. I nod quickly. I'm fine, just shitty lungs, side effect of CF. I hear Jake clear his throat, attempting to cover a laugh. He gives his full attention to the nurse. They need you in 3, she says, kind of urgent. Jake gives her a nod.
Thanks, Vicky. Be right there.
When she closes the door, Jake covers his face with his hand. When he looks up at me, he's grinning. He pushes off the counter and walks past, but turns toward me.
Put your clothes back on, Maggie,
he says, backing toward the door.
I'll come over tonight and take them right back off.
I'm smiling so stupidly when he leaves the room. I hop off the table and walk over to the chair to retrieve my clothes. Feeling another coughing fit coming on, I cover my mouth, still unable to stop smiling. I'm so glad I showed up here. I clear my throat, but it doesn't help. Pressing my hand on the counter for more balance doesn't do anything either because here it is. Hello, old friend. I can feel it about to happen before it actually happens. I always do. As soon as the room begins to spin, I allow my knees to buckle so the impact isn't as hard when I hit the floor.
Chapter 9. Jake. My father took me to Puerto Vallarta when I was 10, just so I could jump out of an airplane. I'd begged him to take me skydiving with him since I learned how to talk, but it's not so easy in Texas to give your child legal permission to jump out of an airplane. He was an adrenaline junkie, just like the child he had created. Because of that, I basically lived at the jump zone where he spent all of his free time. Most dads golf on Sundays. My dad jumped out of airplanes. By the time I graduated high school, I had already completed 450 of the 500 jumps it took to qualify as a tandem instructor. But because of the turn my life took during my senior year, it took me several years to finish those last 50 jumps. I finally became certified as a tandem instructor right out of med school. And even though Maggie was my 500th tandem jump, I've probably taken that leap at least 3 times that amount doing it solo since the age of 10. Even with that much experience, that 500th tandem jump felt like the most terrifying jump I'd ever taken. I'd never been nervous to jump out of a plane before then. I've never worried that my chute wouldn't open. I've never once been concerned for my life until that moment. Because if that particular jump didn't end well, that meant dinner with Maggie was off the table, and I really wanted to take her to dinner. I'd planned to ask her out since the moment I laid eyes on her, as I walked into the facility that day. My immediate reaction to her surprised me. I can't even remember the last time I was attracted to someone like that. But the second I saw her, something in me woke up. Something I knew was there, but had never been rattled until then. I hadn't looked at a girl and felt that way in so long, I forgot how stupefying attraction could be. She was standing at the counter, taking paperwork from Corey, who was on schedule to jump tandem with her. As soon as I realized she was there alone, I waited until she took a seat to fill out her paperwork, and then I begged Corey to let me take over and be the one to jump with her. "Jake, you're barely here once a month. This isn't even your job," he said. "I'm here every day because I actually need the money." "You can have the fee," I said. "I'll give you the credit. Just let me have this one." When I told him he could keep the money for none of the work, he made a face like I was an idiot and then waved his hand toward Maggie. "All yours," he said, walking away. I felt triumphant for a split second until I looked back at her, sitting in the chair all alone. Skydiving is such a monumental moment in the lives of most people who do it. Most first-timers never come alone. They almost always have people with them who are experiencing their own monumental moment by also jumping, or they have people with them waiting on the ground for when they survive the jump. In all honesty, she was the first-timer I'd ever seen show up completely alone, and her independence both intrigued me and intimidated me. Since the moment I walked up to her and asked if she needed help filling out the forms, nothing has changed when it comes to the situation inside my chest. It's been days, and I'm still filled with that same nervous energy. I'm still intrigued, still intimidated, and I have no idea how to move forward. That's why I'm stuck in this hallway right outside the hospital room where they brought her 2 hours ago. I was dealing with another patient when Vicky found Maggie and dealt with the entire situation without my even being aware. She didn't tell me until I finished up with 2 more patients, and Maggie had already been gone for an hour. Vicky said she noticed it was taking Maggie a while to get dressed and exit the room, so she went to check on her. Maggie was on the floor, just recovering from a blackout. Vicky tested her sugar levels immediately, and then sent staff with her over to the hospital. The clinic I work at is adjacent to our hospital, so we're used to having to transport patients. I'm just not used to the medical emergencies, also feeling like a personal emergency. Since the moment Vicky informed me of what happened, I haven't been able to concentrate. I finally had a colleague take over so I could come check on Maggie. Now that I'm in the hallway, standing in front of her room, I'm not sure how to feel or what to do or how to approach this entire situation. We've been on one date with the potential of another, but now she's in the hospital and in the exact vulnerable situation she was scared she'd be in when it came to us. Her being constrained by her illness, me being here to witness it. I step aside when the door to her hospital room opens. A nurse walks out, heading for the nurse's station. I follow her. "Excuse me," I say, touching her shoulder. She pauses, and I point at Maggie's room. "Have you notified this patient's family yet?" The nurse glances at the name on my coat and says, "Yes, left a voicemail as soon as she was brought in." She looks down at the file. "I thought she was Dr. Kastner's patient." "She is. I'm her cardiologist. She was at my clinic when her condition worsened, so I'm just checking in." "You're from cardiology?" she asks without looking up from the file. "We're aware of this CFRD, but have nothing on file about heart issues." "It was just a preventative checkup," I say, backing away before she gets too nosy about my nosiness. "I just wanted to make sure her family was notified. Is the patient alert?" The nurse nods, but also makes a face like she's annoyed that I'm questioning her ability to do her job. I turn and walk back toward Maggie's room, pausing just outside the door. Once again, I failed to walk in because I don't know her well enough to know what kind of reaction she would prefer from me right now. If I walk in and try to pretend her passing out in my office wasn't a big deal, she might be put off by my casualness. If I walk in and act like I'm concerned, she might use that concern as a weapon against us. I think if we were more than just one overnight date in, the next few minutes might not matter as much. But since we've only been on one date, I'm almost positive she's in there right now, regretting showing up at my office, and regretting that I'll see her in such a vulnerable state, and possibly even regretting that she even walked into my life on Tuesday. I feel like my next moves are extremely crucial to how all of this will turn out. I don't think I've ever worried this much about how to act in front of someone. I normally have the attitude that if someone doesn't like me, that's not going to matter to me or my life. So I've always just done and said what I feel like doing and saying. But right now with Maggie, I'd give anything to have a handbook. I need to know what she needs from me in order for her to not push me away again. I put my hand on the door, but my phone begins to ring as soon as I start to push it open. I quickly back up so she isn't aware I'm right outside her door. I walk a few feet down the hallway and pull my phone out of my pocket. I smile when I see that it's Justice trying to FaceTime me. I'm relieved to have a few minutes more to prepare before walking in to see Maggie. I accept the call and wait the several seconds it usually takes for the FaceTime to connect us. When it finally does, it's not Justice's face I see on his phone. His screen is covered by a piece of paper. I squint to see it, but the grade is too blurry. "It's too close to your phone," I tell him. He pulls the paper back a few inches, and I can see the number 85 circled in the top right-hand corner. "That's not too bad for a night of horror movies," I say. Justice's face is on the screen now. He looks at me like I'm the child and he's the parent. "Dad, it's a B. My first B all year. You're supposed to yell at me so I'll never make another B again." I laugh. He's looking at me so seriously, like he's more disappointed that I'm not furious with him than he is disappointed in getting his first B. Listen, I tell him as I lean against the wall. We both know you know the material. I'd be mad if you didn't study, but you did. The reason you got a B is because you went to bed too late, and I already yelled at you for that. I woke up at 3 o'clock this morning and heard the television on in my living room. When I went to turn it off, Justice was on the couch with a bowl of popcorn, watching The Visit. He's obsessed with M. Night Shyamalan. His obsession is mostly my fault. It started when I let him watch The Sixth Sense when he was 5. He's 11 now, and the obsession has only gotten worse. What can I say? He takes after his father. But as much of me as he has in him, he's also very much his mother's child. She stressed over every paper and every homework assignment throughout high school and college. I once had to console her because she was crying over receiving a 99 on a paper when she was aiming for a perfect score. Justice has that overachieving side to him, but it's constantly warring with that side of him that wants to stay up late and watch scary movies when he isn't supposed to. When I dropped him off at school today, I had to wake him up when I pulled into the drop-off lane. I knew his math test wasn't going to end well when he wiped the drool off his mouth, opened the door to get out of my car, and said, "Good night, Dad." He thought I was dropping him off at his mother's house. I laughed when he got out of the car and realized it was a school day. He turned back to the car and tried to open the door. I locked it before he could climb back inside the car and beg me for a skip day. I cracked the window and he stuck his fingers inside and said, "Dad, please. I won't tell Mom. Just let me sleep today." Actions have consequences, Justice. Love you, good luck, and stay awake. His fingers slipped out of the window and he backed up, defeated as I drove away. I watch my phone as he wads up the paper and tosses it over his shoulder. He rubs his eyes and says, "I'm going to ask Mr. Banks if I can get a redo." I laugh. "Or just accept the 85. It's not a terrible grade." Justice shrugs and then scratches his cheek. "Mom went out with that guy again last night." He says it so casually, like the possibility of a stepdad doesn't deter him. That's a good thing, I guess. "Oh yeah? Did he call you squirt and tousle your hair again?" Justice rolls his eyes. "No, he wasn't so bad this time. I don't think he has kids, and Mom told him people don't call 11-year-olds squirts. But anyway, she wanted me to ask you if you were busy tonight because they're going out again." It's still a little weird hearing about Chrissy's dates from the child we created together. This is new territory I don't know how to deal with, so I do my best to make it seem like it's not weird. It was my decision to end things with her, and it wasn't easy, especially since we share a child. But knowing that Justice was the only reason we were still together just didn't seem fair to any of us. Chrissy took it hard in the beginning, but only because we were all comfortable with the life we shared. But there was a void there, and she knew it. When it comes to loving someone else, I've always believed there should be a level of madness buried in that love, and I want to spend every minute of every day with you madness. But Chrissy and I have never had that kind of love. Our love is built on responsibility and mutual respect. It's not a maddening, heart-stopping love. When Justice was born, we felt that maddening love for him, and that was enough to hold us over through high school graduation, college, medical school, and most of our residencies. But when it came to what we felt for each other, it was the type of love that was too thin to attempt to stretch it out over an entire lifetime. We separated over a year ago, but I didn't get my own place until a little over 6 months ago. I bought a house 2 streets away from the house we raised Justice in. The judge gave us joint custody with an outline of who gets him and when, but we haven't once stuck to that. Justice stays with both of us a fairly equal amount, but it's more on his terms than either of ours. With our houses being so close, he just goes back and forth whenever he feels like it. I actually prefer that. He's adjusted really well, and I think this way of letting him control most of the visitation has made our separation a smooth transition for him. Sometimes too smooth. Because for some strange reason he thinks I want to know about his mother's dating life, when I'd rather be kept in the dark. But he's only 11. He's still innocent in almost every sense. So I like that he keeps me up to date on the half of his life I'm no longer a part of. "Dad," Justice says. "Did you hear me? Can I stay at your house tonight?" I nod. "Yeah, of course." I told Maggie I'd go to her place tonight, but that was before this. I'm almost positive they'll keep her overnight for monitoring, so my Friday night is wide open. Even if it weren't, it would have become wide open for Justice. I work a lot and I have a lot of hobbies, but that all comes second to him. Everything comes second to him. "Where are you?" Justice leans in, squinting at the phone. "That doesn't look like your office." I turn the phone and face it toward the empty hallway, angling it at Maggie's door. I'm at the hospital visiting a sick friend. I face the phone back at myself, if she wants to see me. "Why wouldn't she?" Justice asks. I stare at him a moment, then shake my head. I didn't mean to say that last part out loud. It's not important. "Is she mad at you?" This is too weird, talking to him about a girl I went on a date with who isn't his mother. As casual as he may be about it, I'm not sure I'll ever feel comfortable talking to him about my dating life. I pull the phone closer to my face and raise an eyebrow. "I'm not talking to you about my dating life." Justice leans forward and mimics my expression. "I'll remember this conversation when I start dating." I laugh, hard. He's only 11 and he's already got more wit than most adults. "Fine. If I tell you about her, will you promise you'll tell me the first time you kiss a girl?" Justice nods. "Only if you don't tell Mom." "Deal." "Deal." "Her name is Maggie," I say. "We went on a date Tuesday, and I'm pretty sure she likes me, but she didn't want to go out with me again because her life is hectic. But now she's in the hospital, and I'm about to go see her, but I have no idea how to act when I walk through that door." "What do you mean you don't know how to act?" Justice asks. "You're not supposed to act or pretend around other people. You always tell me to be myself." I love it when my parenting advice actually sinks in with him, even if my own advice isn't sinking in with me. "You're right. I should just walk in there and be myself." "Your real self, not your doctor self." I laugh. What does that even mean? Justice cocks his head and makes a face at the phone that looks just like a face I probably make a lot of the time. "You're a cool dad, but when you go into doctor mode, it's so boring. Don't talk about work or medical stuff if you like her." "Doctor mode?" I laugh. "Any other advice before I go in there?" "Take her a Twix bar." "A Twix?" Justice nods. "Yeah, if someone brought me a Twix, I'd want to be friends with them." I nod. "Okay, good advice. I'll see you tonight and let you know how it goes." Justice waves and then ends the FaceTime. I slide my phone into my pocket and walk toward Maggie's door. Just be yourself. I stand in front of the door and inhale a calming breath before knocking. I wait for her to say, "Come in," before I open the door. When I walk further into the room, she's curled up on her side. She smiles when she sees me and lifts up onto her elbow. That smile is everything I needed. I walk over to her bed as she adjusts it, raising the head of it a little bit. I sit in the empty chair next to the bed. She rolls onto her side, tucking her arm under her head, resting on her pillow. I reach over and rest my hand on the side of her head, then lean in and give her a soft peck on the mouth. When I pull back, I have no idea what to say. I lay my chin on the bed rail and run my fingers through her hair while I stare at her. I love how I feel when I'm near her, full of adrenaline, like I'm in the middle of a nighttime skydive. But even though I'm full of adrenaline and I'm touching her hair and she smiled at me when I walked in the door, I can see in her eyes that my chute is about to fail, and I'm about to free fall alone with nothing ahead of me but an ugly impact. Her gaze flits away for a moment. She pulls her oxygen mask to her mouth and inhales a cycle of air. When she pulls it away, she forces another smile. "How old is your child?" I narrow my eyes, wondering how she knows that about me. But the quietness in the room reveals the answer. Everything happening outside this door can be heard very clearly. I pull my hand from her hair and lower it to her hand that's resting on her pillow. I trace a soft circle around where the IV is taped to her skin. "He is 11. She smiles again. I wasn't trying to eavesdrop. I shake my head. It's fine. I wasn't trying to hide that I have a kid. I just didn't know how to bring it up on a first date. I'm a little protective of him, so I feel like I should guard that part of my life until I'm positive it's something I want to share. Maggie nods in understanding, flipping her hand over. She lets me trace the skin on top of her wrist for a moment. She watches my fingers as they trickle over her palm, down her wrist, until they reach the IV. Then she looks back up at me again. What's his name? Justice. That's a great name. I smile. He's a great kid. I continue touching her hand, but it's quiet for a while. I don't want to delve even deeper into this conversation, because I know it's going to go where I don't want it to go. But at the same time, if I don't keep talking, she might take the floor and begin to tell me, once again, why she doesn't want any part of this. His mother's name is Chrissy, I say, filling the void. We started dating because we had a lot in common. We both wanted to go to med school. We had both been accepted to UT. But then I got her pregnant senior year. She gave birth to Justice a week before our high school graduation. I stopped tracing her skin and slide my fingers through hers. I love that she lets me. I love the feel of her hand wrapped around mine. It's impressive that the two of you had a newborn in high school and still somehow managed to become doctors. I appreciate that she recognizes how hard that was for us. There was a stretch during her pregnancy where I looked into other careers, easier ones. But the first time I laid eyes on him, I knew that I never wanted him to think he was a hindrance to our lives in any way simply because we had him so young. We did everything we could to make sure we stuck to our goals. It was a challenge, two teenagers trying to make it through pre-med with an infant. But Chrissy's mom is, a lifesaver. We couldn't have done it without her. Maggie squeezes my hand a little when I finish talking. It's gentle and sweet, like she's silently saying, "Good job." What kind of father are you? No one's ever asked me to evaluate my own ability as a parent. I think about it for a moment, and then answer the question with complete honesty. An insecure one, I admit. With most jobs, you know right away if you're going to be good at them or not. But with parenting, you don't really know if you're good at it until the child is grown. I'm constantly worried I'm doing everything wrong, and there's no way to know until it's too late. I think your worry about whether you're a good father is testament that you shouldn't worry. I shrug. Maybe so, but even still, I worry. Always will. There's a moment of hesitation on her face when I mention how much I worry about him. I want to take it back. I don't want her to think I have too much on my plate. I want her to think about right now and right now only, not tomorrow or next week or next year. But she is. I can see it in the way she's staring at me, wondering how she could possibly feel okay with fitting herself somewhere in my life. And I can see in the way she looks away from me and focuses on everything but me that she doesn't see herself fitting in at all. She was already hesitant when she thought my biggest concern outside of work was if the weather was right for skydiving. And even though she showed up at my office today ready to give it a chance, I can see that finding out about Justice has not only changed her mind, but filled her with even more resolve than she held as she was kicking me out of her house. I release her hand and bring mine back up to the side of her head, running my thumb over her cheek in order to bring her attention back to me. When she finally looks up at me, her mind is made up. I can see it in all the pieces of broken hope that are floating around in her eyes. It's amazing how someone can convey so much in one look. I sigh, sliding my thumb over her lips. Don't ask me to leave. Her eyebrows draw apart and she looks absolutely torn between what she wants and what she knows she needs. Jake, she says. She doesn't follow my name up with anything else. My name lingers in the air, heavy with weariness. Not only do I know I can't change her mind, but I'm not sure I should even try to. As much as I want to see her again, and as much as I want to get to know her better, it's not fair of me to beg. She knows her situation better than anyone. She knows what she's capable of, and she knows what she wants her life to look like. I can't argue all the reasons why she shouldn't push me away, because I'm almost positive I'd have the same outlook if our roles were reversed. Maybe that's why we're both being so quiet, because I understand her. The mood is thick in the room. It's full of tension and attraction and disappointment. I try to imagine what it would be like to love her. Because if spending one night with her can fill a room with this much angst, I can only imagine that this is what the beginning of a maddening love would feel like. I finally found someone I think could one day fill the void in my life. But to her, she feels that by being in my life, her absence would one day create a void. It's ironic. Maddening. Have you seen Dr. Kastner yet? She nods but doesn't elaborate. Has anything changed with your condition? She shakes her head, and I can't tell if she's lying. She answers too quickly. It's fine. I probably need to rest, though. She's asking me to leave, but I want to tell her that even though I barely know her, I want to be here for her. I want to help her cross those last several items off her bucket list. I want to make sure she keeps living and doesn't continue to focus on the fact that she may not have as much time as everyone else. But I say nothing, because who am I to assume she won't have a completely fulfilled life if she doesn't allow me to be a part of it? That's something only a narcissist would think. The girl in front of me right now is the same girl who showed up alone to skydive for the first time this week. So I will respect her choice, and I will walk away for the exact same reason I was drawn to her in the first place. Because she's an independent badass who doesn't need me to fill a void. There are no voids in her life. And here I am wanting to selfishly beg her to fill mine. You were on a roll with your bucket list, I say. Promise me you'll knock off some more items. She immediately begins to nod, and then a tear slips from her eye. She rolls her eyes like she's embarrassed. I can't believe I'm crying. I barely know you. She laughs, squeezing her eyes shut, and opens them again. I'm being so ridiculous. I smile at her. Nah, you're crying because you know if your situation were different, you'd be falling for me right about now. She lets out a sad laugh. If my situation were different, I would have started that freefall back on Tuesday. I can't even follow that up with anything. I lift out of my chair and lean forward to kiss her. She kisses me back, holding onto my face with both hands. When I pull back, I press my forehead to hers and close my eyes. I almost wish I'd never met you. She shakes her head. Not me. I'm grateful I met you. You ended up fulfilling a third of my bucket list. I lean away and smile at her, wishing more than anything that I was selfish enough to try to change her mind. But simply knowing the one day I spent with her meant something to her is enough for now. It has to be. I kiss her one last time. I can stay until your family gets here. Something changes in her expression. She hardens a little. She shakes her head and pulls her hands from my head. I'll be fine. You should go. I nod, standing up. I don't even know anything about her family. I know nothing about her parents or whether she has brothers and sisters. I sort of don't want to be here when they get here. I don't want to meet the most important people in her life if I don't have the chance to someday be one of them. I squeeze her hand one more time, looking down on her while trying to hide my regret. I should have brought you a Twix. She makes a confused face, but I don't clarify. I step back and she gives me a small wave. I wave back, but then I turn without saying goodbye. I walk out of the room as fast as I can. As someone who has craved the feeling of adrenaline my entire life, I haven't always made the smartest decisions. Adrenaline makes you do stupid shit without putting too much thought into your actions. It was stupid of me at 13 to crash my first dirt bike because I wanted to know what it felt like to break a bone. It was stupid of me at 18 to have sex with Chrissy when we didn't have a condom simply because it felt thrilling, and we ignorantly assumed we were immune to the consequences. It was stupid of me at 23 to jump backward off a cliff I wasn't familiar with in Cancun, relishing in the buzz of not knowing if there were rocks beneath the surface of the water. And it would be stupid of me at 29 to beg a girl to jump headfirst into a situation that might end up being that maddening love I've been craving my whole life. When a person sinks into a love that deep, they don't come back out of it, even when it ends. It's like quicksand. You're in it forever, no matter what. I think Maggie knows that, and I'm positive that's why she's pushing me away again. she wouldn't push someone away so adamantly if she weren't scared her death would also kill them. I can take that assumption with me as I go, at least. The assumption that she saw something in us that had enough potential that she felt the need to end it before we both sank.
Chapter 10. Ridge. I'm at the sink straining pasta, watching Sydney walk around the kitchen and living room as she points at things and signs them. I correct her when she's wrong, but she's mostly been right. She points at the lamp and signs lamp. Then the couch. The pillow, the table, the window. She points at the towel on her head and signs towel. When I nod, she grins and then pulls the towel off her head. Her damp hair falls around her shoulders, and I've imagined more times than I'd like to admit what her hair smells like fresh out of the shower. I walk over to her and wrap my arms around her, pressing my face against her head so I can inhale the scent of her. Then I go back to the stove, leaving her standing in the living room, looking at me like I'm weird. I shrug as I pour the Alfredo sauce into the pan of noodles. Someone grips my shoulder from behind me, and I know immediately that it's Warren. I glance at him. Is there enough for me and Bridgette? I don't know why we didn't do this at Sydney's apartment. It's a lot more peaceful over there for me, and I can't even hear. I can only imagine how much more peaceful it is for Sydney. There's plenty, I sign, realizing just how much I need to take Sydney out on a real date. I need to get her out of this apartment. I will tomorrow. I'll take her on a 12-hour date tomorrow. We'll eat lunch and then go to the movies and then dinner, and we won't have to see Warren and Bridgette at all. I'm taking the garlic bread out of the stove when Sydney rushes to the bathroom. At first it concerns me that she just ran to the bathroom, but then I remember our phones are still on the counter. She must have a phone call. She returns a moment later to the kitchen with her phone to her ear. She's laughing as she talks to someone, probably her mother. I want to meet her parents. Sydney hasn't told me a whole lot about them, other than her father is a lawyer and her mother has always been a stay-at-home mom, but she doesn't seem put out when she speaks to them. The only people I've met in her life are Hunter and Tori, and I'd like to forget I ever met them. But her family is different. They're her people, so I want to know them, even if it's to tell them they've raised an exceptional woman who I love with all my heart. Sydney smiles at me and signs Mom as she points to her phone. Then she slides my phone across the bar to me. I press the home button and see that I have a missed call and a voicemail. It's rare that I get phone calls because everyone who knows me knows I can't answer the phone. I usually only receive text messages. I open my voicemail app to read the transcription, but it says transcription not available. I put my phone in my pocket and wait for Sydney to finish her phone call. I'll just have her listen to the voicemail and let me know what it says. I turn off the stove and the oven and set plates out at the table, along with the pans of food. Warren and Bridgette both magically appear as soon as dinner is ready. They're like clockwork. They disappear when it's time to clean or pay bills, but show up every time there's food to be eaten. If they ever move out, they're both going to starve. Maybe I should move out. Let them have this apartment and see how fun it is having to pay bills on time. One of these days I will. I'll move in with Sydney. But not yet. Not until I've met everyone in her family, and not until she's had the chance to live on her own for a while like she's always wanted. Sydney ends her phone call and sits down at the table next to me. I slide my phone to her and point to the voicemail. Can you listen to that? She asked me earlier this afternoon to start signing everything I say to her, so I do. It'll help her learn faster. I grab her plate as she listens to the voicemail, and I fill it with pasta. I throw a piece of garlic bread on it and set it in front of her, just as she pulls the phone away from her ear. She stares at the screen for a second, and then looks at Warren before looking at me. I've never seen this look on her face before. I'm not sure how to read it. She looks hesitant, worried, and somehow sick, and I don't like it. What is it? She slides my phone back to me and grabs the glass of water I made for her. Maggie, she says, forcing my heart to a stop. She says something else, but she doesn't sign it, and I'm not able to read her lips. I swing my eyes to Warren, and he signs what Sydney just said. It was the hospital. Maggie was admitted today. Everything sort of just stops. I say sort of because Bridgette is still making her plate of food, ignoring everything happening. I glance at Sydney again, and she's taking a drink of her water, avoiding my gaze. I look at Warren, and he's staring at me like I should know what to do. I don't know why he's acting like it's my choice to direct this scene. Maggie is his friend, too. I look at him expectantly and then say, Call her. Sydney looks at me and I'm looking at her, and I have no fucking idea how to handle this situation. I don't want to seem too worried, but there's no way I can find out Maggie is in the hospital and not be worried. But I'm equally concerned about how this is making Sydney feel. I sigh and reach for Sydney's hand under the table while I wait for Warren to get in touch with Maggie. Sydney slides her fingers through mine, but then props her other arm on the table, covering her mouth with her hand. She turns her attention to Warren just as he stands up and starts talking into the phone. I watch him and wait. Sydney watches him and waits. Bridgette scoops up a huge portion of pasta with her bread and takes a bite. Sydney's leg is bouncing up and down. My pulse is pounding even faster than her leg. Warren's conversation is dragging, taking what feels like forever to finish. I don't know what is being said, but in the middle of the conversation, Sydney winces and then pulls her hand from mine and excuses herself from the table. I get up to follow her just as Warren ends the call. Now I'm standing in the middle of the living room about to rush after Sydney, but Warren starts to sign. She passed out at a doctor's office today. They're keeping her overnight. I blow out a breath of relief. The hospitalizations for her diabetes are the best-case scenarios. It's when she contracts a virus or a cold that it usually ends up taking weeks for her to recover. I can tell by the look on Warren's face that he's not finished speaking yet. There's something he hasn't said. Something he said to Maggie that upset Sydney enough for her to walk away. What else? I ask him. She was crying, he says. She sounded scared, but she wouldn't tell me more than that. I told her we're on our way. Maggie wants us there. Maggie never wants us there. She always feels like she's inconveniencing us. Something else must have happened. I cover my mouth with my hand, my thoughts frozen. I turn to walk toward my bedroom, but Sydney is standing in the doorway with her shoes on and her purse over her shoulder. She's leaving. I'm sorry, she says. I'm not leaving because I'm mad. I just need to process all this. She waves her hand flippantly around the room, then drops it to her side. She doesn't leave, though. She simply stands there, confused. I walk over to her and take her face in my hands because I'm confused, too. She just squeezes her eyes shut when I press my forehead to hers. I don't know how to handle this situation. I have so much to say to her, but texting isn't fast enough, and I'm not sure I can speak everything I want to say or that everything I say would even be understandable to her. I pull away from her and grab her hand, then walk her back to the table. I motion for Warren to help us communicate if we need him. Sydney sits in her chair, and I scoot mine to where I'm right in front of her. Are you okay? She seems at a loss for how to answer that question. When she finally does, I can't understand her, so Warren signs for me. I'm trying, Ridge, I really am. Just seeing the pain when she speaks makes her my only focus. I can't leave her like this. I look at Warren. Can you go by yourself? He looks disappointed by my question. You expect me to know what to do? He tosses his hands up in frustration. You can't stop being there for her just because you have a new girlfriend. We're all Maggie has, and you know it. I'm just as frustrated by Warren's answer as I am my own question. Of course, I'm not going to stop being there for Maggie, but I don't know how to be there for both her and Sydney right now. I didn't really think ahead when Maggie and I split up. I doubt she thought ahead either. But Warren is right. What kind of person would that make me if I just walked out on the girl who has depended solely on me for the past 6 years when it comes to her medical needs? Hell, I'm still her emergency contact. That shows how much of a support system she has in her life, and I can't send Warren alone. He can't even take care of himself, much less Maggie. I'm the only one who knows her medical needs, her entire medical history, the medication she takes, the names of all her doctors, what to do in an emergency, how to operate her respiratory equipment at her house. Warren would be lost without me. As if Sydney's thoughts are on the same track as mine, she speaks to Warren and he signs for me. What do you normally do when this happens? Normally when this happens, Ridge goes. Sometimes we both go, but Ridge always goes. We help her get home, pick up her prescriptions, make sure she's settled. She gets mad because she doesn't think she needs any help, and after a day or two, she usually forces us to go back home. The same routine we've had since her grandfather could no longer take care of her. Does she not have anyone else? Sydney asks. Parents, siblings, cousins, aunts, uncles, friends, a really reliable mailman? She has relatives she doesn't know very well who live out of state, none that would drive to pick her up at the hospital, and none that know anything at all about how to handle her medical condition, not like Ridge does. Sydney looks exasperated. She really has no one else? I shake my head. She spent all her time focusing on college, her grandparents, and her boyfriend for 6 years. We are literally all she has. Sydney absorbs my answer and then nods slowly like she's trying to be understanding, but I know it's a lot to take in. She's probably spent the last several months trying to convince herself that Maggie and I wouldn't get back together. I doubt she's even thought far enough ahead to realize that even though Maggie and I are no longer in a relationship, I'm still her primary caregiver when she's not in the position to care for herself. I know she tolerates the occasional text messages, but because Maggie hasn't had any episodes for the past several months, this part of mine and Maggie's new friendship has yet to be navigated. I've been so focused on just getting Sydney to give me a chance, it hasn't occurred to me until this second that Sydney might not be okay with that. The realization hits me with the weight of 1,000 bricks. If Sydney isn't okay with this, where does that leave us? Will I be able to walk away from Maggie completely knowing she has no one else? Would Sydney actually put me in a position to choose between her happiness and Maggie's health? My hands start to shake. I feel the pressure coming at me from all sides. I grab Sydney's hand and lead her to my bedroom. When I close the door, I lean against it and pull her to my chest, squeezing her, scared to death that she's about to put me in an unthinkable situation. And I wouldn't blame her. Asking her to be supportive of such an unusual relationship with the girl I was in love with for years is basically asking her to be heroic. "I love you," I say. It's the only thing I have the strength to say right now. I feel her sign the words back to me against my chest. She clings to me, and I cling to her, and then I feel her start to cry in my arms. I press my cheek to the top of her head and then hold her, wanting to take away every ounce of ache she's feeling in her heart right now. And I could. I could text Maggie right now and tell her it's too much for Sydney and that I can't be a part of her life anymore. But what kind of person would that make me? Could Sydney even love a guy who would completely cut someone out of his life like that? And if Sydney asked me to do it, if she asked me never to speak to Maggie again, what kind of person would that make her if her jealousy won out over human decency? She's not that type of person, and neither am I. That's why we're both standing in the dark, wrapped around each other while she cries, because we know what will eventually happen tonight. I'll leave to take care of Maggie, and it won't be the last time, because Maggie will likely need me until Maggie doesn't need me anymore. And that's a thought I don't feel like processing right now. I know I've tried to do right by them, but I haven't always been right. Part of me feels like this is karma. I'm being forced to hurt Sydney because I hurt Maggie, and hurting either of them hurts me. I lift her head from my chest and kiss her, holding her face in my hands. Her eyes are sad, and tears are staining her cheeks. I kiss her again and then say, "Come with me." She sighs and shakes her head. "It's too soon for that. She wouldn't want me there." I brush her hair back and kiss her twice on the forehead. She backs up a step and reaches into her pocket for her phone. She types out a text, but my phone is still on the table, so she hands me hers so I can read her text. Sydney. "If you go, I'm probably going to cry myself to sleep, but she's in the hospital, Ridge, and she's all alone, so if you don't go, she'll probably cry herself to sleep too." I type out a text to her in return. Ridge. "Your tears mean more to me, Sydney." Sydney. "I know. And as much as this situation sucks and as much as it hurts, the fact that you're torn right now because you don't want to abandon her makes me think more of you than I already do. So go, Ridge, please. I'll be okay as long as you come back to me." I hand her back her phone and then run my hands through my hair. I turn away from her and face the door, squeezing the back of my neck. I try to hold it in, but in all my 24 years, I have never felt this depth of love from anyone. Not Maggie, certainly not my parents. And as much as I love Brennan, I'm not sure I've ever felt this depth of love from my own brother. Sydney Blake, without a doubt, loves me harder than I've ever been loved. She loves me more than I deserve. And in this moment, more than I can even handle. I wish there was a sign in ASL that could convey my need to hold her even more than a hug can. But there isn't. So I turn and hug her and press my face into her hair. I don't deserve your compassion, or your heart. She helps me pack. I let the moment sink in and respect it for what it is. My new girlfriend is helping me pack so that I can go make sure my ex-girlfriend isn't alone in the hospital tonight. The entire time Sydney is replenishing items in my duffel bag, I keep distracting her, pulling her to me, kissing her. I don't think I've ever loved her more than I do in this moment, and even though I won't be here tonight, I want her in my bed. I grab her phone and type out a message in the Notes app. Bridge, you should stay here tonight. I want to smell you on my pillow tomorrow. Sydney, I planned on it. I still need to eat, and then I'll clean up the kitchen. Ridge, I can clean tomorrow. Eat, but leave the mess for me. Or maybe Bridgette will finally contribute. She rolls her eyes with a laugh after that message. We both know what a stretch it is. We walk into the living room, and Warren and Bridgette are still at the table. Warren is scarfing down his food with a backpack hanging on his chair. Bridgette is sitting across from him, staring at her phone. When she looks up, she seems a little shocked that Sydney and I are walking out of the bedroom together. I guess she wasn't expecting this to end so amicably. Ready? Warren signs. I nod and walk to the table to grab my phone. Warren walks around the table to give Bridgette a kiss, but she turns her face so that he can only kiss her on the cheek. He rolls his eyes and stands up straight, grabbing his backpack as he walks away from the table. Is she mad at you? I sign. Warren looks confused. He looks back at Bridgette and then looks at me. No, why? She refused to kiss you goodbye? He laughs. That's because she just fucked me goodbye. I glance at Bridgette, who is still looking down at her phone. Then I look back at Warren. He smiles with a shrug. We're quick. Bridgette looks up from her phone and glares at Warren. He rolls his eyes and starts backing away from me toward the door. I have to learn how to stop speaking out loud when I sign to you. He glances at Sydney and gives her the once-over. You okay with all this? He asks. Sydney nods, but then both of them look at Bridgette. Bridgette begins speaking, which is unusual. So I look back at Warren, and he signs everything Bridgette is saying. Take it from me, Sydney, she says. Some men come with heavy baggage, like 5 kids and 3 different baby mamas. But Ridge and Warren's baggage is just an ex-girlfriend they sometimes have slumber parties with. Let them go play with their Barbie. We'll stay here and get drunk and order pizza with Warren's debit card. Ridge's pasta sucked anyway. Wow. That's the most Bridgette has ever spoken at one time. Sydney looks at me wide-eyed. I'm not sure if she's wide-eyed because Bridgette spoke so much or because she might have just invited Sydney to hang out with her. Either is unprecedented for Bridgette. Must be a full moon, Warren says. He walks to the front door and opens it. I look down at Sydney and wrap my arm around her waist, pulling her against me. I dip my head and press my mouth to hers. She kisses me back, pushing me toward the door. I tell her I love her 3 times before I'm finally able to close the door. And as soon as we get to Warren's car, I pull out my phone and text her as we're driving away. Ridge, I love you, 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 I love you. I fucking love you, Sydney.
Chapter 11. Maggie. I am craving a Twix so bad right now. Damn it, Jake. I couldn't hear the majority of his conversation with his son when he was out in the hallway earlier. I could hear words here and there and could tell he was talking to a child. So when I heard the word dad, it all made sense. I suddenly understood why he seemed so alpha male on the surface, but also somehow had an extremely adorable, romantic side to him. I knew he loved fast cars and extreme sports, but on our date, I couldn't help but wonder what must have forced him to settle down and take his career seriously like he did. That something turned out to be justice. I still don't know why Jake made that Twix comment, but now the only things on my mind are the speed at which Jake rushed out of this hospital room and Twix. I reach over to my nightstand and grab my phone. I don't know which one of them is driving, so I open up a group text between the three of us. Maggie, I really need a Twix. Warren, a Twix? Like the candy bar? Maggie, yes. And a Dr. Pepper, please. Ridge, Warren, stop texting and driving. Warren, it's cool. I'm invincible. Ridge, but I'm not. Maggie, are you guys almost here? Ridge, 5 minutes away. We'll stop at the store before we get there, but we're only getting you a diet Dr. Pepper. You need to watch your blood sugar. Need anything else? Maggie, I think we're way overdue for an AMA. Ridge, nope, I don't think so. Warren, did someone say AMA? And I'll get you a Twix, Maggie. Ridge, no. Warren, let's do it. Be out front in 5 minutes, Maggie. Ridge, don't, Maggie. We'll be up there in 5 minutes. Warren, no, we'll be out front in 5 minutes. I ignore Ridge's concern and choose to side with Warren. I throw the covers off me, feeling the first flicker of happiness since Jake walked into this room. God, I've missed them so much. I look around the room to make sure I won't be leaving anything behind. My doctor left about half an hour before Jake showed up, so I'm not due for another visit from her until morning. This is the perfect time to make my escape. I reach down to remove my IV, knowing exactly what Ridge is thinking right now. AMA is the acronym for when a patient leaves a hospital against medical advice. I've only been able to successfully sneak out of a hospital twice in all my years, but Warren and Ridge were there for both escapes, and it's not as irresponsible as Ridge is making it seem. I'm an expert when it comes to IVs and needles, and I know they're only keeping me overnight to be monitored, not because I'm in any immediate danger. I have been more congested today than normal, but my blood sugars are stable now, and that's the only reason I'm here right now. Stable enough to eat at least a bite of a Twix bar, and the last thing I want to do is lie in a hospital bed all night while getting absolutely no sleep. I'll contact the hospital in the morning and apologize, letting them know it was a family emergency. My doctor will be pissed, but I piss her off a lot. She's used to being irritated with me. When she was here earlier, she started to get invasive about my support system since my health has been on somewhat of a decline this year. She's been my primary doctor for 10 years now, so she knows everything about my situation. I was raised by my grandparents, who are no longer taking care of me. My grandmother passed away, and my grandfather recently went to a nursing home. My doctor knows about Ridge and our recent breakup because he's almost always with me at my appointments and any time I'm in the hospital. But she's noticed his sudden absence in my life because she asked about it during my last visit with her. And then today, she asked again because no one was with me in the hospital this time. After hearing her concern today, for a split second it made me regret pushing Ridge away in the end. I'm not still in love with him, but I do love him. And part of me, when I start to worry about being alone, thinks maybe I made a mistake. Maybe I should have held on to his love and loyalty. But most of me knows that ending our relationship was the right thing to do. He would have conveniently remained in a mediocre relationship with me for the rest of my life if I hadn't forced him to look at our relationship through a magnifying glass instead of his rose-colored glasses. Our relationship wasn't a healthy one. He was stifling me, wanting me to be someone I didn't want to be. I was growing resentful under the weight of his protection, and I always felt guilty. Every time he dropped everything he was doing for me, I felt guilty for pulling him away from his life. Yet, here we are in the same predicament. I don't think I realized how alone I was outside of him while I was dating him. It was when we finally separated that I truly realized he and Warren are all I had. It's part of the reason I agreed they could come tonight. I think the three of us need to really sit down and have a heart-to-heart about this entire situation. I don't want Ridge to feel like he's all I have when I do have an emergency. But in reality, he is all I have. And I don't want that to hinder his relationship with Sydney in any way. I mean, I know I have Warren too, but I think Warren needs more care than even I do. My life is starting to feel like a merry-go-round, and I'm the only one on the ride. Sometimes it's fun and exciting, but sometimes I feel like puking and I want it all to just stop. I realize I focus on all the negative way more than I should, but part of me wonders if it's because my situation is so unusual. Most people have huge support systems, so they can live normal lives with this illness. My support system was my family, and that's now non-existent. Then my support system became Ridge. Now, it's still Ridge, but with different rules. The last few months of dissecting my situation has been eye-opening, and it puts me in weird funks. I used to feel stifled, but never alone. I wish I could find a good mental balance. I want to do things, see things, live a normal life, and sometimes there are stretches where I do that and it's all fine. But then I have days or weeks where the illness reminds me that I'm not in full control. Sometimes I feel like I'm two different people. I'm Maggie, the girl who chases down items on her bucket list at 100 miles per hour, the girl who turns down hot doctors because she wants to be single, the girl who sneaks out of hospitals because she enjoys the thrill, the girl who broke up with her boyfriend of 6 years because she wants to live her life and not be held down, the girl who feels full of life despite her illness. And then there's this quieter version of Maggie who's been looking back at me in the mirror these last few days. The Maggie who lets her worries consume her. The Maggie who thinks she's too much of a burden to date a man she's completely into. The Maggie who has moments of regret for ending a 6-year relationship, even though it absolutely needed to end. The Maggie who allows her illness to make her feel like she's dying, despite being very much alive. The Maggie whose doctor was so concerned about her today, she called in a prescription for antidepressants. I don't like this version of myself. It's a much sadder, lonelier me, and luckily only appears once in a blue moon. The original version of myself is what I strive to be at all times. Most of the time, that's who I am. But this week, not so much, especially after the visit with my doctor today. She's never seemed as concerned for me as she was today, which makes me more concerned than I've ever been, which is why I just pulled out my IV, am changing out of this gown, and am about to sneak out of this hospital. I need to feel like the original Maggie for a few hours. The other version is exhausting. The walk out of my room and down the hallway is surprisingly uneventful. I even pass one of the shift nurses in the hospital, and she just smiles at me like she has no idea she refilled my IV solution an hour ago. When I step off the elevator and into the lobby, I can see Warren's car idling outside. I'm instantly filled with adrenaline as I rush across the lobby and out the doors. Ridge steps out of the passenger seat and opens the door for me. He forces a smile, but I can see it all over his face. He's angry that I'm leaving before being discharged. He's angry that Warren is encouraging it. But unlike pre-breakup Ridge, he says nothing. He holds his tongue and holds the door as I climb quickly inside. He closes the door, and I'm putting on my seatbelt when Warren leans across the seat and kisses me on the cheek. "Missed you." I smile, relieved to be in this car, relieved to see both him and Ridge, relieved to be getting the hell out of this hospital. Warren reaches between us and holds up a Twix and a Diet Dr. Pepper. "We brought you dinner. King size." I immediately open the package and pull out one of the bars. I say thank you with a mouthful of chocolate. I hand Warren one of the 4 bars just as he hits the gas and drives away from the hospital. I turn around and Ridge is sitting in the middle of the back seat, looking out the window. His gaze meets mine and I hand him one of the Twix bars. He takes it and smiles at me. "Thank you," he says. My mouth falls open so far, chocolate almost falls out of it. I laugh and cover my mouth with my hand. "You..." I look at Warren. He spoke. I look back at Ridge. "You're speaking?" "Pretty cool, huh?" Warren says. I'm dumbfounded. I have never heard him speak a single word. "How long have you been verbalizing?" I sign. Ridge shrugs like it isn't a big deal. "A few months." I shake my head, completely in shock. His words are exactly how I imagined they would sound. Our relationship with the deaf culture is what ultimately brought all of us together. Warren's parents, mine and Ridge's hearing loss. But Ridge's hearing loss is much more profound. Mine is so mild it doesn't even hinder my life in any way. which is why for years when we were together, I did all of his speaking for him. Even though we could both communicate using ASL, I still wanted so badly for him to learn to speak out loud. I just never really pushed him because I don't know what it's like to have profound hearing loss, so I didn't know what it was that was holding him back. I guess he figured it out, though, and I want to know every detail. I'm excited for him. This is huge. How? Why? When? What was the first thing you said out loud? Something immediately changes in his expression. He becomes guarded, like it's not something he wants to talk to me about. I glance at Warren, who is staring straight at the road like he just purposefully checked out of this conversation. I look back at Ridge, but he's looking out the window again. And then I get it. Sydney. She's why he's talking now. I suddenly feel envious of them, of her. It makes me wonder what it was about her that made him overcome whatever obstacle it was that held him back. Why wasn't I enough of a motivator to ever make him want to say things to me out loud? And here she is again, the insecure, depressing version of myself. I grab the Dr. Pepper and take a drink, trying to drown this sudden onslaught of jealousy. I'm happy for him, and I'm proud of him. It shouldn't matter what spurred him to want to learn how to communicate in more ways. All that matters is that he is. And even though my chest still burns a little, I'm smiling. I turn back around and make sure he can see the pride in my expression. Have you cussed out loud yet? I sign. He laughs, wiping the corner of his mouth with his finger. Shit was my first cuss word. I laugh. Of course it was. He liked watching me say that word when I was angry. I realize speaking words out loud without being able to hear them probably isn't as satisfying as being able to hear your own voice, that it has to feel a little good, finally being able to cuss out loud. Call Warren an asshole, I say. Ridge looks at the back of Warren's head. You're an asshole. I cover my mouth with my hand, completely in shock that Ridge Lawson is verbalizing. It's like he's this whole new person. Warren looks over at me, taking the steering wheel with his knee so that he can sign what he's saying for Ridge. He isn't a toddler or a parrot. I punch Warren in the shoulder. Shut up. Let me enjoy this. I look back at Ridge and rest my chin on the headrest. Say fuck. Fuck, he says, laughing at my immaturity. Anything else? Damn, goddamn, motherfucker, hell, son of a bitch, Bridgette. I die with laughter as soon as he includes her name in his string of profanity. Warren flips him off. I turn around and face the road again, still laughing. I take a sip of my drink and then relax against the seat with a sigh. I've missed you guys, I say. Only Warren knows I've said it. We've missed you too, maggot. I roll my eyes, hearing that nickname again. I look over at him, but make sure my headrest is a barrier between me and Ridge so that he can't read my lips. Is Sydney mad that he came? Warren glances over at me briefly and then stares back at the road. Mad isn't the right word. She did react, but not like most people would have reacted. He pauses for a moment and then says, She's good for him, Maggie. She's just good. Period. And if this whole situation weren't so damn weird, I feel like you would really like her. I don't dislike her. Warren looks at me out of the corner of his eye. He smirks. Yeah, but you won't be getting manicures together and going on road trips with her anytime soon. I laugh in agreement. That's for damn sure. Ridge leans forward between the seats and grips both the front headrests. He looks at me, and then he looks at Warren. Rear view mirrors, he says. It's like a sound system for deaf people. He leans back in his seat. Stop talking about us like I'm not right here. Warren laughs a little. I just sink into my seat, ruminating over that last sentence. Stop talking about us like I'm not right here. Stop talking about us. Us. He refers to himself and Sydney as an us now. And he speaks out loud. And I take another sip of my drink because this isn't quite as easy to swallow as I assumed it would be.
Chapter 12. Sydney. I don't know what's more awkward, watching Ridge leave to go stay the night with his ex-girlfriend or sitting in his apartment alone with Bridgette. As soon as Warren and Ridge left, Bridgette's phone rang. She answered it and walked to her bedroom without acknowledging me. It sounded like she may have been talking to her sister, but that was an hour ago. Then I heard her shower start running. Now here I am cleaning their kitchen and doing their dishes. I know, Ridge told me not to worry about it, but I won't be able to sleep if I know there's food out all over the counter. I load the last of the silverware when Bridgette walks out of her room with pajamas on. Her phone is in her ear again, but this time she's looking at me. You aren't like gluten-free or vegetarian, are you? Wow, we're really doing this. And wow, I'm actually a little bit excited. I shake my head. I've never met a slice of pizza I didn't like. Bridgette puts the phone on the bar and puts it on speaker as she opens the refrigerator and pulls out a bottle of wine. She hands it to me, expecting me to open it, so I take it and look for the bottle opener. "Pizza Shack," a guy says, answering her call. "Will this be carry-out or delivery?" "Delivery." "What can I get you?" 2 large pizzas with everything, 1 thick crust, 1 thin. I open the wine bottle while she continues to order. "Do you want all the meats?" "Yeah," Bridgette says. "Everything." "You also want feta cheese added?" "I said I want everything." There's a tapping sound like fingers against keys while the guy takes a moment to enter the order. "Do you want pineapple?" Bridgette rolls her eyes. "I've said everything like 3 times. All the meats, all the vegetables, all the fruits, whatever you have, just put it on there and bring us the damn pizza." I pause and glance over at her. She makes a face at me like she's on the phone with the biggest idiot in the world. Poor guy. He doesn't ask her any more questions. He takes her address and she gives him Warren's debit card number before she ends the call. I'm curious to see what kind of pizza we're about to get. I pray that restaurant doesn't have sardines or anchovies. I pour 2 glasses of wine and hand Bridgette one. She takes a sip and then folds her arms over her chest, holding the wine glass to her lips as she looks me up and down. She's really pretty in a sexy way. I can see why Warren is so drawn to her. They really are the most interesting couple I've ever met. And when I say interesting, I don't necessarily mean that as a compliment. "I used to hate you," Bridgette says, matter of fact. She leans against the bar and takes another drink of her wine. So casual, like this is how people are supposed to interact with other people. She reminds me of one of my friends from childhood. Her name was Tassara, and she said anything and everything that was on her mind. I swear she spent more days in detention than she did in class. I think that's why I was drawn to her, though. She was mean, but she was honest. It's one thing when you're mean and you lie, but it's a lot more endearing when you're just brutally honest. Bridgette doesn't seem like the type to waste time on lying, and for that reason her comment doesn't offend me. And if I'm going to dissect her words, I have to acknowledge that her sentence was past tense. She used to hate me. That's probably the best compliment I'll ever get from her. "You're starting to grow on me too, Bridgette." She rolls her eyes, then walks past me to the cabinet below the sink. She reaches for the pine sol and then grabs 2 shot glasses. The wine isn't enough. She pours the shots, and as she hands me one, she says, "That wine isn't strong enough. I get really awkward when people are nice to me. I'm going to need liquor for this." I laugh and take the shot glass from her. We raise them at the same time, and I make a toast. Cheers to women who don't need their boyfriends in order to have a good time. We clink our shot glasses together before downing the liquor. I don't even know what it is. Whiskey, maybe? Whatever. As long as it does the job. She pours us another shot. "That toast was way too cheerful, Sydney." We hold up our glasses again, and she clears her throat before speaking. "Cheers to Maggie and her mad skills at remaining friends with both of her ex-boyfriends, to the point that they are somehow still at her beck and call, even when sex isn't involved." I'm dumbfounded as she clinks her glass against mine and then downs her shot. I don't move my shot glass. When she sees her words made me speechless, she pushes my shot glass toward my mouth and uses her fingers to tilt it up. I finally down it. "Good girl," she says. She takes the shot glass from me and hands me my wine glass. She pulls herself up onto the bar and sits cross-legged. "So," she says, "what do girls do when they hang out like this?" She is so unlike anyone I've ever spent time with as an adult. She's like an entirely different class of animal. There are amphibians, reptiles, mammals, birds, fish, and then there's Bridgette. I shrug and laugh a little, then pull myself up onto the kitchen bar across from her. It's been a long time since I've had a girls' night, but I think we're supposed to bitch about our boyfriends while we talk about Jason Momoa. She cocks her head. "Who is Jason Momoa?" I laugh, but she looks at me like she's clueless.
Oh my god, she's serious? She doesn't know who Jason Momoa is? Oh, Bridgette, I say with pity, really? She still has no clue who I'm talking about. I grab my phone but don't feel like jumping off the bar to enlighten her. I'll text you his picture. I find a picture of him and text it to her. I've only ever sent her one text in the history of knowing her. Sending her a second one practically makes us best friends now.
When I hit send, I go back to my messages and open up a missed text from Ridge. He sent it 5 minutes ago. Ridge, just letting you know that Maggie didn't want to stay at the hospital tonight, so she talked Warren into helping her sneak out. We're taking her home, and we'll probably stay there just to make sure she's fine. Are you okay with that? Also, are you having fun with Bridgette? I read his text twice. I want to be casual about it all, despite my warring emotions. But I'm scared if I'm too casual, he'll run to her anytime she misses him. But if I'm not casual enough, I'll be disappointed in my inability to empathize with Maggie's situation. I don't know how to respond, so I do the unthinkable and look up at Bridgette. Ridge says they're taking Maggie home. She left before she was discharged. Now he and Warren are probably staying the night at her house. Bridgette is staring at her phone. That's shitty. I agree, but I don't know which part she thinks is shitty. Maggie asking them to come when it doesn't seem like a medical emergency? Ridge saying they might stay the night? Or the entire situation as a whole? Does it ever bother you that she and Warren are so close? Bridgette immediately lifts her head. Fuck yeah, it bothers me. Warren flirted with her every time she was here. But he also flirts with you and every other woman he comes across. So I don't know. For the most part, I trust him. Besides, my Hooters uniform would slide right off that shapeless figure of hers, and that uniform is Warren's favorite part about me. That explanation was going in such a good direction before it took a nosedive. I don't even know why I asked how she reacts to their situation, because theirs is so different from ours. Warren dating Maggie for a few weeks when she was 17 hardly compares to Ridge spending 6 years of his life with her up until a few months ago. Bridgette must see the worry in my expression while I stare back down at the text. I really don't think you should stress about it, she says. I've seen how Ridge is with Maggie, and I've seen how Ridge is with you. It's like comparing chopsticks and computers. I look at her confused. Chopsticks and computers? How is that? Exactly, she says. You can't compare them because they're incomparable. That somehow makes complete sense, and makes me feel so much better. I think about the glitter bomb, and how Bridgette smiled at me and Ridge when we were laughing together on the floor. I can't believe I've never hung out with this girl before. She's actually not so mean when you peel back all the layers of mean. Holy shit. Bridgette is staring at her phone, and based on how she says those 2 words, it can only mean one thing. She opened the pic I just sent. Who is this exemplary specimen of man that has somehow never been introduced into my life? I laugh. That is Jason Momoa. Bridgette brings her phone up to her face and licks her phone screen. I cringe and laugh at the same time. You're as gross as Warren. She holds up her hand. Please, don't mention his name while I stare at this man. It's ruining my moment. I give her a moment to Google image search him while I finish off my glass of wine and reopen my text from Ridge. I type out a response to him and try to avoid the elephant in the room. Or would it be elephant in the phone since Ridge and I aren't in the same room? Yeah, okay, I think I might be a little buzzed. Sydney. Glad Maggie's feeling okay. And Bridgette is not so bad, actually. It's weird, like we're in another dimension. Ridge. Wow. Is she having a legitimate conversation with you like a normal human? Sydney. Normal is a stretch, but yeah, she's mostly giving me advice about you. Ridge. That's unsettling. Sydney. Good. I want you to feel unsettled until I see you tomorrow. Ridge. Don't worry. I do feel unsettled. I feel a lot of things. I feel guilty because I left you alone, worried that you're sad, lonely because I'm here and not with you. But mostly, I feel grateful because you make difficult situations so much easier for everyone involved. I bring my hand to my mouth and trace my smile. I love that he says exactly what I need to hear. Sydney, I love you. Bridgette, tell Ridge goodbye. This is my time. I glance up at Bridgette, who is looking at me with severe boredom. I laugh. Sydney, Bridgette says I can't talk to you anymore. Ridge, better do what she says. No telling what the consequences are. I love you. Good night. I love you. Good night. Sydney, you said that twice. Ridge, I mean it even more than that. I close out the texts, still smiling, and then place my phone face down on the bar. Bridgette is pouring herself another glass of wine. Can I ask you a personal question? She says. Sure. I hop off the bar and grab the wine from her, then turn and refill my glass. Does he moan? I spin around at that question. Excuse me? Bridgette waves her hand, dismissing my shock. Just tell me. I've always wondered if he makes noises during sex, since he can't hear anything. I choke out a laugh. You wonder what my boyfriend sounds like during sex? She tilts her head and glares at me, rolling her head. Oh, come on. Lots of people wonder that about deaf people. I shake my head. No, I'm confident most people don't wonder that, Bridgette. Whatever. Just answer the question. She's not going to stop. My face and neck feel flushed, but I don't know if it's because of all the wine or if it's because she just asked such a personal question. I take a long drink and then nod. He does. He moans and grunts and sighs, and I don't know why, but the fact that he's deaf makes all his noises that much more of a turn-on. Bridgette grins. That is so hot. Don't call my boyfriend's sex noises hot. She shrugs. You shouldn't have made it sound so hot then. She spends the next several minutes looking up images of Jason Momoa, and even though I've seen them all, she holds up her phone and shows me each one like she's doing me a favor. The doorbell eventually rings, and Bridgette suddenly looks happier than I've ever seen her look. She rushes toward the door with starved excitement, like she didn't just eat an entire plate of Alfredo pasta 2 hours ago. Grab money for a tip, Sid. I don't have any. She is perfect for Warren. Absolutely perfect.
Chapter 13. Ridge. It's the first time I've been to Maggie's house since the night we broke up. It's a little weird, but it could be worse. Warren has always had this magical ability to make sure he's weirder than any situation ever could be, and that's exactly what's happening right now. He just raided Maggie's freezer and refrigerator and is standing in her kitchen dipping soggy microwaved fish sticks into chocolate pudding. You eat some of the grossest stuff, Maggie says, opening her dishwasher. I'm sitting on Maggie's couch watching them. They're laughing, making jokes. Maggie is cleaning her kitchen as Warren messes it up. I stare at Maggie's wrist, at the hospital bracelet still attached to it, and try not to be upset that I'm here. But I am upset. I'm annoyed. If she's well enough to sneak out of a hospital and clean her kitchen, what am I even doing here? Maggie grabs a paper towel and covers her mouth with it while Warren beats her on the back a few times. I noticed in the car that she was coughing a lot. Back when we were dating and I'd noticed she was coughing, I would put my hand on her back or her chest to feel how bad of a cough it was. But I can't do that anymore. All I can do is ask her if she's okay and trust that she isn't downplaying her health. This coughing fit lasts for an entire minute. She probably hasn't used her vest at all today, so I stand up and walk to her bedroom. It's in the chair by her bed. I grab the vest and the generator it's attached to and walk it to the couch to hook it up in the living room. She's supposed to use it 2 to 3 times a day to help break up the mucus in her lungs. When a person has cystic fibrosis, it causes their mucus to thicken, which then causes blockage to major organs. Before these vests were invented, patients relied on other people to do manual chest percussions, which meant beating on the back and chest several times a day to break up all the mucus. The vests are a lifesaver, especially for Maggie because she lives alone and has no one to administer chest percussions. But she's never used it as much as she should, and that used to be a huge point of contention between us. I guess it still is because here I am hooking it up about to force her to use it. After I get it hooked up, Maggie taps me on the shoulder. It's broken. I look back down at the generator and power it on. Nothing happens. What's wrong with it? She shrugs. It stopped working a couple of days ago. I'll take it in Monday and trade it in. Monday? She can't go an entire weekend without it, especially if she's already coughing like she is. I sit on the couch to try to figure out what's wrong with it. Maggie walks back into the kitchen and says something to Warren. I can tell by his body language and the way he looks over at me that she said something about me. What did she say? Warren looks at Maggie. Ridge wants to know what you just said. Maggie glances over her shoulder at me and laughs, then faces me. I said you haven't changed. Yeah, well, neither have you. She looks offended, but honestly, I don't care. She's always tried to make me feel guilty for worrying about her. Clearly, nothing has changed, and my concern still annoys her. Maggie seems irritated by my response to her. Yeah, it's kind of impossible to stop having cystic fibrosis. I stare at her, wondering why she's in such a shit mood. Probably for the same reason I am. We're having the same arguments we've always had, only this time there isn't a relationship between us to fall back on and cushion our feelings. I'm annoyed that she left the hospital, but now that she's so unappreciative of us being here trying to help her, my anger is starting to build. My girlfriend was crying because I was leaving her, concerned about us, and now Maggie's scolding, mocking me, even though I came. For her. I can't sit here and have this conversation. I stand up and unplug the generator, then carry everything back to her bedroom. Maggie and Warren can eat their sacrilegious combination of fish sticks and chocolate pudding, and I'll be in the other room, continuing to try to repair a vest that literally aids in keeping her alive. I'm not even all the way into her room when I turn around and see that she's following me. I set the generator on the table next to the chair and sit down, pulling the table closer. I turn on the lamp next to the chair. Maggie is still standing in the doorway. What is your problem, Ridge? I laugh, but not because anything about tonight is funny. What did you eat this morning before you passed out from low blood sugar? Maggie's eyes narrow. I'm asking her this because she probably can't even remember. Hell, she probably didn't even eat. Have you even checked your glucose levels since you ate half of a king-size Twix bar? I can tell she's about to yell. When she's really angry at me, she signs and yells. It used to turn me on. Now I would just give anything to be able to yell back at her. You have no right to comment on the food I consume, Ridge. In case you don't remember, I'm not your girlfriend anymore. If I don't get a say in how you take care of yourself, then why am I here? I stand up and walk closer to her. You don't take care of yourself and you end up in the hospital, and then you call Warren crying and scared. We drop everything to be here for you, but as soon as we get here, you leave the hospital without being discharged. Forgive me if I have better things to do than come running every time you're irresponsible. You didn't have to come, Ridge. I didn't even know the hospital called you guys. And I didn't cry to Warren on the phone or tell him I was scared. He asked if I wanted company, and I told him yes, because I thought we could all figure this stupid situation out like grown adults, but I guess not. She slams the door on her way out of her bedroom. I pull it right back open. I don't do it to follow Maggie, though. I go straight to the kitchen and look at Warren. Why did you tell me she cried and that she was scared? Maggie is standing on the other side of me, her arms crossed while she glares at Warren. He's holding a soda, looking back and forth at both of us. His eyes finally land on me. I exaggerated. It's not a big deal. You wouldn't have come otherwise. I force myself to inhale a calming breath. It's either that or I'm going to punch him. It's a long drive from Austin to San Antonio. Besides, we needed to be together, the three of us. We have to figure out how to deal with all of this going forward. All of this? Maggie says. She motions to herself. You mean me? We have to figure out how to deal with me. I guess this proves I really am nothing but a burden to you guys. She isn't yelling anymore. She's only signing. But even though I can tell she's hurting and upset, I'm still not convinced things would be different if she would take all this a little more seriously, like I've been trying to get her to do for the last 6 years. You're not a burden, Maggie, I sign. You're selfish. If you took care of yourself and monitored your blood sugar and used your vest like you're supposed to and, I don't know, maybe didn't jump out of fucking airplanes, none of us would even be arguing. I've put Sydney in an awkward situation that she wouldn't be in right now if you'd just take better care of yourself. Warren covers his face with his hand like I just screwed up. Maggie rolls her eyes with exaggeration. Poor Sydney. She really is the victim in all of this, isn't she? Gets the man of her dreams and she's healthy. Poor fucking Sydney. She turns her attention on Warren. Don't ever force him to come take care of me again. I don't need him to take care of me. I don't need either of you to take care of me. Warren raises an eyebrow but remains stoic. With all due respect, you kind of do need us, Maggie. I squeeze my eyes shut and look down. I know that had to hurt her, and I don't want to watch the sting. When I open my eyes again, she's marching to her bedroom. She slams the door. Warren turns and punches the refrigerator. I walk to the table by the couch and grab Warren's car keys. I want to leave. I toss Warren his keys, but his eyes dart up to Maggie's bedroom door. He rushes across the living room and swings the door open. Naturally, I rush with him because I can't hear whatever it is he just heard. Maggie is in her bathroom, hugging the toilet, vomiting. Warren grabs a washcloth and bends down next to her. I walk over and sit on the edge of the tub. This happens when she has too much buildup in her lungs. I'm sure right now it's a combination of that and not using her vest for several days, and all the yelling she just did. I reach over and pull her hair back until it stops. It's hard for me to be upset with her right now. She's crying, leaning against Warren. I don't know what it's like to be the one with this illness, so I probably shouldn't be judging her actions so harshly. I only know what it's like to be the one to care for someone with this illness. I used to have to remind myself of that all the time. No matter how frustrated I get, it's nothing compared to what she must go through. It looks like I still need that reminder. Maggie won't even look at me the whole time we wait with her to see if her episode is over. She doesn't even look at me when we're convinced it is over and Warren helps her to her bedroom. It's her way of giving me the silent treatment. She used to refuse to look at me when she was mad because she didn't want to give me the chance to sign to her. Warren gets her in the bed and I take her generator back to the living room. Once Maggie is settled, Warren leaves her door halfway open while he comes back to the living room and takes a seat on the couch. I'm still pissed that he lied about their phone call in order to guilt me into coming, but I also understand why he did it. The three of us do need to sit down and figure this out. Maggie doesn't want to be a burden, but until she buckles down and makes her health her primary focus, she'll never be as independent as she wishes she could be. And as long as she's dependent, it's the two of us who will be taking care of her. I know we're all she has, and I know that Sydney understands that. I would never walk away from Maggie completely, knowing how much she needs someone in her corner. But when you do things that continue to belittle and even disrespect the efforts of those in your corner, eventually you're going to lose your team, and without your team, eventually you lose the fight. I don't want her to lose the fight, none of us do, which is why Warren and I stay, because she needs a treatment, and that can't happen until I repair her vest. Warren watches TV for the next hour, getting up once to take Maggie a glass of water. When he comes back into the room, he waves his hand to get my attention. "Her cough sounds bad," he says. I just nod. I already know. It's why I'm still trying to work on this vest. It's after 2 a.m. when I finally figure out the issue. I found an old generator she used to use in her hallway closet. I switched out the power cords and can get it to kick on, but it won't stay on unless I'm holding the cord with my fingers. Warren is asleep on the couch when I take the vest to Maggie's bedroom. Her lamp is still on, so I can see that she's still wide awake. I walk over to her bed and plug in the generator and hand her the vest. She sits up and slips it on. There's a short. I have to hold the cord while it's powered on or it'll cut off. She nods, but she doesn't say anything. We both know this routine. The machine runs for 5 minutes, and then she has to cough to clear out her lungs. I run it for another 5 minutes, and then let her take another coughing break. The routine continues for half an hour. When the treatment is over, she slips off the vest and continues to avoid eye contact with me as she rolls over. I lay it on the floor, but when I look back at her, I can tell by the movement in her shoulders that she's crying. And now I feel like an asshole. I know I get frustrated with her, but she isn't perfect, neither am I. And as long as we're doing nothing but arguing and pointing out each other's shortcomings, we're never going to get her health on the right track. I sit next to her on the bed and squeeze her shoulder. It's what I used to do when I felt helpless to her situation. She reaches up and squeezes my hand, and just like that, the argument is over. She rolls over onto her back and looks up at me. "I didn't tell Warren on the phone that I was scared." I nod. I know that now. A tear falls from her eye and slides down into her hair. "But he's right, Ridge. I am scared." I've never seen this look on her face before, and it completely guts me. I hate this for her. I really do. She starts crying harder and rolls away from me. And as much as I want to tell her it wouldn't be so scary if she'd stop acting like she was immune to the effects of her illness, I don't respond. I wrap my arm around her because she doesn't need a lecture right now. She just needs a friend. I made Maggie do a second treatment in the middle of the night last night. I'm pretty sure I fell asleep somewhere in the middle of her second treatment because I woke up at 8 o'clock this morning and realized I was on her bed. I know Sydney wouldn't be comfortable with that, so I moved to the couch. I'm still on the couch, face down, trying to sleep, but Warren is shaking me. I reach for my phone and look at the time, not expecting it to be noon. I sit up immediately, wondering why he let me sleep so long. "Get up," he signs. "We need to get Maggie's car and drop it back off here before we head back to Austin." I nod, rubbing the sleep from my eyes. "We need to go to the medical supply store first," I tell him. "I want to see if they can give her a generator until hers gets repaired." Warren signs okay and walks to the bathroom. I fall back against the couch and sigh. I hate how this whole trip has gone. It's left me with an unsettled feeling, which, funny enough, is exactly what Sydney was hoping for. I smile, knowing she got her way and she doesn't even know it. I haven't spoken to her since all the fighting between me, Maggie, and Warren last night. I open my text to her and notice she hasn't texted since we talked last night. I wonder how her night with Bridgette went. Ridge. Heading back soon. How was your sleepover? She begins texting back immediately. I watch the text bubbles appear and disappear several times until her text comes through. Sydney. Apparently not as eventful as yours. Her text confuses me. I look at Warren, who's walking out of the bathroom. Did you tell Sydney about the argument last night? Nope, Warren says. I haven't talked to either one of them today. My guess is that they're hungover and still in bed. My chest tightens because her text is unlike her. Ridge. What do you mean? Sydney. Check Instagram. I immediately close out my text to her and open Instagram. I scroll down until I see it. Son of a bitch. Maggie posted a picture of us. She's making a silly face up at the camera, and I'm next to her. In her bed, asleep. The caption reads, Haven't missed his snoring. I fist my phone in both hands and pull it to my forehead, squeezing my eyes shut. This is why I should have stayed home. I stand up. Where's Maggie? Warren nods toward the hallway and signs. The laundry room. I walk to her laundry room and find her casually hanging up a shirt like she didn't just try to sabotage my relationship with Sydney with her petty Instagram post. I hold up my phone. What's this? A picture of you, she says, matter of fact. I see that, but why? She finishes hanging up the shirt and then leans against her washing machine. I also posted a picture of Warren. Why are you so mad? I roll my head and throw my hands up in frustration. I'm confused why she did it in the first place, and now I'm confused as to why she's acting like it isn't a big deal. She pushes off her washing machine. I didn't realize we had rules to this friendship. I've posted pictures of all of us for 6 years. Are we catering our lives to Sydney now? She tries to walk toward the door, but I step in front of it. You could show a little respect for our situation. Maggie's eyes narrow. Are you serious right now? Did you really just ask me to show respect to the relationship you're in with the girl you cheated on me with? That is not fair. We're past that now. At least I thought we were. You could have posted any picture of me, but you chose to post one of me in your bed, a bed I was in because I stayed up for hours to make sure you were okay. Using that as an opportunity to throw my mistake back in my face is not fair, Maggie. Her jaw hardens. You want to talk fair? How fair is it that you're the one who had an emotional affair, but I'm the one who has to be sensitive about what I post on Instagram? How fair is it that I'm the bad guy for eating a Twix? I wanted a fucking Twix, Ridge. She pushes past me, so I follow her. She spins around when she reaches her living room. I forgot how I'm never allowed to have any fun when you're around. Maybe you shouldn't come back because this is the worst day I've had in months. In all my years of knowing her, I've never been this mad at her. I don't know why I thought this could work. If you have an actual emergency, let me know, Maggie. I'll be here for you. But until then, I can't be friends with you. I walk to the front door and swing it open, then face Warren. Let's go. Warren is standing in the living room, frozen, at a complete loss as to what to say or do. What about Maggie's car? She can take an Uber. I walk out of Maggie's house and head for Warren's car. It takes him a few minutes to finally walk outside. I'm sure he was reassuring Maggie. Let him. Maybe he can reassure the unreasonable, but I sure can't. When Warren finally makes it to his car, I open up my text to Sydney. I don't even try to justify the picture with an excuse. I'll explain it all to her when I'm face-to-face with her. Ridge. I'm sorry she posted that, Sydney. I'm on my way back to my apartment now. Sydney. No hurry. I won't even be at your apartment when you get here. I get a separate text from Bridgette. Bridgette. Dick. You're a dick. Dick, dick, dick. Sydney. And don't bother coming to my apartment. Me and Bridgette are having another sleepover. Bridgette. No dicks allowed. I close out the text to both of them and lean my head against the seat. Drive to Sydney's apartment first.
Chapter 14. Maggie. I sit down on the couch after Warren closes the door. I stare at the floor. I bury my face in my hands. What is wrong with me? I pushed Jake away. I pushed Ridge away. I even told Warren to get the hell out of my house when he stayed back and tried to get me to tell him why I was acting the way I was. I don't know what's gotten into me this week. This isn't me. I honest to God, don't want to be in a relationship with Ridge, but when I woke up this morning and saw him asleep next to me, it felt good to have him back. I've missed him, but not in a romantic way. I've just missed his company. And I started wondering if he missed my company or if Sydney is all he needs now. Then I started feeling insecure again because he was here even though he expressed just how much he didn't want to be here. And as I laid there and stared at him, I started thinking about the day I found all the messages between him and Sydney, and I got angry all over again. I shouldn't have posted the picture. I know that. But I think I did it because I thought it would make me feel better in some twisted way. I missed him. I was angry at him. I was angry at myself. I feel like years of just trying to live despite this illness is catching up to me. Because Ridge is right. I don't take care of myself like I should. But it's because I'm sick of this illness. And sometimes I don't care if it wins. I really don't. I pull out my phone and delete the picture. Then I open a text to Ridge. Maggie, it's been the shittiest week of my life, and I took it out on you, and I'm sorry. Tell Sydney I am so sorry. I deleted the picture. I hit send and then power off my phone and lie down. I press my face into the couch, and I cry. The problem with hating yourself when you're all alone is that you have no one to remind you of any of your good qualities. Then you just hate yourself even more until you sabotage anything good in your life and in yourself. I'm at that point. Maggie Carson. Not so much of a badass today.
Chapter 15. Sydney. I had so much fun last night. I ate Bridgette's disgusting pizza, and then she told me all about how she and Warren started dating. That only solidified my opinion of their weirdness. Then we watched Justice League and fast-forwarded through all the parts Jason Momoa wasn't in. I don't remember much after that because we were several bottles of wine in. My sleep and my fun were both cut abruptly short today when Bridgette shook me awake and shoved Maggie's Instagram post in my face. I'm more hurt than angry. I'm sure Ridge will have an excuse, he always does. But what's Maggie's excuse? I know, in a sense, I'm the other woman who came between them. I was the Tory in that situation. But I honestly thought we were all beyond that. From the way Warren and Ridge made it sound, she took it well and was even mature about it. But this feels so petty, gross even. I couldn't stand being in Ridge's apartment after seeing her post. The way I felt reminded me of the stark and pitiful misery I went through while I lived there. And the entire place smelled like pepperoni and anchovies. I told Bridgette I was going back to my place, and she went to her room to grab her stuff and told me she was going with me. I think she might be just as upset as I am because she brought another bottle of wine with her. And now we're drinking again, and it's barely 2 o'clock in the afternoon. But I don't mind that she's here. I actually prefer it, because I really don't want to be alone right now, or I'll overanalyze this entire situation and come up with far-fetched reasons for him being on that bed before he can even explain himself. Bridgette is sitting cross-legged on my bed. She reaches to the floor and grabs her purse, pulling her phone out of it. That's it! I can't take it. I'm commenting on her Instagram post. I try to pull her phone away. Don't. I don't even want her to know I saw it. It'll serve her purpose. Bridgette rolls onto her stomach to protect her phone from me. That's why I said I'll comment. I'll say something to make her feel as insecure as she's trying to make you feel. I'll tell her she looks healthy. Everyone knows when you tell someone they look healthy, it really means fat. You can't say that to someone who is actually sick and really skinny. Bridgette groans and then rolls onto her back, tossing her phone aside. She deleted it! Damn it! Thank God. I appreciate Bridgette's support, but I really don't need her wedging herself into mine and Ridge's and Maggie's issues. You want me to call Warren and ask him what happened? Bridgette almost sounds giddy. She would be one to thrive on drama. And I'm not gonna lie, I've thought about calling Warren myself, because I have so many questions. I know they're driving back right now, and Ridge will probably come over and try to explain himself. But it would be nice to be a little enlightened beforehand, so I know exactly how much and how loud I should yell at him when he arrives. Not that the decibel of my voice will matter in our argument, but it might make me feel better to scream at him. Bridgette calls Warren and puts the phone on speaker. Hey, babe, he says as he answers. So what the fuck happened last night? Bridgette says. Yeah, she doesn't know how to do anything with tact. Warren clears his throat, but before he starts speaking, I interrupt him. Are you signing this conversation for Ridge? I really don't want to talk to him right now.
I'm driving, Warren says. Kind of hard for me to drive, hold my phone, eat this cheeseburger, and sign everything I'm saying. Besides, he's staring out the passenger window brooding. Bridgette leans toward the phone. Sydney and Ridge's relationship is in jeopardy, yet you guys had time to stop for burgers? I stopped for a burger. Ridge won't eat anything until all is right in the world of Ridney. I roll my eyes.
Well, then he's going to be really hungry by tonight.
He didn't do anything wrong, Sydney, Warren says. I swear, that was all Maggie. He was asleep on her bed, Bridgette says. Yeah, because he spent 2 hours repairing the generator to her vest and then had to hold the cord so she could use it. He didn't sleep all night. And when he finally did get a few hours of sleep, Maggie took a picture of him and went and pulled some really shady shit. I'm telling you, it was all Maggie. I've never seen her like this. I glance up at Bridgette. I don't know if I can trust Warren. As if she can sense what I'm thinking, she says, We're not stupid, Warren. Bros before hoes. You would defend Ridge even if he murdered you. Hold on, Warren says. I need to take a drink.
Bridgette and I wait and listen as he slurps down a drink. I fall back onto my bed, frustrated with Warren, with Ridge, with Maggie. But for once, I'm not at all frustrated with Bridgette.
Okay, Warren says. Here's what happened. After we left the hospital and got back to Maggie's house last night, it was an entire hour of them screaming at each other. It's like they both released years of aggression all at once, and there were so many insults coming from both sides. All of the... Wait, Bridgette says. Now I know for a fact you're lying. I'm not lying, Warren says defensively. You said they were screaming at each other. Ridge can't scream, you idiot.
I press my hand to my forehead.
It's sort of a figure of speech in this situation, Bridgette. He was angry and he was signing. Warren refers to it as screaming. Bridgette shoots me a look of suspicion, like she still doesn't trust what Warren is saying.
I give my attention back to the phone. Why were they fighting?
Why weren't they fighting? Ridge was mad because he was there and she wasn't even that sick. He was mad she isn't taking her health seriously and it's starting to inconvenience those around her. She was mad because he brought up the fact that she was inconveniencing you and was putting a strain on your relationship with Ridge. I'm telling you, I've never seen them like this. And it wasn't the kind of fighting that me and Bridgette do where we're just trying to get under each other's skin. This was legit, I'm fucking angry at you fighting. I close my eyes, hating the entire situation. I'm not pleased that they're fighting.
That's helping no one. But it does explain why she posted that picture. It wasn't to get back at me.
She was pissed at Ridge, and her best form of revenge on him is to involve me. And then they both got mad at me, he says. All the yelling caused her to start vomiting, and then Ridge made her wear her vest, and he fell asleep on her bed during one of her treatments. As soon as he woke up, he went to the couch and slept for 4 hours until I woke him up and instigate happened. And that's the whole story. I kick my legs on the mattress. Ugh, I don't know who to be mad at. I just need to be mad at someone. Bridgette points to the phone and whispers,
Be mad at Warren. It's a great stress reliever.
She raises her voice so he can hear her. Why did they get mad at you? Not important, Warren says. We're pulling up to your apartment right now, Sydney. Let us in.
He ends the call, and I don't even know if I feel any better. I never thought Ridge was in Maggie's bed because he was cheating on me. I knew he probably had a valid excuse related to her health. But why couldn't they have been on the couch together instead, or the floor? Why did he have to fall asleep in a place where they've probably been intimate with each other for years? I stand up. I need more wine. Yep, wine,
Bridgette says, following me to my kitchen. When Ridge and Warren finally make it inside, I've just downed my second glass for the day. Warren walks in first, and then Ridge walks in. I hate how Ridge frantically searches for me and then looks relieved when he sees me. I just want to stay mad at him. But he makes it so hard with those kissable lips and apologetic eyes. I know what I'll do. I just won't look at him. That way I won't succumb so easily to my forgiveness. I spin around so that I can't see Ridge or the door. I can only see Warren as he tries to hug Bridgette, but she pushes against his forehead. Turning my back on Ridge doesn't do me any good, because he walks up behind me and wraps his arms around me, tucking his face into the space between my neck and shoulder. He kisses me softly on the neck, and keeps his arms wrapped around me, apologizing without words. I don't accept this apology. I'm still mad. So I remain stiff and don't react to his touch. Externally, anyway. Internally, I just combusted. Bridgette downs the rest of her wine, then gives her attention to Warren. Why were Ridge and Maggie mad at you? I want to hear Warren's answer. But Ridge releases me, turning me so that I'm face to face with him. He slides his hands to my cheeks and looks at me very seriously. I'm sorry. I shrug. Still hurts. Warren ignores Bridgette's question and walks toward me and Ridge. I glance over Ridge's shoulder as Warren touches his chest, looking somewhat guilty. It was mostly my fault, Sydney. I'm really sorry. Figures, Bridgette says, walking to the kitchen for more wine. She walks right between Ridge and me, separating us completely. Just spill it, Warren. Warren squeezes the back of his neck with his hands as he winces. Well, funny story. I bet it's a riot. Bridgette deadpans. Warren ignores her and continues. I might have exaggerated about the phone call with Maggie. She wasn't crying, and she technically didn't beg us to come. I just knew if I didn't stretch the truth a little, Ridge wouldn't have gone. Bridgette's mouth drops open. She makes a shocked sound and then looks at me, then back at Warren. You wanted a sleepover with your ex-girlfriend, so you lied to everyone? You're such an asshole, Warren, I say. Why would he lie and put Ridge in that situation yesterday? God, I'm so angry at him. It feels good to finally have a solid target for my anger. Look, Warren says, throwing his hands up in the air. Ridge and Maggie were way overdue for a conversation about this. I wasn't doing it to be malicious. I was trying to be helpful. Yeah, sounds like the entire trip was a success, I say. Warren shrugs, placing his hands on his hips. There may not be a resolution yet, but Maggie needed to hear everything Ridge had to say. In fact, I think you'd be proud of him. After last night and everything he said to defend you, there isn't a doubt in my mind that he's 100% aboard the Sydney train. I fold my arms over my chest. You mean you had doubts before last night? Warren looks up at the ceiling. Not what I meant. He looks at Bridgette, and I can tell he's done with this day already. Let's go. They need privacy, so do we. Bridgette pulls out a chair at the bar and takes a seat. No, I'm not finished with my wine. Warren walks to the counter and grabs the bottle of wine. Then he takes her glass out of her hands and walks out the front door with it. Bridgette looks at the door and then at me. Then at the door and then at me again. Her eyes are full of panic. She points helplessly at the door. Wine. Go, I say, walking around Ridge toward the door. She rushes to the door and I shut it behind her. When I turn back around, Ridge is leaning his head against the refrigerator, staring at me. I sigh and stare back at him, hating how tired he looks. As irritated as I am at Warren, I'm relieved he explained everything. I'm not as angry at Ridge. Ridge pulls his phone out and starts to text me. I go to my room and get my phone and then head back to the kitchen as I read his text. Ridge. I have no idea what's been happening for the last 10 minutes. No one's signed a single word of any of that, and it's really hard to read lips when people are angry and moving around. My shoulders drop when I read his text. I feel bad that we all just excluded him while we argued around him. Sydney, to sum it up, Warren said you were innocent and he was guilty and Maggie was bitter and it was just a huge clusterfuck of a slumber party. Ridge reads the text and then shrugs a shoulder. Ridge, no matter the reason, I shouldn't have been on Maggie's bed without thinking about how that would make you feel. But for the record, I fell asleep during her treatment and then moved to the couch as soon as I woke up. Sydney, well, it wasn't soon enough because it bit you right in the ass. Ridge, whoever said Karma is a bitch must have never met her, because Karma is very friendly and she follows me around everywhere I go. Everywhere. All the time. I smile, but Ridge just looks so sad. I hate that we're in the position to have to make up after another argument and we haven't even been together a week. I hope this isn't any indication of how the rest of our relationship is going to go. Of course, the first argument was all his fault and he was being a tool. But this one, I don't know. From what I gathered through Warren's explanation, Ridge really is making a huge attempt at putting me first. It's just hard when there are so many obstacles. Oh man, did I just refer to Maggie as an obstacle? She's not an obstacle. Her recent behavior is the obstacle. Ridge, can I please kiss you? I need to. So bad. I smile a little as I read his text. He must see it because he doesn't even wait for me to look up and answer him. He just rushes toward me and lifts my face and then presses his mouth firmly to mine. He kisses me like he's starved for me. It's my favorite kind of kiss from him. It's so desperate and mostly one-sided from him that the strength behind his kiss ends up forcing me backward. He continues kissing me until my back is against the living room wall. But as desperate as it is, it's not a sensual kiss. It's just full of need. A need to feel me and know I'm not upset. A need for reassurance. A need for forgiveness. After a good minute of him kissing me, he presses his forehead to mine. Still, even after I've let him kiss me, he seems distraught. I slide my hand up to his cheek and brush my thumb across it, bringing his eyes to mine.
Are you okay? He inhales and then slowly exhales. He nods unconvincingly and then pulls me against him. I barely have time to wrap my arms around him when he bends down and slides an arm behind my knees and lifts me up. He carries me to the bedroom and lowers me to the bed. Whatever is still bothering him can wait because his mouth is on mine again. But this time his kiss isn't a need for my reassurance. It's just a need for me. He pulls his shirt over his head and then stands up and slides off my pajama bottoms. Then he's over me again, his tongue in my mouth, his hand sliding up my thigh, lifting my leg. I want to hear him. Since the moment I described how hot his noises were last night, I've been craving them all. I unzip his jeans and slip my hand inside, pulling him out and guiding him inside of me. His mouth is against my neck when I get his groan. It rumbles up his chest as he pushes into me, and then he sighs softly as he pulls out. He repeats the rhythm, and I close my eyes. The entire time he makes love to me, I remain quiet and listen to the sensual sounds of Ridge.
Chapter 16. Ridge. There are 3 things that produce such beautiful sounds that countless poems have been written about them. Oceans, waterfalls, and rain. I've only been to the ocean once. Sounds of Cedar played a gig in Galveston 2 years ago, and I joined them for the trip. The morning after the concert, I walked to the beach. I took my shoes off and sat down in the sand and watched the sunrise. I remember this feeling building inside me as I watched it. Almost like every negative emotion I've ever felt was evaporating with each new ray of sun that trickled out over the horizon. It was a feeling of complete and utter awe, like nothing I had ever experienced. And as I sat there, I realized I was in awe of something that occurs every single day and has occurred every single day since the very first sunrise. And I thought to myself, how can something be so magnificent when it isn't even a thing of rarity? The sun in its rise and fall is the most expected, dependable, and repetitive natural occurrence known to mankind, yet it is one of the few things that maintains a universal ability to render a man speechless. In that moment, as I sat alone on the beach, my toes buried in the sand, my hands wrapped around my knees, I wondered, for the first time, if the sunrise made a sound. I was almost positive it didn't. If it did, I was sure I would have read about it. And I was sure there would be more poetry about the sound of the sunrise than there is about oceans or waterfalls or rain. And then I wondered what that same sunrise must feel like to those who could hear the ocean as the sun broke itself free from the constraints of the horizon. If a soundless sunrise could mean so much to me, what must it mean to those who watch it as it's accompanied by the roll of the water? I cried. I cried because I was deaf. It's one of the few times I've ever felt resentful about this part of me that has limited my life so significantly, and it's the first and only time I've ever cried because of it. I still remember how I felt in that moment. I was angry. I was bitter. Upset that I had been cursed with this disability that hindered me in so many ways, even though most of my days were spent not even thinking about it. But that day, that moment, gutted me. I wanted to feel the complete effect of that sunrise. I wanted to absorb every call of the seagulls flying overhead. I wanted the sound of the waves to enter my ears and trickle down my chest until I could feel them thrashing around in my stomach. I cried because I felt sorry for myself. As soon as the sun had risen fully, I stood up and walked away from the beach, but I couldn't walk away from that feeling. The bitterness followed me throughout the entire day. I haven't been back to the ocean since. As I sit here with my hands pressed against the tile of the shower, the spray of the water beating down on my face, I can't help but think about that feeling, and how, until that moment, I never truly understood what Maggie probably feels on a daily basis. Bitter and hurt that she was dealt a hand in life that she's expected to accept with grace and ease. It's easy for someone on the outside to look in and think that Maggie is being selfish, that she's not thinking about anyone's feelings but her own. Even I think that a lot of the time. But it wasn't until that day on the beach 2 years ago that I truly understood her with every part of my being. My being deaf limits me very little. I'm still able to do every single other thing in the world besides hear. But Maggie is limited in countless ways, ways that I can't even fathom. My one bitter day on the beach alone when I truly felt the weight of my disability is probably how Maggie feels on a daily basis. Yet those on the outside of her illness would probably look at her pattern of behavior and say that she's ungrateful, selfish, despicable even. And they would be right. She is all those things. But the difference between Maggie and judgmental people who aren't Maggie is that she has every right in the world to be all those things. Since the day I met her, she has been fiercely independent. She hates feeling as if she's hindering the lives of those around her. She dreams of traveling the world, of taking risks, of doing all the things her illness tells her she can't do. She wants to feel the stress of college and a career. She wants to revel in the independence the world doesn't think she deserves. She wants to break free of the chains that remind her of her illness. And every time I want to scold her or point out everything she's doing wrong and all the ways she's hindering her own longevity, I only need to think back on that moment at the beach. That moment that I would have done whatever it took to be able to hear everything I was feeling. I would have traded years of my life for just 1 minute of normalcy. That's exactly what Maggie's doing. She just wants a minute of normalcy. And the only way she gets those moments of normalcy are when she ignores the weight of her reality. If I could rewind the clock and start yesterday over again, I would do so many things differently. I would have included Sydney in that trip. I wouldn't have allowed Maggie to leave the hospital. And I would have sat down with her and explained to her that I want to help her. I want to be there for her. But I can't be there for her when she refuses to be there for herself. Instead, I allowed every pent-up negative thought I've never said spill out all at once. It was truthful, yes, but the delivery was hurtful. There are much better ways to share your truth than to force it on someone so hard it injures them. Maggie's feelings were hurt, her pride was bruised. And while it's easy for me to say her actions warranted my reaction, it doesn't mean I don't regret that reaction. I'm trying not to think about it, but it's consuming me. And I know the only thing that can alleviate everything I'm feeling is to talk to the one person in my life who understands my feelings more than anyone. But she's also the last person I want to subject to a discussion about Maggie. I turn off the water in Sydney's shower. I've been in here for over half an hour, but I'm trying hard to figure out how to suppress everything I'm feeling right now. Sydney deserves a night untainted by my past relationship. This week has been tough, and she deserves one night of near perfection, where she is my sole focus and I am hers. And I'm going to give her that. I walk out of her bathroom in just a towel, not because I'm trying to distract her from the homework she's currently doing on her bed, but because my pants are on her bedroom floor and I need them. When I drop the towel and pull on my jeans, she looks up from her homework with the tip of her pencil in her mouth, chewing on it with a grin. I smile back at her because I can't help it. She pushes her books aside and pats the bed beside her. I sit down and lean back against the headboard. She slides her leg over me and straddles me, running her hands through my wet hair. She leans forward, kissing me on the forehead, and I'm not sure if she's ever done that before. I close my eyes as she plants soft kisses all over my face. She ends with a soft peck against my lips. I just want to revel in this moment, so I pull her to me, not really interested in conversation or making out. I just want to hold her and keep my eyes closed and appreciate that she's mine, and she allows it for all of 2 minutes. But one of the advantages she holds over me is being able to hear the sighs I forget I'm even releasing. This includes the heavy sigh that instantly causes her concern to resurface. She pulls back, holding my face with her hands. She narrows her eyes as if it's a warning that I better not lie to her. What is wrong with you? Be honest this time. I'm not getting out of this without complete transparency. I slide my hands from her waist up to her shoulders. I squeeze them and then gently move her off me. Laptops, I tell her. We use our laptops for the serious conversations, the ones we know will require too much patience for signing or lip reading or text. I walk to her living room and grab my laptop out of my bag. When I make it back to her room, she's sitting against the headboard with her laptop, her eyes following me to my spot on the bed. I open up our messenger and begin the conversation. Ridge, for the record, I wanted to avoid this conversation tonight, but I'm not sure there's a single emotion I can feel without you reading it. Sydney, you're not as transparent as you seem to think you are. Ridge, I only feel transparent to you. Sydney, well, let's see if you're right. I'm going to try and pinpoint what's bothering you. Ridge, okay. Are we taking bets? Because if you guess right, I'm taking you out on a date tonight. But if you guess wrong, you're going on a date with me tonight. Sydney, winky face. We've never been on a real date before. Ridge, you better guess either right or wrong then, or we won't be going. Sydney, okay. I'm gonna take a stab at it then. I can tell by your body language that your mind is somewhere else tonight, and based on the past 24 hours you've had, I'm going to assume your mind is on Maggie. Ridge. I wish I could tell you you're wrong, but you're right. I just hope you know it's completely innocent. I just can't help but feel bad for everything I said to her. Sydney. Have you spoken to her since you left her house today? Ridge. She texted after I left and gave a 2-sentence apology to both of us, but I didn't respond. I was too angry to respond. Now I don't know how to respond because I feel guilty, but also don't feel like she deserves any kind of apology from me. That's what confuses me. Why do I feel guilty if I don't feel like apologizing for what I did? Sydney. Because it bothers you that deep down inside. You know, if you and Maggie were in any other situation, neither of you would speak again. You're both so different. If it weren't for her illness, the two of you probably would have ended your relationship long before y'all did. But that's not the situation, so she's probably having a hard time processing the fact that you're only in her life because you have to be. I read her message and I feel the truth dig straight into my bones. Sydney is right. Maggie's illness is the only reason we're still connected. As much as I knew that, I haven't wanted to admit that. But there's me and there's Maggie, and we're on opposite sides of the earth right now with this string called cystic fibrosis tying us together. Ridge. You're right, but I wish you weren't. Sydney. I'm sure she wishes it were different too. How do you think that made her feel that you were at her house simply because you needed to be and not because you wanted to be? Ridge. I'm sure that made her feel resentful. Sydney. Exactly. And when people feel resentful, they act out. They say things they don't mean. Ridge. Maybe so, but what was my excuse? I lashed out at her like I've never lashed out at anyone, and that's why I can't stop thinking about this situation because I feel like I lost my patience with her. Sydney. It sounds like you did, but I don't think you should regret it. Sometimes caring about someone means saying things you don't want to say, but that need to be said. Ridge. Yeah, maybe so. Sydney. Your heart is my favorite thing about you, Ridge. She really does love the side of me that Maggie never could. I think that's why it just works with Sydney and me. I finally have someone who is in love with the entirety of me. Sydney. I won't lie, though. Sometimes your heart scares me. Ridge. Why does it scare you? Sydney. Because I worry that Maggie is spiraling downward, and I know you worry about that, too. I'm scared your guilt and your worry are going to force you to get back together with her just so you can fix her. Ridge. Sydney. Hey, we're being uncomfortably honest right now. I look at her, completely dumbfounded by that response. She looks up at me with a hint of fear in her expression, like she thinks I might actually agree with that asinine concern. Ridge. Sydney, I would never leave you in order to fix her issues. I would be broken without you. Then who would fix me? She reads my message, and I watch as she reaches a hand up to her laptop screen and runs her thumb over my words. Then she highlights the sentence and copies it. She opens a Word document and pastes it below a bunch of other messages. I lean over to get a better view of her computer screen, but she hurries and closes out the Word program. I only got a half-second glance, but I could swear the title of the document said, Things Ridge Says. Ridge. Did that document have my name in the title? Sydney. Maybe. Don't worry about it. I glance down at her and she's trying to stifle a smile. I shake my head, almost certain I know what she just did. Ridge. Do you save things? Things I say to you? Like you have an actual file of things I've said to you? Sydney. Shut up. You act like that's weird. Lots of people have collections. Ridge. Yeah. Of tangible things like coins or taxidermies. I don't think most people collect pieces of conversations. Sydney. Fuck off. I laugh and then highlight her sentence and copy it. I open a new Word file and paste it into the document, then save the file as Things Sydney Says. She shoves me in the shoulder. I close my laptop and then shut hers and slide them both to the other side of her. I wrap my arm around her and rest my chin on her chest, looking up at her. I love you. She raises an eyebrow. Quick Bean Church. I tilt my head. Say that again. I'm pretty sure I misread your lips. Quit being a jerk. I grin at my bad lip reading and then kiss her chest, then her neck. Then I peck her on the lips and pull her off the bed. Time for our date. Let's get dressed. She signs. Where are we going? I shrug. Where do you want to go? She grabs her phone while I'm putting on my shirt and she texts me. Sydney, would it be weird if we went back to that diner? I try to recall a diner that we've been to, but the only one I can think of that she might be referring to is the one I took her to the first night we met in person. It was her birthday, and I felt bad that her day was so shitty, so I took her for cake. Ridge. The one close to my apartment? She nods. Ridge. Why would that be weird? Sydney. Because it was the first night we met, and maybe going there on our first date would be sort of celebrating that moment. Ridge. Sydney Blake, you have got to forgive yourself for falling in love with me. We've shared a lot of chapters that don't need to be torn out of our books simply because there are things in them you don't like. It's part of our story. Every single sentence counts toward our happy ending, good or bad. Sydney reads my text and then slides her phone in her pocket like dinner is solidified thanks to that last text. She signs the next thing she says. Thank you. That was beautiful. Bridge, cloud, pimple. I laugh. Was that supposed to be a real sentence? Sydney shakes her head. I don't know how to sign a lot of words yet. I decided I'm just going to make random words up when I don't know how to sign what I really want to say. I motioned for her to get her phone out of her pocket. Ridge. You said bridge, cloud, and pimple. LOL. What were you trying to sign? Sydney. I didn't know how to sign that you are getting so lucky after this date tonight. I laugh and wrap my arm around her, pulling her until her forehead meets my lips. Damn, I cannot get enough of my girl. I also can't get enough of the bridge, cloud, pimple. We drove Sydney's car to my apartment because I didn't have my car, and we can't walk to the diner from her apartment like we could from mine. She insisted we walk like we did the last time we came here. Sydney ordered breakfast for dinner, but she also ate half my onion rings and 3 bites of my burger. We decided to play 20 questions during dinner, so we used our phones instead of signing because it was hard to do that and eat at the same time. In the 45 minutes we've been here, I haven't thought about my fight with Maggie. I haven't thought about how behind on work I am. I haven't even thought about that damn Game of Thrones spoiler. When I'm with Sydney like this, her presence absorbs all the bad parts of my day, and I find it so easy to concentrate on her and only her. Until Brennan appears. Now I'm concentrating on Brennan as he slides into the booth next to Sydney and reaches across the table for my last onion ring. Hi. He pops the onion ring into his mouth, and I lean back in my seat, wondering what the hell he's doing here. Not that I mind, but it is our first official date, and I'm confused why he's crashing it. What are you doing here? I sign. Brennan shrugs. I don't have anything scheduled tonight. I was bored and went to your apartment, but you weren't home. But how did you know we were here? The app, he says, pulling my soda to him and taking a drink. I give him a look that lets him know I have no idea what he's talking about. You know, he says, those apps you can use to track people's phones. I track yours all the time. What the hell? But you have to set that app up with my phone. Brennan nods. I did like a year ago. I know where you are all the time. That actually explains a lot. That's weird, Brennan. He leans back in his seat. No, it isn't. You're my brother. He looks at Sydney. Hi, nice to see you fully clothed. I kick him under the table and he just laughs, then folds his arms over the table and speaks his next sentence. You feel like writing something tonight? I shake my head. I'm on a date with my girlfriend. Brennan's shoulders slump and he falls back against the booth. Sydney looks back and forth between me and Brennan. A song, she says. You want to write a song tonight? Brennan shrugs. Why not? I need more material and I'm in the mood. My guitar's in my car. Sydney perks up and starts nodding. Please, Ridge, I want to watch you two write a song. Brennan nods. Please, Ridge. Brennan's begging does nothing to change my mind, but that's only because Sydney's begging already changed it. Besides, the whole time I've been on this date with Sydney, song lyrics have been swirling around in my head. Better to get them out now while I'm feeling it. I pay the check and we go outside to head back to the apartment, but Brennan points across the street at a park. He runs to his car and retrieves his guitar and stuff to write with. The three of us walk over to the park and find two benches across from each other. Brennan sits on one, and Sydney and I sit on the other. Brennan turns his guitar over and presses the notepad to it. He writes on it for a few minutes and then hands it over to me. He's written out the music to a chorus he's working on, but there are no lyrics. I spend several minutes studying it. I can see Brennan and Sydney having a conversation while I look over the music and try to figure out how to add the first line of the chorus. He signs the first part of the conversation, but when he sees I'm not paying attention to either of them, he stops signing and they continue the conversation. I like that they're holding a conversation without me. It's not like the conversations people have where they forget to sign for me. It's just a conversation they're having because they know I need a while to focus on this song. I think back to mine and Sydney's conversation from earlier and how she expressed a fear that I would someday take Maggie back because I want to fix everything going wrong in Maggie's life. I try to work that into a couple of sentences, but nothing sticks. I close my eyes and try to recall the exact words I said to her. I would be broken without you. Then who would fix me? I read that sentence over and over again. Who would fix me? This is how I sometimes build a foundation for my lyrics. I think of a person, I think of a conversation with that person, or a thought I have about that person, and then I ask myself a question about that thought, then build a line of lyrics around the answer. So, who would fix me? The only person who could mend my shattered heart would be Sydney. I find my sweet spot in that answer and write down the lyric, You're the only one who fixes me. I tap my pencil on the page in the tempo of the music that Brennan wrote out for me. Brennan picks up his guitar and watches my pencil, then starts to play. I can see Sydney out of the corner of my eye as she pulls her knees up on the bench and wraps her arms around them, watching us. I look at her for a moment, waiting for thoughts of her to inspire another line. What do I want her to know when she hears this song? I write down several sentences in no particular order, and none of them rhyme, but they all remind me of Sydney. I'll build around them in a moment and make each of them into verses. I just need to get out the basic things I'm thinking. There was a truth in you from the start. I think you're pretty when you speak. I bring the mess and you bring the clean. Time will come and you will see. You're the only one who fixes me. I look up from the page and Brennan is still playing, working through the tempo of the song that I just laid his chorus out to. Sydney is watching me, smiling. It's all I need to finish the lyrics. I move to the bench with Brennan and show him the lyrics, matched up with his chorus. He starts tweaking it while I finish the lyrics. Almost an hour later, we have a complete song. It's the fastest the two of us have ever written together. Brennan hasn't sung any of the lyrics out loud yet for her, so I move to the bench with her and pull her against me before he plays her the full song. He begins strumming his guitar, and she wraps an arm around me, leaning her head against my shoulder. Wake up early, go to bed late. That's what I do. That's my mistake. Tell me something, and I forget I'm not perfect. I'm far from it. I'm out the door 15 too late, thinking I'm early, but I make you wait. Don't wash my dishes for a week, but I think you're pretty when you speak. Ask around, you'll figure out you're the one I'm thinking about. Time will come and you will see you're the only one who fixes me. You're the only one who fixes me. I bring the mess and you bring the clean. I think you're funny when you're mean. There was a truth in you from the start, and nothing can break this hold on my heart. Ask around, you'll figure out you're the one I'm thinking about. Time will come and you will see you're the only one who fixes me. You're the only one who fixes me. Yeah. Out of order, out of my mind. Had you waiting on a white lie. Took a minute, but I finally found my way. Ask around, you'll figure out you're the one I'm thinking about. Time will come and you will see you're the only one who fixes me. Ask around, you'll figure out you're the one I'm thinking about. Time will come and you will see you're the only one who fixes me. You're the only one who fixes me. Yeah. When Brennan finishes playing the song, Sydney doesn't move right away. She's curled up to me, her hand fisted in my shirt. I think she must need a moment to absorb that. When she finally pulls away from my chest, there are tears in her eyes, and she wipes them away with her fingers. Brennan and I wait for her to say something, but she just shakes her head. Don't make me talk right now, I can't. Brennan smiles at me. Speechless. Your girl approves. He stands up and says, I'm gonna head to your apartment and get this one recorded on my phone while it's fresh in my head. Want a ride? Sydney nods and grabs my hand. Yes, but we aren't staying at Ridge's. We have to go back to my apartment. It's important. I give her a confused look. She shoots me an adamant look in return. Bridge, Cloud, Pimple. Now. I smile as she pulls me toward Brennan's car. I think she loved that song.
Chapter 17. Sydney. Ridge and Brennan have both exited Brennan's car, but I'm still sitting in the front passenger seat, looking at the car parked next to ours. It's Hunter's car, but it's not Hunter shutting the back door, it's Tori. Which is why I'm frozen to my seat, because I wasn't expecting to see her, and I really don't want her to see me. I'm certain it won't end with me punching her again, but I still have no desire to talk to her. It's too late, though, because Ridge doesn't recognize her, and he opens my door right as she's rounding the front of our car. She pauses in her tracks when our eyes meet. Damn it. I take Ridge's hand and slowly get out of the car. Tori looks like she's seen a ghost, but she doesn't run away like I wish she would. Instead, she walks the sacks of groceries to the hood of her car and sets them down. Then she turns to me, hugging herself. Hi, she says. I can tell she wants to talk, and I just don't have it in me to be a complete dick to her. I look at Ridge. You go, I sign. 2 minutes. Ridge glances at Tori and then at me. He nods and backs away, falling into step with Brennan as they head up to Ridge's apartment. Tori looks good. She always looked good. I find myself pulling at my ponytail and wiping a wisp of hair out of my face. Is that your boyfriend? She asks. I glance up at the top of the stairs. Ridge is walking into his apartment backward, looking down at us with concern. I give him a reassuring smile before he closes the door. I turn my attention back to Tori, folding my arms over my chest. Yeah. There's a knowing look in Tori's eye. He's the guy from the balcony, right? The one you were writing lyrics for? I suddenly become protective of everything going on in my life, and I don't want to reveal anything to Tori. I don't even know why I'm out here right now. She just seemed like she really wanted me to stop and talk to her. Maybe so she can move past everything that happened between us. I look behind her at Hunter's car. There's a for sale sign posted in the side and back windows. Hunter's selling his car. Tori looks over her shoulder at it. Yeah, we think it got water damage or something. It's been smelling weird for a while now. I cover my mouth with my hand, ensuring she doesn't see my smile breaking through. When I'm certain I can hold it in, I move my hand and grip the strap of my purse. That's too bad. I know he loves that car. Tori's phone rings and she glances down at it, then answers it, turning away from me a little, almost as if she doesn't want me to be privy to her conversation. What? She whispers. The way she answers the phone makes it seem like she's irritated with whoever is on the other line. She glances up at her apartment and says, I still have another load of groceries to bring up. Give me a sec. She ends the call and slides her phone into her pocket. She walks over to the hood of her car and starts grabbing the sacks of groceries. She stands in front of me, 2 sacks in each hand, arms down at her sides. So, She pauses and inhales a sharp breath, exhaling it just as quickly. You want to grab coffee sometime? I'd really like to catch up. Hear all about the new boyfriend. I stare at her a moment, wondering why she would think I'm okay with that. I realize I was also a Tory at a very short point during mine and Ridge's friendship. But as mad as I am at Hunter and as mad as Maggie must have been at Ridge, there are few betrayals on earth that hurt worse than the betrayal of your very best friend. She's the person I shared my life with, a home with, all my secrets with. And the entire time we lived together, she was betraying me on a daily basis. I don't want coffee with her. I don't even want to be outside chatting with her, acting like she didn't break my heart with 10 times the strength that Hunter ever could. I shake my head. I don't think coffee is a good idea. I choose to walk around the back of her car so that I don't have to get even closer to her. Before I head for the stairs, I look up at her. You really hurt me, Tori. More than Hunter ever could have. But I still think you deserve better than a man who doesn't even bother to come down and help you carry up groceries. I walk away and run up the stairs, away from her, away from that smelly car, and away from the sad reality that she still hasn't found happiness yet. I wonder if she ever will. I walk inside the apartment and Brennan is on the couch with his guitar. He nods his head toward Ridge's room. When I open the door to Ridge's bedroom, he's lying across the bed on his stomach, hugging a pillow. I walk over to him, but he's asleep. I know he's had a long 24 hours, so I don't bother waking him. I let him rest. Brennan is at the table now, playing the song he and Ridge just wrote. I walk to the kitchen and pour myself a glass of wine. There's only enough left for one glass. Bridgette and I really tore through their stash. Ridge is probably going to start keeping the wine in a Windex bottle. Sydney? I turn toward Brennan and he's hugging his guitar, his chin resting on it. I'm really hungry. Do you think you can make me a grilled cheese? I laugh as soon as the question comes out of his mouth, but then I realize he's serious. You're asking me to make you a sandwich? It's been a long day, and I don't know how to cook. Ridge always cooks for me when I'm over here. Oh my God, how old are you, 12? Transpose those numbers and you've got your answer. I roll my eyes and open the refrigerator to take out the cheese. I can't believe I'm making you a sandwich. I feel like I'm disappointing every female that has ever fought for our equality. It only counts against feminism when you make your man a sandwich. It doesn't count if it's just a friend. Well, we won't even be friends if you think you can ask me to cook for you every time you visit your brother. Brennan smiles and turns back toward his guitar. He starts strumming it to a tune I haven't heard from him before. Then he starts to sing. Cheddar, Swiss, provolone. That is where I feel at home. Slap that cheese on some bread. I like it more than getting head. Grilled cheese, grilled cheese. Grilled cheese from Sydney. Blake, not Australia. I'm laughing at his impressive improv abilities, even though it was a terrible song. He's obviously just as talented as Ridge is, he just suppresses it for some reason. He sets his guitar on the table and walks over to the bar. He grabs a paper towel and places it in front of him. I guess that's the extent of his sandwich prep. Do you even have trouble writing lyrics, or do you pretend you can't write because of your guilt? What would I have to feel guilty for? Brennan asks, taking his seat at the bar. Just a hunch, but I think you hate that you were born with the ability to hear, but Ridge wasn't. So you pretend you need him more than you actually do because you love him. I flip the grilled cheese over. Brennan doesn't respond right away, so I know I have him pegged. Does Ridge think that too? I face him full on. I don't think so. I think he loves writing lyrics for you. I'm not telling you to stop pretending you don't know how to write lyrics as well as he can. I'm just saying I understand why you do it. Brennan smiles, relieved. You're smart, Sydney. You really should consider doing more with your life than just making sandwiches for hungry men. I laugh and pick up his sandwich with the spatula. I drop it on the paper towel in front of him. You're right. I quit. He takes a bite right as the front door opens. Bridgette walks in holding a sack, wearing her Hooters uniform and a scowl. She sees us in the kitchen and nods, then walks to her room and slams the door. Did she just nod her head at you?